members. The Deputy Speaker.
Are there any constituency statements from honourable members? And I call the member for Clark.
Deputy Speaker, we should be alarmed with the federal government having mostly shrugged off breaches of international law in its reaction to Israel's genocide in Palestine, and with it ignoring international law completely in its approval of the US bombing of Iran. The federal opposition's mocking of the defenders of international law as misty-eyed nostalgics is no better. After all, international law anchors 80 years of relative post-war peace and prosperity, and Australia undermines it at our own peril. And while it certainly isn't perfect, international law does work to constrain the worst excesses of power and geopolitical competition. It also attempts to elevate and equalise the rights of all nations and indeed of all people. In particular, the rules-based order saw the international community deal effectively with the hole in the ozone layer, and adherence to international law also limited the testing and proliferation of nuclear weapons and ensured they have not been used in any conflict since World War II. It has also served to elevate the importance of fundamental human rights across the globe. Moreover, international law guides international trade and telecommunications, which have helped make Australia one of the wealthiest nations and ensured we're connected and engaged across the globe. But more and more recently, Deputy Speaker, it seems Australian governments believe that when it comes to our friends, might makes right, but that a rules-based order should apply to everyone else. For instance, the government will rightly call for international law to apply to China in Tibet, the South China Sea and Taiwan, to Russia in Ukraine, and to Iran in their nuclear program. But it hasn't had the guts most of the time to also apply it to Israel and to the US. And of course, Australia has been willing to break international law itself, for instance, when we helped invade Iraq in 2003. And every time we turn around, lock up and send offshore the many asylum seekers desperate for our protection. Mind you, Deputy Speaker, it's always open to us to start doing better. And I suggest immediately recognising the state of Palestine would be a solid start. Now, I'm clear-eyed, Deputy Speaker, about the issues with the international rules-based order and the criticism it faces for things like an ineffective UN Security Council and problems with enforcement. However, those are not reasons to abandon our support for international law, but rather to demonstrate consistency in the ethical standards we hold and to work harder together to improve its principles and its application. Because in the end, international law is based on cooperation around the fundamental principles of justice and accountability that protect us here in Australia and indeed protect billions of people right around the world. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member and I call the member for Spence.
Well, thank you, Speaker. Today I want to celebrate the triumphant return of a service that our community in Adelaide's North has needed. And with a combined effort between South Australia State and Federal Labor Government have been proudly delivered. The reopening of the Shine SA Clinic at Davron Park is more than just ceremony and ribbon cutting. It is a restoration of care and commitment to the people of South Australia. We all know that Spence is a community of enormous potential, but also one of significant need. Health inequality here is real, and nowhere is that clearer than for sexual and reproductive health. In Playford alone, only 52% of women participate in cervical screening. That's well below the state average of 64% and far from the national goal needed to eliminate cervical cancer. Tragically, Adelaide's North accounts for nearly a quarter of all cervical cancer cases in South Australia. So when the former South Australian Liberal government cut funding to this clinic in 2019, it left a gaping hole in services and in the public's trust. Quite frankly, the northern community was left stranded by these heartless cuts made to Shine SA. But today, with the combined leadership of the Malinauskas and Albanese Labor governments and in partnership with Shine SA, that trust is being rebuilt, one appointment at a time. Through a $1.92 million investment by our government, on top of the further $5.3 million by the state government, The Davron Park Clinic is once again open and it will be stronger than ever. Serving as a centre of excellence, it will not only deliver critical clinical services, but also serve as a statewide training hub for healthcare professionals. It brings world-class care right into the heart of Spence, accessible, inclusive and responsive to the cultural and social barriers that too often prevent people from seeking help. At a time when syphilis and other STIs are on the rise nationally, this clinic offers prevention, diagnosis and treatment, close to home with compassion. Shine SA will also play a vital role in delivering on the national goal to eliminate cervical cancer by 2035, ensuring that women in Adelaide's North are not left behind in that mission. This is a proud example of what Labor governments do best. We invest in health, reduce inequality and deliver real outcomes for real people. I wanted to thank Holly Skeen and her team at Shine SA for their leadership and deep connection to the community of Spence. I thank every healthcare worker who will walk through those clinic doors. I want to thank the Malinauskas and Albanese Labor governments for recognising that health equity starts with investment and for bringing this clinic back to life. Together, we are not only restoring services, we are giving people in Spence the care they deserve. We are doing it with a determination to eliminate cervical cancer, support inclusive care and build a healthier Australia for all.
I thank the member. I call the member for Moncrieff.
Well, our young people represent the future and they deserve our attention, our guidance and, of course, our support. It's a great privilege to be going into my second term as the Shadow Minister for Youth, and I want to highlight that the new opposition leader, Susan Lee, opted to elevate youth into the Shadow Cabinet so that young people have a louder voice when it comes to coalition policy. And we have a commitment to deliver real and meaningful opportunities for young Australians, as we did under the Safer Communities initiative when we were in government. And that's why I'm continuing my commitment to the young people in my community on the Gold Coast with the Gold Coast Youth Impact Summit. And I've now delivered 3 of these events that extend opportunities for my community on the Gold Coast, like young Cannon, who is a Miami High School student and also an award-winning Miami Surf Life Saving Club member. Cannon has been supported by our community through some difficulties, and he is now well on the path to development and to success as a young man in my community. Like Peyton, a young woman who plays the saxophone, something we have in common, and Peyton has had some new opportunities through the Gold Coast Youth Impact Summit. Like my neighbour, Tilly, Tilly's in a wheelchair and she suffers from cerebral palsy, and Tilly's had some magnificent opportunities through the Gold Coast Youth Impact Summit, and I'm hoping that Tilly will be a guest speaker in the coming years. The event is a unique 2-day TEDx-style event that my community supports, and I want to thank the SeaWorld Foundation for their sponsorship of 230 young people for each of the 3 years that the Impact Summit has been delivered, and I indeed want to thank them into the future for any support that they put on the table to change the lives of young Gold Coasters, because it's meaningful and it is life-changing, and it's an event that brings people together, from young people from all cultures. And I just want to thank Volunteering Gold Coast, Serving Our People, ELC, Vinnie's, the Gold Coast, Sedford, these community organisations, but also those who sponsor Village Roadshow, Theme Parks, SeaWorld Foundation, Griffith University, K&G Group, Home Corp, Hutchies. These are all sponsors of these young people in my community to give them better opportunities and better experiences. We also have our program partners, Southern Cross Uni, Walsh Accountants, Cronin Miller, Experience Gold Coast, and of course TAFE Queensland. I'm very proud to be the Shadow Minister for Youth, and I will continue to elevate the voice of young people across the nation and continue to learn how to do great selfies now. Young people have taught me that over the last 3 years, and I'm now known in the community as the best selfie taker. I've now overtaken the member for Surfers Paradise, John Paul Langbrook. Thank you.
I thank the member, and I call the member for Blair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Before the last state election, the Christopherly opposition talked a big game, and in government they have failed to deliver for my local community. Their first budget was not a fresh start for Ipswich and Somerset, but a false start. One thing I do want to thank them for is the 1,000 homes that they're going to build and the boost to buy scheme, which is akin to the 40,000 homes we're going to build in the Help to Buy scheme. And so far, that's what the great irony of this, Deputy Speaker, is that the coalition in the last term opposed that type of scheme, but at a state level, at least they've had a sort of Damascus Road conversion experience and supported that concept at a state level. It was a winner at a state level in a variety of different states, but the LNP opposition here in Canberra couldn't bring themselves to support it. But really, in the budget, having talked to Big Game, there's hardly anything for my local community in terms of infrastructure plan. I went through that glossy brochure. You know, they love to hold that glossy brochure before the last state election, but I went through the glossy brochure that they produced in the state government budget. You know, it's a boulevard of broken promises. There's no plan for Ipswich and no big-ticket transport items at all. There's no matching funding, for example, for the federal Labor government's commitment of $200 million for the Amberley interchange upgrade. You know, they had billboards on the side of the road during the last federal election saying, you know, no more plans, no more business cases, let's just fund this. But the LNP government at a state level here in Queensland failed to come up with the $200 million to match our commitment that we made, and actually didn't come up with any funding in opposition across 3 terms on that. We made a $20 million commitment, federal and state Labor governments, for the safety upgrade along that highway and some business case development, and looking at what we need to do on the Ripley roundabout and the Swanbank roundabout as well. But what we're doing here is investing money in Ipswich, and in opposition and in government, the Christoffel government has failed to do so. And during the last federal election, having talked up this again and again, all they could do was eventually follow our lead on this issue, the LNP opposition here in Canberra. But I want to say this to the Christoffel government: how about you have a look at the state of the Brisbane Valley Highway? You completely botched the upgrade there. We've put in $40 million, 20 in the election commitment, another 20 in the city deal. And I want to say to the Christoffel government, I reckon the roads minister should have a drive on that highway, because you're responsible through TMR to maintain it and fix it and improve it, and you haven't done so. Money wasted by the Christoffel government.
I thank the member, and I call the member for Durack.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is with deep respect and sadness that I speak today to honour the life and legacy of Dr Alan Egleston AO, or Eggy, as he was affectionately known across Western Australia and beyond. Alan was a very kind and encouraging to me during my first federal campaign in 2019 when I was first elected. He was incredibly knowledgeable about Durack, particularly the Pilbara, and he absolutely loved Port Hedland. His affection for that town ran deep, shaped by over 22 years serving as its doctor and later as mayor, long before he entered the Senate. On many occasions, when visiting the Pilbara with Alan, people would stop and proudly tell him that he had delivered them, or that he had delivered one of their children. I will never forget the way that Alan's face would light up during those moments. It showed the deep connection and trust that he held in the community. Born in Bustleton in 1941 with a form of dwarfism, Alan faced many challenges. When doctors at the Royal Perth Hospital tried to exclude him from training because of his height, he refused to quit. Alan went to London, qualified as a physician and surgeon, then returned to serve remote Western Australia. For more than 2 decades, Alan was sometimes the only GP for hundreds of kilometres, treating miners, Aboriginal families, single mothers and truck drivers alike with compassion and respect. His own challenges gave him a deep empathy for others, and he worked tirelessly to lift up those too often ignored. That same spirit drove his political career. Alan was a councillor, Mayor of Port Hedland and later Liberal Party Vice President before being elected to the Senate in 1996, a position he held until 2014. As a Senator for WA, Alan was relentless in championing regional communities. He did not just speak for the Pilbara, Madam Deputy Speaker, he embodied it. Resilient, sometimes overlooked, but vital to the nation's prosperity. In Parliament, Alan served on no fewer than 17 Senate committees, including 5 years on the Senate Standing Committees on Economics and 2 years as the chair of the Economics References Committee. During this time, more than 130 reports were tabled under his stewardship. His questions were always precise, informed and fair. He had little appetite for political theatre because he wanted answers, not applause. Alan's leadership was defined not by how loudly he spoke, but by how carefully he listened. He used his seat not for ego, but as a platform to advocate for improved regional services. It is with great sadness we farewell Dr. Alan Egleston, a man of heart, intellect and courage, whose legacy lives on in the lives and communities he proudly served.
Thank the member, and I call the member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Last Friday was National Schools Tree Day. National Tree Day commenced in 1996 and has grown into the largest community tree planting and nature care event in the country. Since commencement, 5 million Australians have planted 28 million trees and volunteered 10 million hours. Incredible. Schools right across the country and my great electorate of Dunkley were celebrating by planting trees on their grounds and in reserves. I had the pleasure last Friday of visiting 8 schools: Seaford Park Primary, Carrum Primary, Overport Primary, Kingsley Park Primary, Karingal Heights Primary, Woodley Senior Campus and Carrum Downs Secondary, while Frankston Environmental Friends Network ran their own tree planting session with Frankston Heights Primary School, teachers and parents. Frankston City Councillor Emily Green and I met at Wallace Reserve, where we helped volunteers and students and parents plant hundreds of shrubs with Frankston City Council rangers. A shout out to David Cross, Chair of the Frankston Environmental Friends Network. The work of your dedicated volunteers has helped create a beautiful section of bushland in the heart of Frankston with many gorgeous trees. I'd love to give another shout out to Seaford Park Primary School, who established a nude food initiative to reduce the use of single-use packaging and rubbish in the school grounds. Every 2 weeks, the class with the least amount of plastic wrappers in their lunchboxes gets an extra 10 minutes of playtime. Doesn't that sound like fun? The school grounds have never been tidier. After a busy week in Canberra, kicking off the 48th Parliament, it was a wonderful meeting of so many students who are passionate about the environment and preserving our community's beautiful landscapes. Your enthusiasm was contagious and made my day. As an advocate for implementing sustainable practices in our homes and local communities, it was incredibly heartening to see schools doing their bit to help keep the environment clean. All the schools I visited on Friday have veggie gardens or other programs aiming to eliminate waste. A shout out to the teachers, volunteers who make this all possible. Thank you to all those involved in making the day possible. I look forward to planting more trees and shrubs with you all in 2026 and hearing about your commitment to the environment. The Lorax would be proud.
I thank the member and I call the member for Flynn.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And everybody knows that I am very passionate about the Australian beef industry. And it's not just because I am a cattle grazier myself, but because the red meat and livestock industry makes a significant contribution to the Australian economy. In 2022-23, Australia's red meat and livestock industry turnover was $81.7 billion, and the industry employed approximately 420,000 people. In 2023, Australia exported 67% of its total beef and veal production to a value of $11.3 billion. The biggest consumer was the United States, importing 37,231 tonnes, followed by China at 21,572 tonnes. The Greater Central Queensland area is a huge contributor to the Australian agricultural sector, with over 3 million head of cattle throughout the region, predominantly dominated by beef cattle, and this is the top cattle region in Australia, with the highest head of cattle numbers anywhere in Australia. In my electorate of Flynn, the beef industry also supports other industries such as the meatworks in Biloela and in Rockhampton, as well as Brisbane, which is the third largest in Queensland, and the heavy vehicle industry also that gets product from paddock to plate. Deputy Speaker, these statistics are important as our agricultural sector is under threat due to the Labor government's decision to lift biosecurity restrictions on the importation of beef from the United States. Why is the Labor government prepared to trade away Australia's biosecurity advantage to appease the Trump administration? What is the evidence for this move, and why are we only hearing it from anonymous sources? Australia's strong biosecurity must remain a priority, instead of being used as a bargaining tool by the Labor government. Australia should not be trading its beef industry away in trade talks with the United States. The United States uses cattle from Mexico and Canada in their supply chain, and that poses a potential risk to our industry. Ignoring those risks would be dangerous to the industry. Rather than jeopardise our beef industry, Australia should be leveraging off our strong historical ties in other areas such as critical minerals and the AUKUS deal, using real leadership to obtain a fair deal. Australian farms and farmers must not be put at risk, with the red meat and livestock industry making a significant contribution to the Australian economy. Biosecurity is non-negotiable. We have the world's best beef and is used in 6 billion hamburgers across the United States each year and enjoyed by countries all over the world. Deputy Speaker, Australia's biosecurity is important and it should not be used as a bargaining chip. Rather, it needs to be protected.
I thank the member and I call the member for Hunter.
Thank you, Speaker. I had the privilege of attending the 30th Annual Hunter Region Business Excellence Awards, and what a night it was, with businesses in the Hunter electorate absolutely dominating the stage, taking home loads of awards. Today I want to recognise and congratulate our local winners. Running a business is never easy, and recognition that comes with these awards is well deserved. The Access and Inclusion Award went to Hunter Valley Tours, operated by Julie Newman. Julie started her tour business in 2015 as the first Hunter tour business to provide access for those with mobility issues. Because of Julie, everybody can enjoy wine tours of the beautiful Hunter Valley. In the category of home-based businesses, Outback Jess was highly commended. In the financial and real estate services category, LJ Hooker Cessnock took home the top award. Bryce and Melissa Gibson do an amazing job, as always, actively encouraging in our community and through fundraising and initiatives and local events. In the hospitality and tourism category, our Italian table in Pecolbin was highly commended. General Businesses Awards went to Dragonfly Cakes at Weston, owned by Fiona Campbell. Fiona specialises in creating bespoke wedding cakes and event cakes with strong focus on weddings. Each cake is made from scratch using premium ingredients. If you're looking for the perfect cake to match that perfect event, this is the place to go. I was grateful to be able to present the awards in the category of health services. There was a clear winner on this year, and it was Initial Response Group, run by Dan and Emma Coots. Initial Response Group provides specialist training and safety services focused on preparing individuals and organisations for effective responses in emergency or critical situations. In the category of New Start Business, highly commended went to Confetti Finance. Brian Hampton from Vintage Connections was highly commended in the category for Customer Service Individual. Young Entrepreneur was a big category for the Hunter, with highly commended going to Alicia Hardy from All Holistic Beauty and Wellness and Alice Farley from Reformed Bookkeeping being announced as the winner. Hunter Locals also featured heavily in this category of Businesswoman of the Year. Highly commended went to Julie Newman from Hunter Valley Tours, and the winner was Curry local Leanne McAllister from McAllister Legal Services. Initial Response Group, LJ Hooker Cessnock, were both named finalists for the Top Business of the Year award. Make sure you get out and support our local businesses. They are the lifeblood of our local communities. Congratulations to all the winners and those that were highly commended. Keep up the good work, and thank you to the event organisers for putting on a fantastic event. It was a pleasure to be at and looking forward to going to next year's awards as well. Thank you, Speaker.
I thank the member and I call the member for Wright.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A couple of nights ago, my daughter, Gracie, called me and she was upset. She was calling to advise that Dez Johnson had passed away. Dez Johnson is a gentleman who I am proud to have known. Dez was born on the 7th of the 8th, 1938, and he passed away at the age of 86. He spent the last years of his life under the care of the staff at the Church of Christ Retirement Village in Boona. But Dez was a remarkable man, so remarkable that I thought I would get to my feet and share with the Australian public and the House his contributions. I was first introduced to Dez by a gentleman by the name of Terence O'Hanlon, who to this day still claims that Dez Johnson was one of possibly Queensland's largest independent cattle buyers and traders. He operated out of South East Queensland and had a set of cattle dip yards where you would dip cattle as they moved from state border to state border. But he also had some beautiful country around Lake Mugra, and to his personal friends he would let them camp there. This was what Gracie's fondest memories were growing up. We would take our gooseneck out to the Lake Mugra on Desi's place. We would take 3 to 4 horses, we'd take quad bikes, all of our dogs would come, even the cat would stow away in the gooseneck when camping to find that the cat had come with us as well. Dez was notably visual around just as the sun was going down. So if you could imagine the dull light from a campfire, the stars just starting to come out, the smell permeating from a stew that had been going in a camp oven all day. And Dez, we would plead with him, Dez, can you stay for a drink? Would you like an afternoon drink? And he'd say, no, oh, just one. And Dez would sit and tell the most remarkable stories. Dez was an avid hunter in Africa, and he'd tell stories of African safari. No one in the camp would blink an eye. We would lean in intensely, waiting for the end of these stories. And he'd say, I'll have to tell you the rest of that story tomorrow night. Dez Johnson did so many wonderful things in the community, but most of all was his gift that he's left behind of his family. Freddie Johnson is our local butcher, or was our local butcher. His other boy, I think his name was Brian, but we all called him George. George still looks after the blocks, and his grandson Billy, who I said to Dez, Billy's a good kid, and Dez said, no, he's not, he steals my tools.
I thank the member, and I call the member for Hasluck.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This weekend marked National Tree Planting Day, and I rise to pay tribute to the incredible work of our local communities in Hasluck, in particular Asheville Can and Eden Hill Can, and the many volunteers at Trillion Trees who are not just planting trees, but they're planting hope. In the face of environmental degradation and the very real impacts of climate change, these groups are rolling up their sleeves, they're digging deep and restoring the lungs of our suburbs. Their work helps cool our neighbourhoods, it protects the biodiversity and brings people together with purpose. It is the best of what community action can be. Across the nation, Australia, in fact, came together to plant an incredible 28 million trees. That's over 10 million dedicated hours of volunteer time. And I'm proud that under an Albanese Labor government, we are matching this community effort with real, tangible commitments. In Hasluck, I've committed to an urban tree canopy program, which is vital to tackling the urban heat and ensuring livable cities for our future generations. We're restoring critical ecosystems, such as in Grogan Swamp and the Asheville Flats, and protecting these wetlands for their biodiversity, water management and their cultural importance. These projects aren't just about trees and water. They're about jobs, health, resilience and legacy. But while communities like ours and governments like ours are building for the future, the coalition is dragging us backwards. This very same weekend, the member for Canning, who I'm very happy to see is in the chamber to hear this, stood with the WA Liberals and voted to abandon Australia's 2050 net zero target. This is not a policy debate. That's a declaration of climate surrender, and it's so disappointing to have it from you. Because let's be clear, net zero isn't radical. It's the global baseline. Every major economy has committed to it. The science is clear. The community wants action, and the economic opportunities are enormous, especially for Western Australia. And yet the WA Liberals, the member for Canning, is hitching his wagon to climate denialism and reckless political games. If they ever want run a prospect of winning back Hasluck. They need to come and speak to the communities of Brabham, of Dayton, and talk about 48-degree days and understand exactly what is the answer about ignoring climate action. And if you need more evidence of how out of touch and how divided the coalition is, just look at their leadership circus. Barnaby Joyce seems more focused on making headlines than policies. Michael McCormack was caught describing climate targets as green voodoo and lunatic crusades. Honestly, it's a basket case. No vision, no unity, certainly no commitments to our planet or our community. Deputy Speaker, while the coalition plays games and undermines climate action, Hasluck, we plant trees, we restore wetlands, we build climate resilience from the ground up, because the people of Hasluck know that the best time to plant a tree, of course, was 20 years ago. The second best time is now, and let's get on with it.
In accordance with Standing Order 193, the time for members' constituency statements has concluded, and I call the clerk.
Notices of the day. Notice number 1, Home Affairs Portfolio.
And I call the member for Canning.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to the Home Affairs portfolio in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper.
Proceed, member for Canning.
Okay. Well, thanks, Deputy Speaker. Look, it gives me no pleasure to move this motion. And national security is such a fundamental job of the Commonwealth Government that it's troubling that we even have to talk about this today, but here we are. We are dealing with a monumentally incompetent Labor government led by the Prime Minister Anthony Albanese. And we're calling it out today. And we're calling it out because we saw a debacle over the last 3 years. From its very first day in office, the Albanese government set about demolishing the national security architecture that was established to protect Australians. And I'm talking about the Home Affairs Department. The Home Affairs Department, which was established in 2017. I remember it very clearly because I was the chair of the Intelligence and Security Committee that shepherded that legislation through the Parliament, working very closely, in fact, with people who were very senior, like the former Attorney General. Now, the Home Affairs Department was consolidated with elements of the Department of Immigration and Border Protection with other counter-terror, counter-espionage, cyber and national security functions. But under the thumb of the former Attorney General, the Prime Minister undermined Australia's national security by gutting the Home Affairs portfolio in 2022, moving the Australian Federal Police, the Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission and the Australian Transaction Reports and Analysis Centre into the Attorney General's portfolio. Now, the only operational national security agency which remained with Home Affairs was ASIO. Now, these machinery of government changes were never put to the people. They were never taken to an election. They were never discussed with the Australian people. And the Prime Minister stood idly by while his Attorney General gathered power to himself and dismantled an important department central to Australia's national security. And the consequences, Deputy Speaker, were serious and immediate. Take, for instance, the listing of a terrorist organisation. This was a straightforward process under the coalition. If there was a terrorist organisation that needed listing, we got it done. We ran a low-drag, high-speed operation. But on Anthony Albanese's watch, the process became convoluted and sluggish. The new process required the Attorney Generals and Home Affairs departments to ping-pong advice and submissions between each other and their ministers. And as a consequence, the time taken for ministerial consideration of a terrorism listing completely blew out. In one embarrassing stuff-up, the former Minister for Home Affairs was left out of a terrorist listing altogether, completely absent from a terrorist relisting process. You can't make this stuff up. It's the sort of thing you watch on shows like Yes Minister or Utopia, but here we are. This is the Labor government. These kind of basic errors on one of the most fundamental counter-terrorism tools never happened under the previous Home Affairs construct. But the Prime Minister decided he hadn't done enough damage quite yet. After he sacked the former Minister for Home Affairs and the former Minister for Immigration for their botched handling of the NZYQ and Direction 99 saga, the Prime Minister went further. He actually went further and he said, you know what, we'll strip ASIO out of Home Affairs too. I mean, you can't make this up. So that meant that the Minister for Home Affairs was Minister in name only. He had no agencies to deliver on the counter-terrorism mission they were responsible for. In fact, the portfolio was completely stripped of the operational elements required to keep Australians safe. And perhaps this was the reason why the Minister for Home Affairs was missing in action from the major announcement in August last year that the terrorism threat level was being raised on ASIO advice to probable. So what's going on here, Deputy Speaker? I mean, Australians would be asking the question, what's going on here? Why are they running such a ramshackle government, compromising our national security? The answer is very simply, this is a government that prioritises factional and party politics over the protection of Australians. And as a consequence, our national security agencies have languished under a lack of strategic direction from a weak Prime Minister. So whether it comes to terrorist plots in our shores or foreign naval vessels circumnavigating Australia, the Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, is not across the details when Australia needs him most to be. The Prime Minister even kicked out key national security agencies, including ASIO and ASIS, out of the National Security Committee of Cabinet. And guess who? Guess who was brought on? You can't make this up. He replaced them with the Minister for Climate Change. This is a government which is hopeless on national security. It's hopelessly divided by factional party political politics, and it's compromising Australian.
Member's time has expired. Is the motion
Australian
seconded?
national security. Thank you.
And the motion and reserve my right to speak.
I thank the member for Jurag. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for McNamara.
Thank you very much, Acting Speaker. And look, the member for Canning seems very pleased with himself. He seems like he's very happy with the way he's performing at the moment. He's happy to show off to his colleagues that he's ready, he's prepared, he's got his notes in order, he's thinking about the job, he's pressing Labor on all the important issues. He's got the control of the WA Liberal Party. They had their conference, member for Robertson, Dr. Reid. They had their conference on the weekend behind closed doors. I wonder what went on in there behind closed doors, member for Robertson. I wonder what went on at the... Well, it's not just the Western Australia, it's also the Australian. Member for Durack, I take that interjection where clearly the member for Canning has been very busy putting forward lots of policy areas. He doesn't like this. He doesn't like this. No, he doesn't like it.
I'd just like to make a point of relevance. The member here has had 50 seconds. He hasn't even addressed the topic at hand, which is the Labor government's failure with Home
Member for
Affairs.
Canning, he has another 4 minutes.
Yeah, I'll get there. I'll get there.
I think.
This is an important topic about Home Affairs, but it would be remiss of me not to mention, Acting Speaker, that the member for Canning, who is the mover of this motion, has come to this place after a very busy weekend, fighting for national security, of combating those culture wars on flags and on welcome to country acknowledgements and on net zero even. Net zero, friends with the member for New England and Barnaby Joyce, the member for New England, and the member for Canning on a unity ticket. And there is one similarity that's threading through all of their work, and that is undermining the leaders of the Nationals and the Liberal Party. The member for Canning is getting himself ready to be the leader in waiting, and the member for New England is ready to let Mr Littleproud know that he's there and happy to support Mr McCormack, which is quite an amazing turn of events. Now, Home Affairs, Acting Speaker, is a policy area where those opposite ignored advice from our intelligence agencies. They ignored advice from our intelligence agencies about the way in which they spoke about matters of national security. They ignored advice around their language. They ignored advice about how to frame matters in the public debate. They ignored advice about how to address serious issues and the escalation of serious social cohesion issues in our society. And those opposite, at the last election, came in headstrong, wanting to tear our country apart, wanting to provide division instead of unity at every situation possible, wanted to ignore the advice of our national security advisors and intelligence officers in order to monitor their language and act with decorum and decency and leadership. And the member for Canning knows this all too well. He is very aware that those opposite have opportunities to act in the national interest, and instead too often the Liberal Party chooses to act with division and act with pointing the finger at minorities in this country, look to act to point the finger at a whole range of groups that frankly heighten tensions, not reduce them. And this was against the exact advice of our intelligence officers. So we will not be taking lectures about national security from the party that seeks to divide instead of act in the national interest. In fact, they're seeking to divide their own party at this very moment. They're seeking to put motions up in their own conferences led by senior members of the Liberal Party, senior members of the WA Liberal Party, very happy to make sure that there is no space for the Leader of the Opposition to frankly set a new tone in the national debate. And I'll give the Leader of the Opposition credit. She's trying to bring the Liberal Party back to somewhere near the sensible centre to try and ensure that the Liberal Party acts in a somewhat responsible way. But it is members like those opposite who are very, very happy to undermine her and ignore that and ignore the advice of our national security advisors, just like they did last term, to continue on with their culture wars and continue on with their divisive politics. And in terms of the Home Affairs Department, I mean, the member for Canning also spoke about the prescription of terrorist organisations. Well, for the very first time, there were some significant prescriptions of terrorist organisations under us. There were a number of terrorist organisations prescribed, including for the very first time far-right organisations that were entrenched in neo-Nazi ideology. Important recognition by the government of organisations that frankly have no place in Australia. So that work continued. We work in a collaborative and bipartisan way, seeking to heed the advice of our intelligence officers and our security officers. And I would just say to the opposition, less time with culture wars and conference motions and more times actually giving your leader the space that she needs in order to bring the party back to the sensible centre. Otherwise, enjoy the fringes of politics where you currently are and where you'll stay for a long time otherwise.
I thank the member. Before I call the next member, I'll just remind everyone in the chamber, I know we're all very excited to be back in the Federation Chamber, but can we please remember under standing orders to refer to other members by their name as far as by their electorate name and not their personal name. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Durack.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise today to second the motion moved by the member for Canning, which makes very clear that this Albanese Labor government has the complete wrong instincts when it comes to the Home Affairs portfolio and our national security. When Labor was elected in 2022, one of their first decisions was to begin to dismantle the Home Affairs portfolio. They did so by removing the Australian Federal Police, the Financial Crimes Regulator, AUSTRAC, and the Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission from Home Affairs. 2024, the Prime Minister went further, transferring Australia's domestic spy agency, ASIO, out of the Home Affairs to the Attorney-General's Department. The PM, well, he defended this shift, saying that ASIO needed to be in the same place as the AFP. Of course, there was no admission that he was responsible for separating the two agencies. It's noteworthy that these changes were not taken to the 2022 election, but had consistently been on Labor's wish list. As we know, they've always been uncomfortable with the Coalition's strong national security agenda. Now, fast forward to today, and the Attorney-General, well, he's been marched to the backbench, and Labor have backtracked on their changes, now bringing ASIO, the AFP and AUSTRAC back into Home Affairs. Common sense has finally prevailed. And why? Well, because according to the Prime Minister, there were issues that arose out of information sharing during the Gerald caravan incident. This is a damning admission by the Prime Minister, acknowledging that the national security changes he introduced by dismantling the Home Affairs failed when it mattered most. While the caravan incident turned out to be a hoax, the outcome could have been catastrophic if it had been real, and the system had still failed. Now, this wasn't the only issue with the new arrangements. Previously, the listing of a terrorist organisation was known, it was a straightforward process, but in Labor's first term, this became convoluted. The new process created a back-and-forth loop between the Attorney-General and the Home Affairs departments, blowing out time required for a decision to be made. In one instance, the Minister for Home Affairs was left out completely of a terrorist relisting entirely. Hopeless, absolutely hopeless. These issues should not have been a surprise to the government, and they should apologise. When we first established the Home Affairs Department in 2017, it was designed so all the intelligence and security agencies would fall within a single department and responsible to a single minister. Sounds like common sense, I'd say. And that's why we committed to restoring the integrity of the Home Affairs portfolio before the last election, unlike those opposite who made no such commitment. Unfortunately, this is not the only example of Labor's failure regarding structures protecting our national security. You only have to look back at the nonsensical changes to the composition of the National Security Committee of Cabinet. Under the Coalition, Australia's domestic and foreign intelligence agencies both served as permanent members, as you would expect. But to add insult to injury, those intelligence agencies were replaced by the Minister for Climate Change, Mr Chris Bowen. Can anyone really argue that Minister Bowen has better insights into our security challenges than the heads of our intelligence agencies? Honestly, this is just nonsense. Those opposite, unfortunately, suffer from a general predisposition to oppose the Coalition's initiatives before realising we were right all along and having to backtrack. As the Shadow Minister for Cybersecurity, an obvious example for me was the initial criticism from Minister O'Neill calling our SOCI reforms, and I quote, bloody useless, end quote, before then going on to say other countries asked her how they would construct something similar. Not so useless, it would seem, Madam Deputy Speaker. This trend goes back a long time, with the most notable example probably the Rudd and Gillard's government's rejection of offshore processing, which culminated in 50,000 illegal arrivals by boat and over 1,000 deaths at sea. Our government, under the leadership of former Prime Ministers Abbott and Morrison as the relevant minister, cleaned up this mess successfully with Operation Sovereign Borders. We on this side, we understand that the #1 priority of government is to keep our citizens safe. And we are not afraid to make the tough decisions that are required or to invest properly in our defence and national security infrastructure. We hope this government takes national security seriously.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to. I'll call the member for Robertson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And can I firstly thank the member for Canning for bringing on this motion here today. And I listened politely, I listened very patiently to the member's contribution and that of others on home affairs and national security. And while I appreciate that he was trying to paint himself as the lone sentry at the gates and sounding the alarm while the rest of us are asleep, the problem is that when the member for Canning was in government, it wasn't just the gates that were left open, it was the entire border of sound governance. Let's not forget here today that this is the same member, part of a coalition government, who sat silently while cybersecurity infrastructure was let to rot, while visa backlogs, they just blew out, and home affairs became less about keeping Australians safe and more about keeping coalition headlines alive. The member for Canning talks about national security and keeping Australians safe, but he fails to mention the decade-long threat posed by his own side incompetence. We had the chaos of revolving ministers, we had the secrecy of opaque contracts and the brilliance of outsourcing everything but responsibility. And frankly, the member for Canning speaking about national security is like the fox lecturing the hen house on perimeter fencing. It's bold, it's theatrical, but ultimately it is not credible. The adults are back in charge now, member for Canning, and we're not here to play dress-up. We're here to govern, and under Labor, home affairs is no longer a political vanity project. It is a functioning portfolio that protects Australia and plans for the future. So, to the member for Canning, enjoy the speeches, enjoy the stunts, but leave the serious security work to those of us on this side of the chamber who are actually doing the job. Now, in an increasingly complex and volatile world, marked by geopolitical instability, evolving cyber threats and global crime networks, Australians need a government they can trust to protect them, a government that acts with integrity, with foresight and with responsibility. And under Labor, national security is not just a slogan, it is a serious responsibility. And we back that responsibility with real investment, with robust oversight and with an unwavering commitment to keep Australians safe. So let's look at some of the facts, Deputy Speaker. The Albanese Labor government has strengthened our national security architecture through strategic investment in cybersecurity, in intelligence capability and in border security. Through the Home Affairs portfolio, we have restored integrity and coordination across our key agencies in the intelligence community, the Australian Federal Police and Border Force, ensuring that they are equipped to respond to 21st century threats. Cybersecurity in particular has become the new front line of national defence, and Labor is leading the way with our comprehensive nation-building plan to make Australia a world leader in cyber resilience. After a decade of neglect, after a decade of fragmentation under the former coalition government, Labor has provided clear leadership, working with industry to lift standards and defend against malicious attacks. And we are also acting on the less visible but equally vital front lines of extremism, foreign interference and organised crime. And under the Minister's leadership, the Department of Home Affairs has sharpened its focus on domestic violent extremism and strengthened counter-terrorism coordination while investing in programs to build community cohesion and resilience. But let's not forget, national security must be balanced with democratic values, and only Labor strikes that balance, protecting Australians while upholding the freedoms and rights that define our democracy. We do not politicise intelligence, we do not scapegoat communities, and we do not outsource responsibility. Compare that to the coalition, and under their watch, Home Affairs became a bloated, politicised and reactive department. Security agencies were thrown into turf wars, cybersecurity preparedness slipped, and immigration processing descended into dysfunction. Time and time again, they treated security like a political football, chasing headlines rather than solutions. The coalition talks tough, Labor acts smart. We believe that security is not built on slogans but with strategy, not with fear but with facts, and not by division but through unity and competence. Deputy Speaker, I commend the work of the Albanese Labor government on the Home Affairs portfolio and reaffirm that only Labor can be trusted to safeguard our future. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I've got a little tip for the member for Robertson. Before he comes in here and starts disparaging the member for Canning, have a look at the member for Canning's biography. Have a look at what the member for Canning has achieved in his political career, but before that, his military career. And don't you ever, member for Robertson, come in here and denounce the member for Canning. He has been one of the finest Australians as far as his military career is concerned, and don't ever spend 2 minutes, the first 2 minutes of your 5-minute contribution denouncing the member for Canning, because that is just not the right thing to do. He is a fine veteran and he is somebody who I think will make a great shadow Minister for Home Affairs. Pardon me? Well, you know, I just can't believe he just spent 2 minutes playing the man rather than arguing the policy position which has been put forward in this private member's motion by the member for Canning, because it is important. And home security, the Home Affairs Department, the Home Affairs portfolio is too critical to get wrong. And what we have seen under this Labor government is an erosion of the Home Affairs portfolio. And if ever national security was being played as something of a game, was when we outsourced as a nation the national security to a Virgin pilot who realised and alerted our authorities to the fact that there were live firing exercises off the Australian coast. Now, if that isn't bad enough, what we're seeing on the diplomatic stage at the moment is nothing short of an embarrassment. It truly is. And what we're seeing is a dismantling of the Home Affairs portfolio, department, and a watering down of this. And it's simply not good enough that when the Shadow Minister puts up a very serious topic for discussion for the home of democracy, that we find a member sent in here with his talking points and spends the first 2 minutes playing the man, rubbishing somebody who has so much credo so much credibility in this area. It's almost just embarrassing to listen to him. Now, the machinery of government changes were never put to the Australian people. And this is what we are seeing time and again with this Labor government. We're seeing ministers letting the department run the show rather than the other way around. We've just seen it last week with the beef situation. And what we're seeing here, unfortunately, is the government then watering down what is a very important portfolio area, a very important department. And we saw in the Dural caravan situation, we've seen it with the live firing exercises off our coast. National security, if we listen to the Minister for Defence, the member for Cryo, is at a critical juncture. And what we are seeing is the government not taking it seriously enough. And this is just another example of this. Take, for instance, the listing of a terrorist organisation. Now, this was a straightforward process under the previous government. The previous government, which for 10 years placed the national security interests of citizens first and foremost, as you would expect a good government to do. And we were a good government, make no mistake. The member for Robertson can come here after that government was completed, and he can get his talking points from the Labor Dirt Unit, and he can spruik all he likes about what we did or what we didn't do. But facts matter. Facts are important. And what he just spruiked then was certainly not based on facts. Now, unfortunately, on this Prime Minister's watch, the listing of a terrorist organisation has now become sluggish, it's become convoluted. The new process required the Attorney Generals and Home Affairs departments to go backwards and forwards with advice and take submissions between each other and their ministers. And as a consequence, the time for ministerial consideration of a terrorism listing has blown out. That's just one example. That's just one example. But the member for Canning is right. The member for Canning has experience in this regard, and the rubber is starting to hit the road. And what we are seeing is a complete devolution of the and dilution of the Home Affairs portfolio, and it's simply not good enough.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Blair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I get that the Shadow Minister for Home Affairs wants to make a splash in his new portfolio, and I know he's ambitious, particularly for his leader, but this motion is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, he went through a history of the creation of the Department of Home Affairs, and it claimed that what we were doing was factional and party political. He was elected in 2015 after a distinguished military career, but in 2017, and all the way up from the time he was elected, all the way up to the creation of the Department of Home Affairs 2017, you had George Brandis from the Liberal Party, the Liberal wing of the Liberal Party, the Attorney General, fighting against the Department of Home Affairs creation concept, led by the arch-conservatives, the then Minister for Immigration and Border Protection, Peter Dutton, the member for Dixon, fighting in the front page of the national media, and they did press conferences about it. It was just totally ridiculous. Don't accuse us of paying factional and party political. Well, you saw the LNP Queensland branch, Liberal and Conservative wings, on full display on the creation of the Department of Home Affairs. And let me tell you, there's 27,000 people left on temporary protection visas and chefs, languishing all the way through under the Department of Home Affairs. Now, remember that figure, because there's another 27,000 figure. It's 27,931 people who claimed in 2018, in the year of the creation of the Department of Home Affairs, they asked for protection visas when they arrived here by planes. So they're tough on boats but weak on planes. They were very gentle on the applications for visas for nannies, for Liberal Party mates. Very gentle. But very, very gracious and charitable for contracts for people who happen to have connections in relation to this issue, and were criticised uphill and down dale by the Auditor General when their administration of the Department of Home Affairs. And you only have to look at it, some of the toughest language you've ever seen from the Auditor General in relation to it. So, you know, what we've done here is machinery of government changes, and all governments do this. It's routine. It's important for better coordination and communication and sharing of information for national security agencies and department. Now, under the previous government, You only had to see survey after survey in the Department of Home Affairs to see morale was worse in the Department of Home Affairs than in any other department in the Commonwealth Government. So you had speaker after speaker on the Liberal and National parties here giving us lectures when their own department, you know, the public servants, were so critical for their administration. Now, our Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, member for Green, has been upfront about the fact that this change is partly as a result of the need for better sharing of information as a result of the Dural caravan incident. And we're going to make sure and learn from that experience. We make no apologies for the necessary steps that we've undertaken to make sure Australia is safe. Now, we're not engaging in, party political and factional tug-of-war circa 2016, 17, 18, as we saw under the coalition. This is a deliberate and considered move. It's about prioritising national security. And it's not surprising that a number of national security experts have backed it in, including Professor of International Security and Intelligence Studies at the Australian National University, John Blaxland. And, AUSP's backed it in. John Coyne and James Carrera have backed it in from the Australian Strategic Policy Institute, AUSP, who, not an affiliated body to the Australian Labor Party, I can tell you, have praised the decision in an article on AUSP's the Strategist website. So what we've done has got the support of security intelligence experts, and those opposite are criticising us about it. So they wrote on that website that the institutional integration, for example, brings ASIO and the AFP under one minister alongside cyber, immigration and citizenship, and will allow for better coordination between the national security operations and strategic policy making. Now, how about you listen to the experts? In areas of science, they don't want to listen to the experts. In areas of education, they want to listen to the experts. In areas of international and strategic and national security, the Liberal and National parties don't want to listen to the experts. It's this anti-intellectualism. Go back to Robert Menzies. This is the bloke that created universities in large part and expanded. The party of Menzies is no longer.
Thank you. I call the member for Fisher.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker. They say that a country that doesn't prioritise national security does so at its own peril, and of course nothing could be further from the truth than this government. In the previous Parliament, under the so-called stewardship of the then Attorney-General, this government gutted Home Affairs because this government does not believe in national security. That much is very, very clear. In the last Parliament, I had the privilege of being the Deputy Chair of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, a very important committee. Some would say I'd be one of them. It's the most important committee in this place. Why? Because it deals with the national security of our nation. But when you look at the internal, factional tug of war that went on in the last government, in the last Albanese government, we saw, as I said, Home Affairs being gutted in some sort of power grab, some sort of institutional power grab by the then former Attorney-General. But we saw that this just absolutely failed. It failed, and I was watching this train wreck unfold. When we were in government, when a terrorist organisation or an organisation that was going to be considered to be a listed terrorist organisation, when we were in government, that was done in a matter of a few short days. But because under this lot, under Labor, because of the gutting that they did of the Home Affairs Department, we saw information ping-ponging between the Attorney-General and the Home Affairs Minister. Information went missing or information wasn't being attended to by various ministers, and it was taking up to 60 days to list an organisation as a listed terrorist organisation. When we were in government, we would do it in 2 or 3. Results speak for themselves. And a government that does not prioritise national security puts 27 million Australians at risk. Now, I know, having served on that committee, just how disinterested this government is in relation to national security. I'll give you another example. In the last Parliament, the PJCIS was not formed for weeks after the Parliament recommenced. Weeks and weeks went by. And I hope that that is not repeated again in this Parliament. It's been 3 months since this government won power again. Okay, we're in our second week of sitting, so I'll give them some leeway, but let's wait and see how long it takes this government to prioritise the formulation or formation of the most important committee in this place. And bearing in mind, it is the Prime Minister. It is the Prime Minister that chooses who sits on that committee, in consultation with the Leader of the Opposition. But it's the Prime Minister who chooses that. So, Prime Minister, get your skates on. We need to ensure that the PJCIS is formed as quickly as possible. Now, we have seen instance after instance in the last Parliament of where this government has failed to prioritise the national security of Australians. We've seen the NZYQ case. We've seen circumnavigation of Australia by the People's Liberation Army Navy, but apparently that's all fine, nothing to see here. We continue to see mixed messages by this government. I don't know whether the Defence Minister actually talks with their Foreign Minister, but the Defence Minister acknowledges that we're in the most geopolitically unstable period since 1945, but apparently there's nothing to see here because we're all friends with the CCP again, and we'd all like to go and spend 6 days in China like the Prime Minister just did.
Thank you. The time allotted for this debate has expired.
Private members' business, notice number 2, Medicare.
Call the member for Lawler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to Medicare in the terms in which it appears in the notice paper. Thank you, Speaker. It is an absolute pleasure to stand to make my first contribution to our new Parliament and to make it about Medicare, to move a motion that celebrates that Labor being returned to government will act to strengthen Medicare. And we will do that, the same as we did in the last Parliament. When we came to government in 2022, it had never been harder or more expensive to find a doctor. Bulk billing was in free fall after a decade of cuts and neglects to Medicare. That's why strengthening Medicare was a key focus of our election platform. And as a Member of Parliament who was here during the decade of cuts and neglect, let me tell you how important this is. I was here in the 2014 budget was put in by the previous government with its GP tax, a co-payment initiated by law would have been. I was here and worked with members of the public, members of my own community, to march in the streets of Melbourne to push back on that policy, to push back on that then Minister for Health, the member for Dixon, then Peter Dutton, and his plans. But they were not deterred when the public saw that off. They then built in, by regulation, to freeze the indexation for the Medicare repayments, which in effect led to doctor upon doctor, centre upon centre, to introduce a co-payment of their own to seek fair payment for the services of our GPs in our areas. The opposition now needs still to learn that lesson well, that if you want to talk about what's pivotal to 27 million Australians, our universal health care system is pivotal to the safety, to the health of the 27 million Australians. It is absolutely pivotal. Medicare, being able to see a GP without your credit card, without getting money from the bank, but the ability to walk in and see a GP, to have your preventative health measures cared for by a general practitioner in your own community is fundamental to what Australians believe their healthcare system should provide. It is fundamental. Our universal healthcare is fundamental for most Australians as something that they want to see. They want to see to ensure that it stays as part of our health system. And of course, there's lots of reasons why, but the most important reason is that preventative health saves government dollars in the longer term, saves the amount we have to spend on hospitals, saves the amount we have to spend on chronic conditions. It means that Australians are walking around healthier if they've got a preventative health system in place for them. It means early detection of chronic diseases. We've run these arguments a million times, and now, in a second-term government, we get to deliver $8.5 billion for more bulk bill GP visits each year, hundreds of nursing scholarships and thousands more doctors. And I just want to make the point in my community, one of the things that the previous government did was they ripped us off the distribution priority area listings. And it had been a fundamental thing in my community where overseas doctors had come and done out-of-hours care in my community and gotten themselves their Australian licences in doing so. When this was ripped away, when my local GP clinics could no longer do that, not only did our hours of offering to see a GP shrink back to business hours, so we lost our longer hours, and in a community where people are getting home from work on public transports at 6 o'clock and leaving in the morning at 6 o'clock, those long hours are really, really important. Not only did those hours shrink back, but in my community, we lost 30% of our GPs. 30% in a 12-month period dropped. We've put the DPA back in our last term of government, and those numbers are lifting again. And we're really proud to be part of a community where international doctors are receiving their training and getting their qualifications. We're really proud of that in our community. Our community has seen some of those doctors put down deep, deep roots, build new centres. Universal healthcare, that's what it's about, and those opposite need to acknowledge it.
Thank you. I call on a seconder for the motion.
I second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you very much. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I thank the member for Laylaw for the opportunity to speak on this very important issue. As a former doctor and a medical researcher, health is very close to my heart, and it is one of the most important issues in the electorate of Kooyong. At the last federal election, both of the major parties offered an extra $7.9 billion in funding to Medicare to boost bulk billing rates. Now, $7.9 billion is a lot of money. I wholeheartedly support the concept of universal health care. I support Medicare and I support bulk billing. But throwing more money at the system without addressing its structural issues simply is not going to ensure that all Australians can see a GP without paying out of pocket. Last financial year, 77% of GP services in this country were bulk billed. A metropolitan GP who bulk bills every patient earns about $50,000 a year less than someone who undertakes bulk billing, mixed billing. That's a big gap, especially if you factor in rising overheads, staff wages and the complexity of care. The government's new bulk billing practice incentive program offers a 12.5% quarterly bonus for practices that bulk bill all of their patients. But more than 90% of GPs are telling us that even with this incentive, exclusive bulk billing may not cover their rising operational costs. The fact is that both the current and the proposed bulk billing models incentivise shorter appointments. Essentially, they promote 6-minute medicine. The longer the consult, the worse the remuneration under Medicare is. This disadvantages those GPs who are undertaking important chronic disease management, those people who specialise in women's health or in mental health. In rural areas, practices face a number of additional challenges, which include workforce shortages, geographic isolation and fewer resources. At the same time, Deputy Speaker, we're facing a growing shortage of GPs, especially in rural and outer suburban areas. Young doctors are choosing other specialties because general practice is undervalued and under-supported. If we don't make general practice a viable, respected career path for young doctors, no amount of funding is going to ensure access to bulk billing. We have to give GP trainees the same pay and conditions as young doctors who are training in hospitals, and we have to create more GP training positions. Deputy Speaker, Medicare is just one piece of our healthcare puzzle. We have a situation where we have fragmented and disconnected services and a lack of coordination between primary care, hospitals and allied healthcare. Our public hospitals are overfull. Their infrastructure has not kept pace with population growth and with ageing demographics. They're facing a dual crisis of increasing demand but decreasing productivity. Hundreds of thousands of Australians are currently waiting for planned surgeries. More than 1/3 of people wait longer than recommended times for essential procedures like heart valve replacements. We have a situation where ambulance ramping remains a critical issue. Lives are being lost in ambulances because we can't get people through the doors of our hospitals. The government's new urgent care clinics aim to provide free walk-in care for non-life-threatening conditions. Theoretically, that should ease pressure on emergency departments, and that is a worthy aim. Already, over 1.2 million Australians have accessed urgent care clinics, but there are legitimate concerns about them. They strain the already limited GP workforce, they divert funding from existing practices, and they potentially, consistently, plausibly undermine continuity of care. The Albanese government has already spent $1.3 billion on urgent care clinics without any significant evaluation of their outcomes or their cost effectiveness. Deputy Speaker, the government is investing billions to expand bulk billing incentives, but we needed to also to address GP remuneration and training numbers, practice sustainability, hospital capacity and workforce retention. We need real reform of our healthcare system. We have to invest in digital health, in integrated care and in preventative services. We need to simplify Medicare. We need to introduce item numbers that reflect the realities of modern medicine. We need to pay doctors for providing the very best practice care, not just for seeing patients quickly. Investment in healthcare is the very best investment that we can make as a country. I urge the government to stay the course and to make that investment wisely.
Thank you very much. And I call the member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Firstly, I'd like to thank the member for Layla for moving this motion. She understands, and the Albanese government understands, that a strong Medicare isn't just about better health outcomes, although this is essential. It's also about easing household budgets. Urgent care clinics are doing exactly that, providing free, timely, high-quality care to many thousands of Australians when and where they need it most. Over 1.5 million patients have already walked in the door of an urgent care clinic and received the free urgent care they need, instead of waiting hours in a busy hospital emergency department. These clinics are filling the gaps between GPs and hospital emergency departments and are a key part of the Albanese government's efforts to make healthcare more accessible and affordable. Locals in my electorate of Corangamite recognise this, and on May 3 they voted for a new urgent care clinic in Torquay. The Torquay clinic will mean more access to health care on the doorstep of communities right along the Surf Coast. It also builds on the work of the urgent care clinic in Belmont, near Geelong, and the 87 clinics our government has already rolled out across the nation. These clinics are part of a much broader commitment to strengthen Medicare. This commitment now includes mental health hubs, which we are also rolling out across the nation. We will soon roll out one of these hubs in my fast-growing electorate in Torquay. Deputy Speaker, the Albanese government is making the single largest investment in Medicare since its creation over 40 years ago, $8.5 billion to deliver more bulk bill GP visits each year, hundreds of nursing scholarships and thousands more doctors. Australian patients and families will save hundreds of dollars a year in out-of-pocket costs. It will boost the number of fully bulk billed practices to around 4,800 nationally. triple the current number of practices. Deputy Speaker, we're also strengthening the pharmaceutical benefit scheme. From January next year, general patients will pay no more than $25 for their medication. This is another key cost of living measure that will continue to put downward pressure on inflation. It was Labor which created the PBS. We recognise the important role it plays in delivering much needed access to medications, particularly for women. And that's why we have listed Prometrium, Estrogel and Estrogel Pro on the PBS. This move is directly benefiting countless women across my electorate. Trish from Ocean Grove said the following. Last year, a bone density test revealed I am osteopenic, meaning I'm at risk of developing osteoporosis. My GP has me smearing estrogel on my upper arm each morning to hopefully improve my bone density, or at least stop it getting worse. At my last appointment with my doctor, my GP said, "Good news, estrogel's now on the PBS." Trish went on to say that Labor understands reducing falls and fractures in postmenopausal women is not just about showing compassion, it's recognition of the unique challenges faced by women. Deputy Speaker, that's the power of a strong, enduring PBS. We understand that a strong PBS and a strong Medicare means more Australians with challenging health conditions are cared for. But more than that, it also shows that their government hears them and that we are here to support them. That's why we're backing in the PBS, and it's why we're strengthening Medicare. And this government's work is delivering for Australians. In 2023, we tripled the bulk billing incentive. As a result, more than 9 from 10 visits to a GP were free for people eligible for the incentive. And since we've tripled the investment, we've seen a turnaround in bulk billing, a national increase of 3.2 percentage points in June 25 and more than 6.5 million additional bulk billed visits. In closing, Deputy Speaker, the Albanese government understands Medicare is at the heart of people's lives. Medicare is a promise that no one will be held back and nobody left behind. And that's why I'm so proud that we support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call the member for Fisher.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I want to thank the member for Lawler for giving me the opportunity to stand up and talk about Labor's failings when it comes to Medicare. Now, it's really important that we have a little bit of reality here versus the rhetoric. Now, everyone would remember that the Prime Minister during the campaign stood up and talked about, all you'll need is one of these, all you'll need is one of these. What he didn't tell you about is that you're also going to need one of these, which is your credit card. Because Australians across this country who are trying to see a doctor, that is not enough. That is not enough for them. I'll come to some of the stats in a moment, but it's very, very clear that Australians have been sold a pup when it comes to Medicare. They wanted to give this government the benefit of the doubt, but I tell you what, over the next 3 years, Australians will be getting buyer's remorse about this government because they'll realise that you need this more than you need this with this government. Let's look at the facts. Under Labor, GP bulk billing has plummeted from 88% to just 77%. That is an 11-point drop. Last year alone, 40 million fewer GP visits were bulk billed. Patients are now paying 45% more out of pocket to see a doctor. That's if they can see a doctor. On the Sunshine Coast, I had to actually, hello Dr Andrew, I saw you recently, but I had to book 2 weeks in advance. He's such a good doctor, my GP, he's always booked out. But there are so many Australians who face the same situation that they can't get in to see their GPs, but when they do, they pay for it with their credit cards and their Medicare cards. Now, the problem with this is that over 1.5 million Australians avoided seeing their GP last year because they simply could not afford it. The RACGP, their own survey, have demonstrated that the government's push for urgent care clinics are going to make the staffing shortages of GPs even worse. Madam Deputy Speaker, when we were in government, Medicare funding rose every single year. In 2012-13, it was $18.6 billion. And now, in 2021 to 2022, it was $30 billion. And yet the Labor Party, when they were in opposition, continued to talk about how we cut funding from Medicare. Now, how you can go from 18.6 to 30 billion in a little under a decade and call that a cut, well, that's the Labor Party's economic team in their fine form. In our final year, 167.2 million free GP services were delivered, 61 million more than Labor's last year in office. Now, in relation to mental health is something that I'm very, very passionate about, I've always been very passionate about. But this government's track record on mental health is just as grim. They cut Medicare funding for mental health sessions in half. It was one of the first things that this government did when they won in 2022. It's impacted 372,000 vulnerable Australians. They ignored the expert advice. The Health Minister ignored the expert advice from a panel that he engaged to look into this. They said keep them. They cut them in half from 20 down to 10. Access to Medicare-supported mental health care is now at a 10-year low. Shame on this government. Labor abolished the National Mental Health Commission, and the chair of the Mental Health Australia resigned in protest after the PM repeatedly refused to meet with him. Labor's record on healthcare is clear. They are big on promises. They're always big on promises. They're always poor on performance. They'll promise you the world. They'll give you an atlas. The Coalition will continue to fight for a healthcare system where your access to a doctor doesn't depend on your bank balance.
Thank you very much, and I remind members to refrain from the use of props, and I call the member for Gilmore.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, almost 17,000 people have walked through the doors of the Batemans Bay Medicare Urgent Care Clinic since the doors opened in December 2023. People like Nikita, who has taken her sick kids to the clinic many times, where they received care and went home without having to wait around for hours in the emergency department. And people like Sonia from Malua Bay, who said the clinic has provided convenient care of her family, including her 3 grandchildren who live with her. Nikita, Sonia and thousands more like them, including local residents and many visitors to Batemans Bay, have walked into the Medicare Urgent Care Clinic and have seen a doctor without having to get out their credit cards, just their Medicare card. Batemans Bay is a growing region and the population swells during the summer months as visitors flock to the seaside retreat, which is why I'm so thrilled that the Albanese Labor government will be extending the opening hours of the Batemans Bay Urgent Care Clinic. Locals and visitors will be able to walk into the clinic from 6 a.m. till midnight, 7 days a week, and receive urgent but non-life-threatening care with just their Medicare card. I'm so proud that the Batemans Bay Clinic will soon have the longest opening hours of any Medicare urgent care clinic in the country. Deputy Speaker, the community response to the Batemans Bay Medicare Urgent Care Clinic has been nothing short of incredible. The clinic has taken pressure off the emergency department and local medical centres. Families with young children, injured sports people and many of our older residents have walked in, received care and gone home without waiting hours at local hospitals and clogging up the ED. It has been life-changing. In fact, people right across my electorate of Gilmore on the New South Wales South Coast have seen how great the Batemans Bay UCC is that they have been calling for a second clinic in the north of the electorate. And I'm so thrilled that after launching a community petition, Gilmore will, in fact, be getting a second Medicare urgent care clinic. Shoalhaven residents have been crying out for a clinic to take pressure off the very busy Shoalhaven Hospital, where people have told me wait times at the ED can be 4 to 6 hours for non-life-threatening care. The new Medicare Urgent Care Clinic in Nowra will service a huge area, including Berry, Bomaderry and Shoalhaven Heads to the north, and Jervis Bay, St George's Basin and Sussex Inlet to the south. When the doors open, people will be able to walk in and receive health care, you guessed it, with just their Medicare card. This government's commitment to strengthening Medicare will have a profound impact on the lives of people living in and visiting my electorate. Not only will we have expanded hours at the Batemans Bay Medicare Urgent Care Clinic and a brand new Medicare Urgent Care Clinic at Nowra, this government is also expanding mental health services. The recently opened Nowra Mental Health Hub will be upgraded to a full Medicare mental health centre to provide free access to psychiatrists and psychologists either on-site or on call. There has been a massive need for additional adult mental health support around Nowra, and I'm so proud to be delivering that service for my community. The expanded Nowra Medicare Mental Health Centre is in addition to the walk-in adult Medicare mental health service that opened in Moruya last year, which is providing a vital service for people in the south of the electorate. Our young people have not been forgotten, with the Albanese Labor government opening Kiama Headspace, which is providing life-changing support for local families. I'm really pleased that this government is helping so many women way beyond the boundaries of Gilmore, thanks to the hugely successful Southeastern Endometriosis and Pelvic Pain Clinic in Milton. With 1 in 9 women living with endometriosis, it's really essential that they receive good support and a timely diagnosis, and even better, that they can access help close to home. I've spoken to many local women and mums who have welcomed Labor's $790 million women's health package, which will bring more choice, lower costs and better health care for women of all ages right around the country. We promised we would get on with strengthening Medicare, with more bulk billing, training more doctors and nurses, opening urgent care clinics and, of course, making medicines even cheaper. And that's what we are doing.
Thank you very much. And I call the member for Fowler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Layla's motion to strengthen Medicare, I welcome the investment being made. I want to make sure that my community's voice is heard and not left behind. Yes, Medicare is being strengthened. Yes, we've seen commitment to bulk billing, urgent care clinics, hospital funding, and improvements for women's health and diagnostics. And I do thank the government for listening to my community's advocacy and committing $80 million to Fairfield Hospital during the recent May election, a much-needed help, and one that I know that the opposition also wanted to match. But for my community, these efforts are only beginning, because on the ground in southwest Sydney, Medicare is not working as it should, and my electorate of Fowler is one of the hardest hit. Families in Fowler are telling me they can't find a bulk billing clinic, and when they do, appointments are booked out for weeks. Many are forced to pay an average of $42 out of pocket per visit, a cost they can not simply afford. We have some of the lowest GP to population ratios in the country. Practices are struggling to recruit doctors, and many of the GPs currently serving our community are nearing retirement, with not enough younger doctors coming in to replace them. Medical professionals are choosing to work in other parts of Sydney, where they can charge more and sustain their practices more easily. Meanwhile, our population continues to grow rapidly. Speaker, these aren't just statistics. These are everyday struggles for people in my community. For many families in Fowler, the choice is between seeing a doctor and putting food on the table. The median income in Fowler is 35% lower than the national average, and nearly 80% residents speak a language other than English at home. That diversity is our strength, but it also creates barriers in health access. Language differences can lead to misdiagnosis and delays. Cultural misunderstandings can discourage people from seeking help, especially for mental health. And many of our residents have come from backgrounds of trauma, displacement, and upheaval. They carry not just physical illness, but deep emotional burdens that require culturally informed care. So when we talk about strengthening Medicare, I say this must mean meeting people where they are. That's why I call on the government to go further. Firstly, match the New South Wales Labor government's $550 million commitment to pay for hospital. Our local hospital is chronically underfunded and overstretched. A one-off injections of $80 million is helpful, but it doesn't reflect the level of need in one of the most disadvantaged regions in the country. Secondly, invest in recruiting and retaining GPs in southwestern and Western Sydney. And here we don't need to reinvent the wheel. The government already uses the modified Monash model, or Triple M as I call it, to classify and support rural and remote communities. Through the Workforce Incentive Program, doctors and practices in Triple M 3 to 7 areas receive location-based payments, rural loadings and support for hiring nurses, midwives and allied health staff. These programs have been successful in improving health access in regional areas. So I say, let's replicate this model in urban areas like Fowler, where healthcare access is just as urgent. Because the needs in Fairfield and Liverpool are vastly different to those in Fairlight or Linfield, and our policies must reflect that reality. And finally, we need a multicultural healthcare centre in Fowler, a one-stop shop with bilingual staff and interpreters, culturally tailored mental health care, because, Speaker, in many CALD communities, mental health is understood very differently from the mainstream. And we need outreach programs that generally connect with people's lived experience. This is not just about better health, it's about equity, dignity and inclusion. Speaker, if we're serious about strengthening Medicare, then we must look beyond national averages and focus on communities like mine, where the gap between need and access is growing wider every day. Let's not leave places like Fowler behind. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. And I call the member for Newcastle.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I rise today in support of this motion moved by my dear friend and colleague, the Chief Government Whip, the member for Lawler, supporting both her motion and Labor's determination to strengthen Medicare. Because no matter your age, no matter your income, no matter who you are or where you come from, all Australians deserve quality, affordable healthcare. And the Australian people, they value Medicare, and so does Labor. We always have and always will. And that's why the Albanese Labor government has made record investments into strengthening Medicare since coming into office in 2022. The Liberals left Medicare in a mess. They had bulk billing in a rapid decline. They slashed funding. They froze rebates. And Novocastrians told me just how hard it was to find a GP, let alone one that bulk billed their patients. But in the last term of Parliament, the Albanese Labor government did what Labor governments do best. We made record investments into Medicare to help stop that bulk billing freefall. We lifted the 6-year freeze on Medicare rebates, and we reinstated funding to Newcastle's GP Access After Hours service to take the pressure off emergency departments and help ensure access to bulk billing GPs. We rolled out 87 urgent care clinics across the country, ensuring that when Australians need their healthcare most, they can get it free of charge. But that's not all. From 1 July this year, we boosted hospital funding by $1.8 billion. And we've made more contraceptives, endometriosis treatments and IVF therapies accessible and affordable for women across Australia, and we expanded access to Medicare-funded MRI scans. But we're not finished. We have committed to the single largest ever investment in Medicare to deliver more bulk billing services. We're opening an additional 50 urgent care clinics on top of the existing 87, and we're cutting the maximum cost of PBS medicines to just $25. We're investing $662 million in a workforce package that will expand the largest GP training program in Australian history, funding 2,000 new GP trainees every year. And on top of this, all Australians will soon be able to access free 24-hour telehealth services with the launch of 1-800-Medicare. That might seem a lot, because it is, but we know that investing in Medicare makes a real difference to the lives of all Australians, so we make no apology for our ambitious plans for a stronger Medicare. Novocastrians have certainly been making use of Labor's urgent care clinic, and my office has received a lot of positive feedback from people who've used the clinic up at Charlestown. 80-year-old Colleen got my community information magnet in the mail with details about the urgent care clinic and the GP access after hours service. She stuck it on the fridge and thought she'd never have to use it. But shortly afterwards, she fell and injured her knee, and luckily she was able to grab that magnet off the fridge and she got the health care she needed. She told me that the service, the staff and the treatment were fantastic, and most importantly, it was all bulk billed. After attending Labor's urgent Medicare clinic at Charlestown, another constituent, Kevin, contacted my office with a very simple message, and he said, "Medicare just saved my life." Let that sink in, because Kevin attended the clinic with some abdominal issues, and his GP identified the problem, immediately called an ambulance, and Kevin underwent emergency surgery at the John Hunter Hospital shortly after, and as a result of that surgery, they discovered Kevin had bowel cancer, which is now being treated. And Kevin said that without the urgent care clinic, he wouldn't have known about his cancer, and that's what affordable, accessible healthcare does. It saves lives. But we're not finished. We've committed, as I said, to these additional funds, and it is really exciting to see some big work and investment into women's health. We are making sure that healthcare is equitable for women. I was at the University of Newcastle O Week recently. I can tell you young women are very excited to find out they can finally afford an IUD or access their preferred oral contraceptives like Yasmin and Slinda, thanks to Labor's investments. For the first time in 30 years, new oral contraceptives have been added to the PBS. Most of these young women weren't even born the last time a pill was added to that list. And women undergoing IVF, they're going to get the support they need. I just conclude by saying Labor created Medicare. We will always fight to protect and strengthen it. And in Australia, we know the only card you need for quality healthcare is your Medicare card.
Thank you. And the time allotted for this debate has expired.
Private members' business, notice number 3 for a motion in relation to victory in the Pacific Day.
Great. I call the member for Gippsland.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I move the motion relating to victory in the Pacific Day in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. Deputy Speaker, it is indeed an honour to move this motion in recognition of what I believe is the greatest generation of Australians. And the reason they were the greatest generation of Australians, Deputy Speaker, is they overcame incredible adversity and demonstrated the resilience that was needed to both survive and then to prosper. Keep in mind, Deputy Speaker, this generation of Australians was born in the aftermath of World War I. They grew up in the Depression, they fought for our freedom in World War II, they lost many of their mates, and then, after surviving that conflict, they went on to build the nation that we enjoy today. So 80 years ago, on the 15th of August 1945, Japan's surrender marked the official end of World War II in the Pacific. For Australia, this meant the end of the direct threat to our shores and the conclusion of a conflict that profoundly shaped our nation. Victory in the Pacific Day is not just a celebration of victory, but it is a solemn remembrance of sacrifice, service and resilience. Now, Deputy Speaker, we are so fortunate that some of the veterans from World War II still walk amongst us today. Undoubtedly, their ranks are thinning as each of them approaches or goes beyond their 100th birthday, but we are still honoured to have them with us today. Today, we remember them all, and we extend our gratitude to them and the families that supported them in their service. From the start of World War II, in September 1939, over 1 million Australians served across the Army, the Navy and the Air Force, and the Merchant Navy. By early 1942, Australia was no longer a distant observer of the war. The danger was at our doorstep. The fall of Singapore and the bombing of Darwin and Japanese submarines in Sydney Harbour all meant that our country was now at the forefront of the war. And on that note, Deputy Speaker, Australian school children should learn more about the bombing of Darwin. It was the first time the Australian mainland had been attacked by a foreign power, and the attackers were led by the same commander who led the Pearl Harbor assault just 10 weeks earlier. The first 2 Japanese air raids were the largest, but a sustained campaign actually followed, and there were more than 100 attacks on Darwin during 1942-43. As someone who studied Australian history at high school, I found out more in one visit to Darwin than I found out in my whole 6 years of studying history in my school. So the war in the Pacific was very much at our doorstep, and there's even maritime losses off the coast of East Gippsland during World War II. Now, Deputy Speaker, in response to those attacks, our country mobilised with determination and speed, and the Australian forces were redeployed from the Middle East and North Africa to defend our near region. Australia's strategic position meant our forces fought in key theatres of the war: Malaya, Singapore, Papua New Guinea, Borneo and the Pacific Islands. Of course, the Battle of Kokoda became a symbol of Australian determination and endurance. At Milne Bay, Australian troops were the first to decisively defeat Japanese forces on land. In Borneo, New Guinea, Bougainville and beyond, Australians fought in long and costly campaigns to drive the enemy back. The Navy played a crucial role escorting convoys, landing troops and fighting in key battles, including the Coral Sea, a turning point of the Pacific Theatre. The Royal Australian Air Force flew countless missions, providing vital air support across the region. Many of our airmen also served with distinction in Bomber Command over Europe, highlighting the truly global nature of their contribution. Deputy Speaker, it is sad to consider that almost 40,000 Australians died in World War II, and around 17,000 of those were in the Pacific. Thousands more were wounded and carried those injuries with them for the rest of their lives. Around 30,000 became prisoners of war, many in the most horrific conditions, including in the Thai-Burma Railway. Australia's involvement in the Pacific War helped forge a sense of national identity, one defined by courage, by mateship and by endurance. There is no question, Deputy Speaker, that this war reshaped Australia's international outlook, contributing to stronger ties with the United States and an evolving relationship with the Asia-Pacific region. Japan's surrender on the 15th of August 1945 was met with celebration across Australia, but also with solemn remembrance, remembering those who had fallen. The legacy of those who served is not only in the victories they achieved, but in the peace they secured and the freedoms that endure today. Their story, Deputy Speaker, is one of endurance, mateship, loyalty and courage under fire, and values that continue to shape our national identity. As we mark this 80th anniversary, we remember not just a military victory, but a national commitment that spanned across oceans and across generations. Let us continue to honour the fallen, support the living and ensure their stories are passed on for future generations to understand the freedoms we enjoy came at a very heavy price.
Thank you very much. And is there a seconder to the motion?
I second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. And I call the member for Robertson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I want to thank the member for Gippsland and the Shadow Minister for Veteran Affairs for bringing this very important motion forward today to mark Victory in the Pacific Day, a solemn but a proud day in Australia's national story. On the 15th of August 1945, guns fell silent across our vast Pacific, and the war came to an end. The conclusion of a brutal chapter, and one that profoundly shaped Australia's national identity into the future. For Australia, victory in the Pacific was not merely an end to conflict. It was the culmination of years of hardship, of sacrifice and unwavering resolve by the Australian people. Nearly 1 million Australians served in the Second World War, our Army, our Navy, our Air Force and our Merchant Navy. And tens of thousands never returned home from the Pacific Theatre. Many were sons, daughters, friends and family, ordinary Australians who answered an extraordinary call. And it has been one of the greatest honours of my life to care for those in our hospitals who were a part and who are a part of what is the greatest generation. The war, Deputy Speaker, came dangerously close to our shores. The bombing of Darwin in 1942, the midget submarine attack on Sydney Harbour reminded every Australian that this was not a distant conflict but one that was ever present. It was a war that redefined our national security. It was a conflict that reshaped our foreign policy, forging a closer alliance with the United States and deepening our own sense of independence and responsibility in the Asia-Pacific region. Victory in the Pacific was not achieved by military force alone, Deputy Speaker. It was underpinned by the courage of the home front, by the factory workers, the the nurses, farmers and volunteers who sustained our nation in what was indeed a time of crisis and a nation under duress. It was also achieved with the support of our regional neighbours and allies, many of whom suffered enormously under Japanese occupation, especially, and I want to make special mention here, Deputy Speaker, especially those in Papua New Guinea, who fought beside us and often suffered far more than what history has recorded. And let us not forget their struggles and their sacrifices. Their contributions must be honoured and they must be acknowledged now and into the future. As Australians, we remember victory in the Pacific not to glorify war, but to honour peace. We recall the past not to dwell in conflict, but to learn from it, to safeguard democracy, to champion diplomacy, and to ensure that never again will we allow tyranny to cast its shadow across our region. On this day, Deputy Speaker, let us recommit to those ideals. Let us honour the fallen, support the living, and remain ever vigilant in the defence of peace, in the defence of freedom, and the defence of justice, lest we forget. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much. And I call the member for Herbert.
Can I start by acknowledging all those that continue to wear the uniform, our veterans and your families. The freedoms that we enjoy today are on the back of hard-fought battles, wars and sacrifice that you have made. On Anzac Day, we say lest we forget, and we reaffirm our commitment to always remember those who have been killed in battle, have died in training, or succumbed to their war within back here on home soil. On Remembrance Day, we say the guns fell silent, but the guns haven't fallen silent since. From natural disasters, from peacekeeping missions, combat operations, world wars to Afghanistan, our brave men and women are there. And when we say words like lest we forget, they must be more than just merely words that we mutter on significant days. They are a commitment to our veterans and their families. And the significant events that follow around the country on anniversaries, on days of remembrance and days of reflection, like Victory in the Pacific, World War II. Something that I agree with most people in this place needs to be highlighted and spoke more about in our schooling system, because more than 1 million people served in World War II. More than 39,000 people paid the ultimate sacrifice. Families left with loved ones being killed overseas. A lifetime of growing up without their parent, their spouse, and the invisible wounds that follow. So highlighting the Victory in the Pacific is also about reaffirming our position in supporting those families. Now in Townsville, the largest garrison city in the country, we have specific events like VP80. We had VP50 with more than 3,200 soldiers, veterans and their families travel. Now VP80 will be a massive event. It's 80 years since the Victory in the Pacific and the end of World War II, where people will travel from around the world. World War II veterans will make their way to Townsville. We'll have soldiers and veterans and their families from around the country, including the ambassador to France. He contacted me and said he was coming to Townsville as well. It will be a massive event because we know that it's so important. It's important to the veterans, but it's also important to the younger generation to hear and learn, to hear about 1 million people deployed on an operation, 39,000 paid the ultimate sacrifice, to hear from their families, to hear from our veterans that are still with us. Now, it was great to see that the Townsville City Council came out in support of VP80 with funding and commitment. The state government, Chris Foley government came out and supported VP80 in Townsville. It was a shame, and it's a shame today that we don't have the Minister for Veterans Affairs in this place, in this chamber. The same with the Assistant Minister, and I know the Special Envoy would be here. But VP80 sits with the federal government, the Australian government, to support such events. And it took a long time, only about a week ago, to have the Minister for Veterans Affairs actually acknowledge the event and now say that there'll be some support. Well, I don't think it's really good enough to have something of such significance, the end of World War II, one of the biggest celebrations for the victory in the Pacific, which will be in Townsville, not get supported by the Labor federal government. Now, I know that I'd like to see the Prime Minister attend this event. I'd like to see the Minister for Veterans Affairs attend this event because Jeff Jameson and Johnny Bean on the committee have done an amazing amount of work to get veterans and their families from all around the world to Townsville. Victory in the Pacific is significant for this nation, but also for the largest garrison city. We will have thousands, tens of thousands of people involved. It is something that should be celebrated and highlighted, and VP80 is something that shouldn't be missed.
Thank you, and I call the member for Spence.
Thank you, Speaker. I too want to start by thanking every veteran and to all our current serving personnel of the Australian Defence Force for their service. I also want to acknowledge the former Speaker, the member for Herbert, for his service to this great country as well. Now, I say these things not only as a veteran myself, but also as the co-chair for the Parliamentary Friends of Veterans, one that I am proud to be able to serve in the role of once again this Parliament. And it's a role that I will continue to fulfil with a great sense of pride and humility. I want to take this opportunity to thank my good friend, the former member for Menzies, Keith Wallahan, for his service as my co-chair to the Parliamentary Friends of Veterans in the 47th Parliament. I'm exceptionally grateful for your friendship, your assistance, guidance over the last term, and I wish you and your family all the best with your future endeavours. Also wish to thank Senator Honourable Andrew McLaughlin for agreeing to be my new co-chair. I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but in this, the 48th Parliament, and I look forward to working with you over the coming term. The 80th anniversary of victory in the Pacific is one that holds special significance to me. Like many people, I'm proud to say that my grandparents served in the Second World War. On my mother's side, my pa, Federal Stokey Rodder, served as a gunner in the 2nd Australian Field Regiment, 3rd Division in Papua New Guinea. My great-uncle, Noel George Burnell, flying officer with 235 Squadron, he made the ultimate sacrifice serving country, killed in action flying his Vultee Vengeance aircraft, shot down over PNG in 1944. He is remembered at the Labour Memorial, which commemorates more than 300 officers and men of the Australian Army, Australian Merchant Navy and the Royal Australian Air Force, who lost their lives in these operations, who have no known grave. The commemoration of the 80th anniversary of the victory in the Pacific is one of incredible significance to Australia. Between 1939 and 1945, Australia fought 2 world wars, one in Europe and for the first time in a global conflict on our own doorstep in the Pacific theatre of war. With the threat of the Japanese Empire slowly marching through Southeast Asia, nearly 1 million Australians answered the call to fight, work or perish. This was a time when our nation came face to face with the real possibility of invasion. Cities were bombed: Darwin, Broome, Townsville. Sydney Harbour was attacked by submarines. However, we stood resolute. Our spirit did not waver. The soldiers on the front line fought valiantly to protect their families and their country, while the home front stood firm in unprecedented conditions. In the face of war, the country kept going, in factories, on farms and in hospitals, Millions more Australians kept the country running and the war effort alive. They are all undeniably important to our victory. Enlistments across the country continued in droves. First Nations servicemen and women, despite facing discrimination at home, volunteered in large numbers and served with distinction. Australians served at the Kokoda Track in the defence of Milne Bay and various battles across New Guinea, Borneo and the Solomon Islands. These sites all became defining moments of Australian endurance and resolve. These battles are now carved permanently into the mythology of our great country. Stories of sacrifice, courage, losses and success are now taught in schools across Australia. Victory in the Pacific on August 15, 1945 marked the end of the Second World War and the return of peace, but it came at a staggering cost. More than 27,000 Australians were killed in World War II. Additionally, approximately 23,000 more were wounded or traumatised in service of their country. These troops faced not only Japanese bullets, bayonets or grenades, but tropical disease, hunger and conditions of captivity were also significant threats daily. And back home, every town, suburb or street corner was touched by the absence of a son, a daughter, a father or a mother who never returned home. On the 80th anniversary of VP Day, we remember their courage, their service, their sacrifice, and we honour the families who bore the burden of their loss, lest we forget.
I call the member for Barrera.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Australia's role in the Pacific War is not as well known as it should be. While the education system focuses on World War I and the horrors of the Holocaust and the Second War, it was the Pacific that most impacted Australia. During the last decade, more and more World War II veterans have passed, and now there are very few left. Over 200,000 Australian servicemen and women served in the Pacific, over 17,000 died and 22,000 were taken prisoner. In my own electorate, there are many who served, including 101-year-old John McCauley. John joined the RAAF and was trained as a radar operator at RAAF Richmond. During World War II, he served at Merauke in New Guinea. Despite his very great age, John continues to march on his own two legs the full length of the Sydney Anzac Day March every year. John returned home and became an economist, rising to become the chief economist of the State Bank. And every year we collect a set of the budget papers for him, and I'm the beneficiary of his wisdom and observations into economic policy. John's the head of a very significant family in the electorate with three children, 9 grandchildren and over 30 great-grandchildren, and I had the privilege of speaking at his 100th birthday last year. The Pacific War brought World War II home with the bombing of Darwin and the arrival of Japanese midget subs in Sydney Harbour. In the Barrera electorate, the threat of Japanese invasion led to the formation of what is now the Rural Fire Service. The Hawkesbury River became a place of shipbuilding, and there were anti-submarine nets installed on the river between the railway bridge between Brooklyn and Dangar Island and Little Wabi. To make the Hawkesbury more impassable, the Naval Control Board impounded small boats. In Operation Barrera Boat Guard, over 2,000 boats were gathered at Crosslands. The task of keeping them away from Japanese hands became much easier when there was a major storm and flash flood caused for those boats to be stacked on the river flats. Although there were no air raids in Sydney, blackouts were practiced and brownout shields were placed on all street lights. And there were regular air raid drills, and all schools were provided with trenches. Hornsby Shire acted as a training ground for Australian troops, the Army using the old Thornley Quarry as a shooting range, and the crew of the Crate trained in Cowan Creek before their daring commando raid in Singapore Harbour in September 1943. Singapore is a good segue to speak about my own family's involvement in the Pacific War. Singapore was meant to be an impregnable fortress, yet Singapore fell to the Japanese forces in only a week, with 80,000 troops taken as prisoner of war, including 15,000 Australians. My grandfather, Sam Goldman, served in the 2nd 26th Battalion of the ill-fated 8th Division and was there at the fall of Singapore. After the fall, he was taken prisoner in Changi and he was kept in brutal conditions, forced to survive on a cup of rice a day. He talked of being starved and tried to work while watching his mates die all around him. He survived the horrors of the Burma Railway, where the Japanese guards would beat prisoners to death, leaving them to die on the side of the road. And if their mates tried to help them, they too would be beaten. Disease was rife, malaria was bad and cholera was worse. My grandfather told the story to his children of holding a mate who developed gangrene while the doctor sawed off his leg, and the image of that occasion never left him. People who've seen the gruesome dramatisation of the narrow road to the deep north will have a sense of how bad those conditions were. My grandfather was badly burnt by a guard who threw a pot of boiling water over his legs. He spent days lying on a hard stone floor in the makeshift hospital, and when he could get up, he virtually had to teach himself to walk again. The burns were so bad on his legs that he was scarred for life and the hair never grew back on them. The Japanese were absolutely brutal, and they were just as brutal to the local Singaporean Chinese population and the Malay Chinese population as they were to the Allies. The Chinese were a completely different story. They'd often smuggled food and other supplies to the prisoners, but the Japanese always took revenge on them. Once my grandfather was marched into a village and saw Chinese men had been executed, with their heads placed on spikes to demonstrate to the local population not to fight the Japanese. The Australians and other prisoners of war survived because they could dream of a life beyond captivity. For my grandfather, it was his love of his family and the prospect of opening a hardware store when he returned. He successfully did that, opening what was at one point the largest hardware store in the southern hemisphere in Marylands, and he employed many of his former POWs there too. In the years following World War II, the Germans have done a very good job educating the next generation about the atrocities committed by Germany during the Second World War. And sadly, Deputy Speaker, I don't think the Japanese actually understand enough about the atrocities that were committed by the Imperial Japanese Army during that war. And I believe that this should be a matter that is raised and taken up as part of our general foreign relations with Japan, who is a very friendly country whose future is dependent on us as much as our future is dependent on them. In conclusion, in this very good motion, can I just say to all those who served in the Pacific that we salute your service, lest we forget.
I call the member for Adelaide.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, I'd like to commend this motion moved by the member for Gippsland, himself a former Minister of Veteran Affairs and who I know is very well regarded in the veterans community during his time as Minister for Veteran Affairs, and thank him for this motion today. Deputy Speaker, when you think of VP Day or the 80th anniversary, I think of those of us that were born after World War II. And we can only imagine the range of emotions felt by millions of people around the world on Victory in the Pacific on VP Day in 1945. And I take this opportunity to thank the veterans who played a role and have played a role in the history of defending our nation, but also in recent years in Vietnam, Middle East, Afghanistan, Iraq, East Timor, all those that have served in the UN who are there protecting us and ensuring that we have a safe nation to live in. Almost 1 million Australians would serve in the war in the Army, Air Force, Navy and Merchant Navy, half serving overseas and others in key roles on the home front. Approximately, Deputy Speaker, 40,000 Australians would die serving in this war. Their graves and memorials to the missing located right around the world. And fighting in the Middle East and in Europe, Australians helped to defeat the Nazi German regime that was responsible for the war in Europe and for terrible atrocities, including the horrendous Holocaust. They fought in the deserts of North Africa, the mountains and valleys of Greece and Syria, the seas of the Mediterranean and the Atlantic and the dangerous skies over Europe. When the war expanded to Asia and Asia-Pacific in December 1941, Australians faced the possibility that Australia itself could be attacked, and attacked it was. Deputy Speaker, we'd been through World War I in Gallipoli, the beginning of World War II in Europe, where there was a perceived threat to our nation. But this was a real threat. All of a sudden, the enemy was on our doorstep, and the next step would be to invade Australia. And in fact, following the fall of Singapore on the 14th of February 1942, Prime Minister John Curtin famously declared that it opened the battle for Australia. Just 3 days after Curtin's declaration, we saw that Darwin was bombed, as the member for Solomon has described to us many times in this place, causing trauma for the people of Northern Territory and all of Australia till this day. So, Deputy Speaker, we mark VP Day on the 15th of August to remember the war, to pay our gratitude to those that served, but also to remember that these people were the pillars of our democracy, these veterans. They were there fighting for our democracy. And if we can just think back what it would have been like if we didn't have victory, what sort of Australia we would be living in today. Not only Australia, but what the world would be like. And we have a lot of gratitude to pay to those veterans who defended our nation. And the best we can do to honour them is to defend the democracy that they fought for and defended in World War II in the Pacific under atrocious circumstances. We've heard of stories of prisoners of war in Singapore, the prisons, all over the Asia-Pacific region, horror stories of people who were tortured and were kept in isolation, etc. And a few of them made it to this wonderful chamber in this House to be representatives of their communities when they left when they came back to Australia. So like I said, I think we have a lot of gratitude to pay those people, to thank them for everything that they've done. I'd also like to take this opportunity to particularly thank the RSLs in my electorate in South Australia, the state branch of the RSL, as well as the Kilburn, Unley, Prospect, Hilton, Enfield, Walkerville, West Croydon, Kilkenny, and all other ex-service associations in South Australia and all of Australia for the work that they do to make sure that we never, ever forget. Because when we forget, we don't know where we're heading. You need to know where you've come from to make a direction and a focus to go to where we're going. And we should never forget these conflicts because that is what has made us the nation that we are today. That is what has given us our freedom of speech, our freedom of religion, and one of the best democracies in the world, all due to those veterans that fought for those pillars of our democracy and our system here in Australia.
The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting. I call the clerk.
Private members' business. Notice number 4 for a motion in relation to the anniversaries of the nuclear bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
And I call the member for Hasluck.
I move the motion relating to the anniversaries of the nuclear bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. Deputy Speaker, I rise today in solemn remembrance of one of the darkest chapters in human history, the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, which occurred 80 years ago this August. Over 200,000 lives were lost, many in an instant, and many more through the long shadows of radiation sickness, injury, displacement, and generational trauma. They were not just numbers. They were children walking to school, parents preparing meals, nurses, artists, builders. Their lives interrupted, families erased, futures lost. Those who survived Hibakusha carried not only the physical scars, but the burden of memory, of trauma passed through generations. And I acknowledge and welcome to the Parliament Mr Isao Morimoto, a second-generation Hibakusha. Yet despite such profound suffering, the survivors have chosen the path of peace. They have spoken not in vengeance, but in warning. They have shared their stories with unwavering courage, and in doing so, have changed the conscience of the world. We honour the survivor group Nihon Hiran-kyo, who were awarded the 2024 Nobel Peace Prize. For decades, they have borne witness to and remind us again and again of what nuclear weapons really do. Their work embodies human resilience and moral clarity. They have ensured that the world cannot look away. Deputy Speaker, as a representative of Hasluck, I also reflect on our own history here in Australia, of the First Nations communities and military personnel affected by British nuclear testing on our soil. Many lived through the devastation without consent, without information, and for far too often without justice. In places like Maralinga and Montebello Islands in WA, the legacy of these tests linger. In the land, in the bodies of survivors, and in the intergenerational trauma passed on down through the families. We cannot look forward to peace unless we are honest about the harm that was done here at home. I acknowledge and welcome to the Parliament Karina Lester, a second-generation nuclear test survivor and ICANN ambassador. I represent the people of Hasluck and style myself as a fighter for Hasluck. I fight for opportunity, I fight for fairness and for a future grounded in hope and stability. But as we have seen, that fight would be over in a moment and a nuclear war begins. None of our dreams will survive it. There will be no winners. The idea that some lives are dispensable, that some human beings are essentially worth less, is not only morally obscene, it's the foundation of this kind of destruction. We must fight against apathy and against the illusion that the threat is someone else's problem. Our enemies are not other nations or other peoples. They are the forces of fear, cynicism and indifference. Nuclear war must never happen. We must never allow it to happen. And there is no greater security issue facing any of us. Now, this motion, it reaffirms Australia's long-standing commitment to a world without nuclear weapons. It speaks to our values, the dignity of every human life, the rule of law, and a fair go for future generations. It reflects our defence interests because nuclear conflict serves no nation and secures no lasting peace. And it underscores our humanitarian responsibility to those who have suffered and to those who stand to suffer if we do not act. And change is possible. In 1986, there were over 70,000 active nuclear warheads. Today, that number is under 4,000. And that didn't happen by accident. It happened because people fought for treaties, for diplomacy, and for a new way forward. Treaties matter. Effort matters. Australia has long supported the international legal frameworks that underpin nuclear disarmament, particularly the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons and the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty and the Treaty of Rarotonga, which keeps the South Pacific nuclear free. We furthermore welcome the growing number of countries joining the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. And while Australia has not yet signed this treaty, I strongly support the ongoing engagement in the multilateral disarmament efforts. We must work constructively with allies, civil society, and crucially, with affected communities to make tangible progress. Let us honour the victims, the survivors, and the advocates with more than words, and let us honour them with action. I commend the motion to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Is there a seconder to the motion?
I second the motion, Deputy Speaker, and reserve my right to speak.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I do thank the member for Hasluck for bringing forward this motion. That said, there are a number of elements and parts to this motion, and whilst I am very much against nuclear war and nuclear armaments, I am. We cannot place a 2025 lens over what happened 80 years ago, in as much as 39,658 Australians are on the Roll of Honour from World War II. How many more Australian diggers would have lost their lives had Hiroshima and Nagasaki not brought a swift end to the Pacific theatre of war? And I'm not saying it was the right thing to do, because many tens of thousands of innocent people lost their lives. They did in that those incidents, and they were far worse than incidents. That's almost to downplay it. But on the 6th and the 9th of August 1945, and we should find in our hearts the peace to ensure that it never actually happens again. But we can't look now and say they were bad for doing it then, because it was the only course of action they felt that could have been taken to stop Japan's imperialistic push to in the Pacific. And you only have to look at the Sandakan monument in Wagga Wagga, where there are just so many names, 150 men from the local district who died on that death march. And the Japanese were very cruel. Let's make no mistake, let's not beat around the bush, let's not sugarcoat this. The Japanese were very cruel to Australians and British soldiers who fell under their prisoner of war camps. But I will say this, in Cowra, in central western New South Wales, from the 5th of August 1944 breakout, when 1,104 Japanese prisoners of war broke out from the internment camp there, 231 of them lost their lives. 4 Australians did as well, 4 Australian soldiers. But from that, there is now an understanding. Cowra is a town of international peace and friendship,
There is a friendship bell, a peace bell that they gong in the town on auspicious occasions. There is a cemetery there, which is the only recognised Japanese military cemetery outside Honshu, Hokkaido, Kyushu and Shikoku. It is that important. And I do congratulate Naran Hirayanko on the 2024 Nobel Peace Prize. We've had many Japanese ambassadors and diplomats and even survivors of the Cowra breakout go to the central western town and talk about peace, and that's the important thing. But for us now to condemn any action that was taken in 1945 is to try to rewrite history, and let's not try to do that, because 80 years ago Japan were not going to surrender. They were going to take more Australian lives. They were going to continue their cruelty in the jungles of Borneo, Papua New Guinea. They would have kept their attempted incursion of this country, and we may well be speaking a different language now had what the actions that were taken by the Americans and by the Allied forces not been taken. And Labor, of course, with the Prime Minister Curtin, did the right thing by bringing Australian troops back from the European theatre of war to fight for our country, to fight in this theatre of war. And it's interesting that this motion follows immediately from the VP, the Victory in the Pacific motion, commemorating, celebrating of sorts, the 15th of August, because but for VP Day, it could be a very different Australia that we live in now. But for, sadly, the nuclear bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, it could be a very different Australia that we live in now. And I have to say, people like John McEwen, Blackjack McEwen, were very quick to reorganise trade with Japan, to build Japan up back to where they needed to be, to reconstruct those wonderful four main islands, and a wonderful people. And Japanese people are very good people, let make no mistake. Trustworthy, diligent, hard-working. They have all the same ethics that we do. But back in World War II, when we'd lost nearly 40,000 troops, what was done was done. And it brought a very swift end to the deadliest conflict that mankind has ever known. And to that end, whilst we're against nuclear arms, it was something that was relatable then and certainly saved a lot of lives.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons entered into force on 5 March 1970. The text of the treaty begins by acknowledging both the devastation that would be visited upon all humankind by a nuclear war and the consequent need to make every effort to avert the danger of such a war and to take measures to safeguard the security of all people. Equally, it also begins with the statement that proliferation of nuclear weapons would seriously enhance the danger of nuclear war, and a declaration that the nuclear arms race must cease through effective measures in the direction of nuclear disarmament. Article 7 of the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons recognises the rights of groups of states to conclude regional treaties in order to assure the total absence of nuclear weapons in their respective territories. The South Pacific Nuclear Free Zone Treaty, the Treaty of Rarotonga, is one such regional treaty which celebrates the 40th anniversary of its conclusion on 6 August 2025. It too begins by acknowledging that the treaty parties are united in the commitment to a world at peace and outlines an obligation to make every effort to achieve the goal of eliminating nuclear weapons because of the terror which they hold for humankind and the threat which they pose to life on Earth. Deputy Speaker, 80 years on from the first and only use of nuclear weapons in war, both treaties remain as important and relevant as ever. We understand the devastation that would be wrought by nuclear war and must make every effort to avoid these weapons being used or tested again. We are supported in this endeavour by Article 6 of the treaty, which prescribes that each of the parties to the treaty undertakes to pursue negotiations in good faith on effective measures relating to cessation of the nuclear arms race at an early date and to nuclear disarmament, and on a treaty on general and complete disarmament under strict and effective international control. Over 200,000 people lost their lives when, on the 6th and 9th of August 1945, the 2 atomic bombs were detonated on the Japanese cities of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. That is 200,000 people in addition to the millions of people who died because of the Second World War. Each had a name, a dream, a purpose. Those dreams were wiped out in an instant. Those purposes would never be realised. But the names live on and must serve as a constant reminder that the path to nuclear weapons is not the right path, not the path that the world should ever entertain. Deputy Speaker, in addition to the 200,000 lives lost in August 1945, countless additional people suffered physical and psychological trauma. They too had their dreams and their purpose wiped out or severely limited, in a similar vein to those who suffered because of nuclear weapons testing that took place after August 1945, including in our Pacific neighbourhood and indeed in our own country. The enduring effects of nuclear weapons testing continue to be profoundly felt in Australia, in our region and across the world. Nuclear weapons testing must be relegated to history. The Australian Government remains unwavering in our support of the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons as the basis upon which the global nuclear non-proliferation and disarmament regime rests. Its existence has been decisive in promoting global security in the last half-century, and it stands as an instrument that is rightly directed to preventing the growth of nuclear weapons. The Australian Government's commitment to a world without nuclear weapons remains as strong as ever. As long as nuclear weapons exist, Australia will continue to partner with the international community to work towards elimination by curtailing the spread of nuclear weapons and reducing both the risk of their use and of nuclear conflict at all. Practical and constructive pathways are part of this imperative, including by reinforcing the role of the Rarotonga Treaty in our region. Deputy Speaker, the 80th anniversary of the atomic bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki are a time to reflect on both the lives that were lost and the lives that were adversely and severely impacted. It is also a time to reflect on the position our country wants to take in the region and on the global stage for future generations. Those future generations deserve the strongest levels of dedication and commitment to nuclear non-proliferation to ensure a pathway to nuclear disarmament and a world without nuclear weapons.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Newcastle.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise to speak in support of this motion moved by my friend and colleague, the member for Hasluck. As we approach the 80th anniversary of the nuclear bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, we must reflect on the widespread devastation that saw more than 200,000 people killed in the explosions and subsequent fires, including around 38,000 children. Many more succumbed to injuries, burns and radiation sickness in the months and years that followed. The bombings also caused significant psychological trauma and long-term health problems, including increased cancer rates for survivors and their dependents. The immeasurable harm and enduring legacy of these inhumane bombings will continue to be felt for generations to come. Let us also remember that those affected by nuclear bomb testing throughout the world, especially in our Pacific region, and right here in Australia, where the effect of the black mist fallout at Maralinga and Emu Field continues to still have devastating impacts for veterans, their descendants and First Nations communities to this day. Through the United Nations, the international community came together to stop the spread of nuclear weapons with the landmark Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. It was the Labor Prime Minister Gough Whitlam in 1973 who proudly ratified the Non-Proliferation Treaty and committed Australia to a world without nuclear weapons. The Non-Proliferation Treaty remains to this day the cornerstone of international efforts towards this goal. Australia is also party to and was instrumental in creating the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty, the South Pacific Nuclear Free Zone Treaty, the Treaty of Rarotonga, and continues to lead on the international push for a fissile material cut-off treaty. Australia shares the ambition of the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons goal of a world free from nuclear weapons, and the Albanese Labor government has renewed Australia's role in working constructively with international partners on practical and realistic pathways towards nuclear disarmament and non-proliferation. I must also commend my hometown of Newcastle. The city of Newcastle was first declared a nuclear-free zone in June 1982 by Australia's first female Lord Mayor, the late Labor Lord Mayor, Joy Cummings. I want to acknowledge the long-standing work of two very important community groups in my electorate, the Hunter Peace Group and the Newcastle Christians for Peace, who will be hosting important commemorations to mark the 80 years since the devastating nuclear bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. I want to thank them for organising these commemorations and for their tireless advocacy for peace. As a lifelong supporter of nuclear disarmament, I will continue to do everything I can to support Australia in continuing to lead the way in promoting non-proliferation and disarmament efforts through existing and emerging international legal architecture. I am proud to be a member of a government that has reaffirmed Australia's deep commitment to working towards a world without nuclear weapons. The catastrophic humanitarian consequences of the bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki must never happen again. And it is the collective responsibility of all of us, indeed of all nations across the world, to learn from this tragic history and to commit to building a safer future where nuclear weapons are never used again. Australia must continue to work with our international partners to strengthen the global non-proliferation regime and promote diplomatic solutions for resolving nuclear-related concerns and dispute. No one for one moment thinks this is easy work, but it is incumbent on all of us here to ensure a future that is safe for everyone on this planet. And if there is a real purpose to commemorating 80 years of this anniversary, it is to double down on our efforts to ensure the elimination of nuclear weapons wherever they might be.
There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate made an order of the day for the next sitting. I call the clerk.
Private members' business. Notice number 5 for a motion in relation to the Jobs Ready Graduate Scheme.
I call the member for Clark.
Deputy Speaker, I move the motion relating to the Jobs Ready Graduate Scheme in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. Deputy Speaker, Australia is one of the richest countries in the world, and it's more than capable of ensuring that higher education is accessible and affordable for any Australian with the desire and aptitude to pursue it. Unfortunately, though, that's not what successive governments have chosen to do. In fact, the previous coalition federal government chose to drastically increase the cost of degrees in the arts and humanities in particular with the Jobs Ready Graduate Scheme, a scheme which was rightly criticised at the time by the then Labor federal opposition as being inequitable and damaging. So I imagine the subsequent frustration among students, parents and many others in the community that after 3 years in power and almost 2 years since the university's Accord final report, this Labor government has yet to repeal and replace this appalling scheme. Yes, the government has made welcome steps in reducing student debts, which have been ballooning rapidly. But what they seem to not understand is that you wouldn't need to forgive student debts if you hadn't loaded them up with mountains of it in the first place. And if the government doesn't act to address the fee structure, the problem will only re-emerge again for students in a few years' time. In other words, the one-off cut to student debt is really just a band-aid on a bullet wound. Deputy Speaker, it's clear, I suggest, that we need a return to first principles. And if you ask me, that should come with a re-examination of our attitudes and approach to education across different stages of life. Because at the moment we don't look at education holistically. choosing instead to adopt a fragmented approach to early childhood education, primary and secondary education, and tertiary education. And even within the tertiary sector, we've got fragmented approaches to vocational education and to university education. Frankly, somewhere along the line, we lost sight of the inherent value of knowledge, and that learning is a continuum. That education is inherently a public good and, for that matter, a human right. In other words, it doesn't start at age 4 and finish at age 16 or 18. It starts the moment you're born and extends to the moment you die. Deputy Speaker, it's not hard to find the basis for a different approach. We already accept that free, compulsory primary and secondary education for all students should be provided on the basis that all citizens deserve an equal right to education, regardless of their financial capacity. But it shouldn't stop there, and I think we should apply that same principle to education across the entire spectrum of learning. In other words, higher education shouldn't be in some esteemed class of its own, which is why I've long called for a return to fee-free first degrees for Australian citizens. I'd hope such an approach would find favour with the current federal government, because it was, of course, the Whitlam federal Labor government that introduced fee-free degrees in the 1970s. This spoke well of our country back then, that we valued education so highly that we prioritised investing in education and in educating Australians. And of course, we could and should extend this approach to early learning through early childhood education and care, and into other tertiary education by expanding fee-free TAFE to cover all TAFE courses. Sadly, though, the Whitlam-era reforms were, of course, unwound during the 1980s by another Labor government. But back to today, Deputy Speaker. The Jobs Ready Graduates Scheme exemplifies a narrow, individualistic and hard-nosed economic view of education, as does the other often touted alternative of setting fees based on future earnings. But of course, neither is the right approach, because Australia surely needs tradies, carers, artists and other critical and creative thinkers every bit as much as it needs engineers, doctors and teachers. Indeed, there is an inherent value to the community of a broad education, and the fact is that a smarter, better and more diversely educated community is not only more employable, it's also healthier, happier and more adaptable. All of this is to say, Deputy Speaker, that it's beyond time the government acted on the principles they claimed to have just 3 and a bit years ago, and to finally address access and affordability in the higher education system. And a great place to start would be scrapping the Morrison-era Jobs-Ready Graduate Scheme and returning to Whitlam-era fee-free first degrees. The country would be all the better for it if they did. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Is there a seconder to the motion?
I second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Reid.
In my first speech, I spoke about the importance of higher education. I'm going to quote from myself here, which I don't do often, but I said at the time, if we can get this right, there is a kingdom that awaits us all, one made up of highly skilled and fulfilling jobs, an economy that is productive and makes the most of our talents and where imagination is valued. And I quote myself because I want all members to know how importantly I value higher education. And sadly, the Job Ready Graduates Scheme has failed to do all of those things. It was introduced by the previous Morrison government, and it didn't do the things that they promised it would do. It didn't improve job outcomes like they promised. It didn't boost enrolments in priority areas like they promised. It didn't deliver value for students like they promised. And I agree with many of the points that the member for Clark has made. But we have to be upfront about the challenges that face this government when we came in 2022. Because the higher education sector, under the leadership of the former Morrison government, had been treated with utter contempt. They didn't just neglect it, they undermined it, they underfunded it, and they undervalued it. But we're not standing idly by. We're rebuilding the higher education sector. We promised to fix the system, and now we're delivering. We're taking bold, practical steps that will ease the burden on students and graduates. We made a promise to the Australian people to wipe 20% off all student debt, and Australians overwhelmingly voted for it, and now we're delivering on that. It was the first piece of legislation that we introduced when we came into this Parliament. And backdated to June this year, we're delivering $16 billion in student debt relief for more than 3 million Australians. And we're delivering a fairer repayment system. From this financial year, students and graduates won't start repaying their loans until they earn around $67,000 a year. That's more time to build your career, to get established before you have to start making these repayments. We've already delivered a fix to the broken HECS indexation system so that no more student debts are growing faster than your wages are growing. It's a structural fix that protects students now and into the future. This isn't just policy, it's progress. It's not just promises, it's delivery. Because when Labor says we'll back you, we'll deliver for students, we'll make it happen. But we're not just delivering change, we're making the system fairer. Fairer for 70,000 students a year receiving a Commonwealth prac placement who would have had to give up paid work to complete mandatory placements in essential care professions such as teaching, nursing, midwifery and social work. Because no one should have to choose between finishing their degree and paying their bills. We're making it fairer for students in fee-free, uni-ready courses who need a stepping stone to get into university. We're giving thousands of Australians the foundational skills and confidence that they need to succeed at university. We're making it fairer for students in disadvantaged regional and outer suburban areas studying in our new university study hubs, where access to higher education has been out of reach for far too long. Because where you live should never determine whether you can go to uni. That is what a fairer system looks like. But reforming a system as complex as higher education, a system that has been in neglect for more than a decade, takes time. As the Minister for Education has said, the Universities Accord isn't just about 1 or 2 budgets. It's not about short-term fixes. It's about delivering a sustainable tertiary education system that works for students and for our country. So we're working with universities, students and communities across Australia to build a system that's responsive, inclusive and future-focused. And yes, we should work through the Accord's recommendations, and we're doing that the right way, systematically, sustainably and with students at the very centre of it.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Ryan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Labor is clearly not the party of Gough Whitlam anymore. I'd love to imagine today's Labor Party doing something as groundbreaking as making university free. In 1974, I was one of the very first to benefit from Whitlam's free university reforms, and it's no exaggeration to say it had a huge impact on my life and many others. There was a really striking difference between our cohort and the previous year. The previous year were clearly comparatively privileged, families who could afford uni fees. Our year represented a real cross-section of Australian society, opening up higher education to many who could not access it before. The transformative effect of that on Australia is still being felt. The Hawke Labor government ended free university in 1989. They introduced a flat fee at first, which was then refined by the Howard government into tiers, depending on how much they thought you could theoretically earn from your degree. You end up going into a different field, too bad. Then the Morrison era's utterly shameful job-ready graduate scheme, which caused huge fee hikes for some degrees, saddling young people with tens of thousands in debt that many will carry for their whole lives. It's not immaterial. It's deducted from your income in this cost of living crisis, and it affects your ability to borrow to buy a home, as if buying a home wasn't difficult enough at the moment. But there is a better way. Germany, Austria, Finland and countries all around the world know there is a better way, as we did back in the 70s. It is possible to make university free again. It's an essential investment in our country's future. 4 times. Our tax system is so broken that HECS collects 4 times as much revenue as the royalties from giant multinational oil and gas companies, and that's the PRRT. Students should not be paying 4 times more tax than gas companies. In 23-24, students paid a collective $5.1 billion. In stark contrast, the PRRT raised only $1.1 billion, a comparative pittance for an industry that's subsidised by taxpayers and generating $70 billion in revenue. Now, you might say, well, they pay income tax, but so do students. Students collectively pay much more income tax and GST than the gas industry. Norway taxes its fossil fuel corporations properly and is able to offer free university, a life free of student debt. Instead of taxing our mining corporations, we make students and graduates fork out, in some cases for the rest of their lives. Those fossil fuel corporations are also, of course, taxing us all in another way, worsening the climate crisis. Why is this happening? Labor takes millions in donations from gas corporations. Woodside is their 10th biggest donor and literally had them in the room when they were writing reforms to the PRRT a few years ago. No surprise then that while students get free hikes, Labor's mates, the gas corporations, get tax breaks. So some maths. Let's say you had a $30,000 student debt in 2022. Since Labor came to power, it would have gone up to $33,454. Labor's HECS reduction takes it down to around $27,000. Within a few years, it'll be back at $30,000. That's because Labor has actively chosen to keep indexing your debt. Your debt goes up with inflation each year. There's no reason why this debt needs to be indexed. This is a choice Labor has made, a choice to not properly tax gas corporations but to keep your debt rising. There's no reason a uni degree should put you in debt in the first place. Labor used to support free university. Labor has also chosen not to reverse the outrageous fee hikes from Scott Morrison. Labor was happy to talk a big game about this in opposition. They opposed the legislation and said it was creating, and I quote, an Americanised higher education system characterised by high levels of private debt. But they're not touching it now, they're in government. So we've got the Morrison-era fee hikes on top of an incredibly unfair student debt system, plus several years of indexation. I won't stand in the way of Labor's small HECS debt reduction. Let's get it done. But then let's demand much, much more. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I acknowledge the spirit in which this motion was brought before the Parliament. For many years I've been discussing university, student debt and the need to be doing something more in this space. And so I acknowledge the spirit in which it has brought the debate to us, but also acknowledge it is at a time when this Parliament is also debating one of the most significant reforms to have happened in relation to student debt for decades, and that is in relation to the bill introduced into the House in the last sitting to cut all student debts by 20%. And the reason why I've raised that, Deputy Speaker, is because it was part of the recommendation in the University Accord, which did talk about the need to have a fairer indexation system. But it's a demonstration of how our government went further by cutting all student debt by 20%. There was a period under the Howard government and subsequently the previous coalition government where student debts did spiral out of control. They were unfair. High inflation did send personal student debt skyrocketing. And many people my age, people in their 30s and 40s, when their higher education experience was well in the rear-view mirror, were seeing their debts go up by more in the past few years than what the original debt was to begin with. That prompted Labor to act, to say we need to do something to restore the fairness. Hence brought forward our commitment at the last election to cut all student debt by 20%. For my electorate, an electorate in regional Victoria, that's about 17,000 people who will have their student debt cut. 3 million Australians. This cut isn't just to people who incurred a debt through university, through HECS, now the HELP scheme, but also people who incurred a debt prior to free TAFE through the student loans that were offered in vocational education and training. It is a welcome measure and many of the reason why we saw a massive shift towards Labor in many of the seats that we now hold. I do say, Deputy Speaker, that apart from that, I'd also like to talk about TAFE for a moment. One of the other key recommendations of the University of Cord was to improve the transition from the vocational education sector to the tertiary university sector. And we have started to implement some of those reforms. There should be a clearer transition pathway, recognition of credit and work that has been achieved through VET, through TAFE, into higher education. In my own electorate, I met nursing students, early school leavers, who had taken the opportunity to go back to TAFE to start studying nursing. And to their credit, they were doing well. They are now, some of them, qualifying for another part of the University Accords package, the Commonwealth PRAC payment, when they take their first PRAC payment later this year. These students have a goal. They are keen to go on to midwifery and nursing at university, at the Bendigo La Trobe campus. From early school leavers to being enrolled in free TAFE to transitioning to university, these amazing women are on the path towards becoming midwives and nurses. Not a pathway possible if it wasn't for our Labor government. These are the stories that are seeing real change. I'd also like to acknowledge some of the other things that we have done as a recommendation of the University Accord. Fixing help debt indexation, a key recommendation. I've mentioned the Commonwealth PRAC payments, starting with nursing, teaching, midwifery and social work students. Another area that we are keen to look at. We've introduced fee-free uni-ready places, another pathway into university, more student study hubs. But I acknowledge that there is still more work to be done. And I have said publicly, as well as to the Minister, that the work on implementing the recommendations of the Accord will not be finished until we've done more about the Jobs Ready Graduate Scheme, particularly in relation to arts and humanities students. It is wrong that these students are charged more for their fees than the cost of delivering, and I look forward to working with the Minister and our government to see that injustice changed. Everyone should have the opportunity to go to university, regardless of where they're from and the postcode that they have, and choose to study what they like.
There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. The Federation Chamber is suspended until 4 p.m. this afternoon.
Chad.
Does he do it all?
Yes. Yeah. It's a little bit of team effort between a few in the office, and I get to throw in an occasional thing, but yeah. So, do you like it?
It often brings a smile to my face.
And that's the main thing.
Yeah. And obviously to your constituents as well. They love it.
They do love it, yeah. Yeah. So it keeps it interesting. Yes.
There have been some corkers over the last 3 years, if I may say so.
Yeah.
My husband loves it.
Oh, thank you. Either you love it or you hate it. There's no in between. Yeah. So,
When we run into it's like, that's the third one.
good stuff.
The baby shots are always entertaining.
Baby shots. Is baby Dan or Dan with a baby?
Like, I don't want to draw a picture for the house, but
Are there any statements from honourable members? I call the member for Bradfield.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Post offices are the backbone of our communities, and this is certainly the case for my electorate in Bradfield. And closures, those that have already occurred and those that are on the cards, hurt communities. Post offices are more than just facilities for buying stamps or sending letters. They are community hubs and provide essential service points for many Australians. Post offices are often the only place to pay bills, and they're often the only place to do banking because of bank branch closures. They are often only place to apply for a passport or access the justice of the peace, and they are particularly relied upon by the elderly, local business operators and people accessing parcels and other large posts, particularly those taking advantage of opportunities for flexible work, tilting towards parents working from home between parenting duties. Australia Post offices can't be run by the Commonwealth like profit centres because they are not, and they are not likely to be. Post offices provide essential services to many, and they are an investment in our communities, local businesses, and a sense of connection and safety, particularly for our seniors. The loss of this essential service imperative is killing communities, and in my electorate, the closure of the Artarmon Post Office was undertaken with just 8 weeks, no notice, and laminated signs on the door. Government must step up and guarantee that this critical service remains.
And I give the call for the member for Dixon.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The last thing you want to be told as a parent is that there are no compatible matches or no available donors for your child to save their life. Despite a worldwide search for a stem cell match for my Henry, we didn't find one. My youngest son, Zach, an imperfect match, eventually donated when we had run out of time. Henry had his bone marrow transplant in May 2023. He passed in February 2024. This week is Donate Life Week to encourage more Australians to get behind organ and tissue donation. 4 in 5 Australians say they support organ and tissue donation, but only 1 in 3 are registered to be a donor on the Australian Organ Donor Register. Registering to save a life is pretty easy to do online, but the impact of filling out a simple form for organ and tissue donation will save someone's Henry. I also want to thank our blood, plasma and stem cell donors. Blood donors saved my life when I lost my leg in 2011. Blood and plasma donors also keep many people with cancer alive, including my Henry. Every 27 minutes in Australia, someone will be diagnosed with a blood cancer such as leukemia, like my Henry, and many will need a bone marrow transplant. Please donate to save a life. It is the ultimate gift.
And I give the call to the member for Curtin.
People with disability and their families need a consistent, sustainable and fair system of support. My constituents are concerned that the recently announced new pricing arrangements for allied health services under the NDIS will result in a loss of vital therapies to people with disability. And while provider costs are going up, the fees for allied health services under the NDIS are going down. In WA, the psychologist, physiotherapist, podiatrist and dietitian's fees have been slashed, and the permitted travel charges for all allied health therapists have been halved. And this was done with less than 3 weeks' notice. Allied health professionals in my electorate tell me that their businesses may be unsustainable with these changes. The new pricing will force them to discontinue some services. These services are complex, specialised and largely delivered by women who are highly valued by their clients. Heather, the mother of a 5-year-old daughter with cerebral palsy, was in tears as she told me about the hours she'd spent building a team of therapists to provide the specialised support that her daughter needs. She's in despair, thinking of those therapists withdrawing their home and school visits because they can't make the numbers add up under the new prices. Similarly, families of people with complex mental health needs say their progress will be threatened without home-based therapy support. And while I recognise the need to limit costs within the scheme, I urge the Minister to reconsider these changes, given their impact on participants who require significant support.
Thank you. And I give the call to the member for Hunter.
Thank you, Speaker. Small business and their owners are the backbone of our communities. We get to know them and they get to know us. One of Singleton's best-known retailers is Singleton Hi-Fi, and it's closing down after 40 years of trading on John Street. Singleton Hi-Fi was a go-to store for sound buffs and those seeking all the latest technology in visual and audio equipment. The store always had the leading edge. It once was the only place where you could buy a mobile phone in town, and now a mobile phone is something we can't live without. As the countdown towards the final day approaches, Singleton Hi-Fi is discounting its remaining floor stock. So get out there one last time, people of Singleton, and support him. Owner Terry Ellis, after 40 years, said it's time to move on to his retirement and work more on his Mount Olive property. All the best, Terry. Congratulations on an incredible 40 years. It takes hard work, commitment and sacrifice to run a business, and the 40 years your business was open is a testament to this. You've helped shape the community of Singleton. John Street won't be the same without you, especially without Singleton Hi-Fi. It'll be missed by many. You've earned your retirement, Terry. Enjoy it. Have a great time. And to all the other small businesses in the Hunter, thank you for what you do. Thank you for employing the fantastic residents of the Hunter. Thank you for what you do. You pay your taxes, you employ people, you keep the area going. Just thank you for everything you do. Keep up the great work and we'll always support you along the way. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Member for Clare.
Deputy Speaker, I rise to acknowledge the extraordinary work being undertaken by the team at Wattletree House in Bathurst, which supports those in our communities who are homeless or at risk of homelessness. Wattletree House delivers a range of services including swags, food parcels, skills workshops and domestic and family violence programs. It also works with Orange Aboriginal Land Council to arrange housing for their clients and operates the Bathurst Women's and Children's Refuge. I recently had the honour of visiting Wattletree House to see firsthand its vitally important programs and initiatives. Wattletree House Bathurst employs over 20 people, and I thank and commend each of them for their work, including CEO Annette Steele, Adam Hotham, Amanda McDowell, Darren Furness, Kaylee Eaton, Madison Hatch, Rayleigh Patterson, Ronnie Leonard, Sandra Callan, Sharon Ford, Terry Tupper, Timothy R.C., Chris Cooper, Shelley Marino, Summer Weeks, Jade Cameron, Joe Bergen, Cara Curtis, Yasmin Wilson, Sandra Peckham, Tyler Turner and Leanie Kemp. Wattletree House is making a real difference to the lives of residents of Bathurst and our region. I sincerely thank the Wattletree House team for their invaluable work supporting vulnerable members of our communities. It's very much appreciated, and I extend the thanks also of my colleagues in this House and acknowledge the important work that the team at Wattletree House do.
And the member for Sturt has the call.
Thank you, Speaker. I take this opportunity to share with this chamber that the Metro Stars Soccer Club, located in Clemzig in the electorate of Sturt, are taking on Canberra Croatia Football Club in the Australia Cup in the evening of Wednesday, 30 July 2025 at Deakin Stadium. Founded in 1994, the club's dream is to create the best soccer club in Australia, and its vision is to nurture and promote a community culture for all members and supporters. Thanks to the support of the Port Adelaide Enfield Council and the South Australian State Government, the club is now home to state-of-the-art facilities that create a high-performance environment and recognise the athletes as the high performers that they are. The club continually experiences success at junior and senior levels, with the under-11 side winning the Kanga Cup in Canberra on 18 July 2025 and the senior side claiming the 2025 Federation Cup a day earlier, the 7th time the club has won that championship in its 30-year history. When I attended the club's 30th birthday celebration in June this year, I saw a passion for success and a strong community, all the foundation based on the dedication of volunteers. I also note that the Metro United Women's Football Club, which has 13 teams entered in the Football SA competition for season 2025, has a strategic partnership with the Metro Stars Soccer Club, and that the 2026 season will see the two clubs reunite, ensuring further investment in the growth and publicity of the women's program. I wish the Metro Stars every success this Wednesday as they seek to move into the quarterfinals of the Australia Cup.
And I give the call to the member for Moncrieff.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I rise to remember a titan of the surf life-saving movement, a member of my community who sadly passed after almost a decade in a wheelchair. Dave Zemek was an absolute giant, and unfortunately some years ago he dived in the water at Mermaid Beach Surf Club and hit a sandbank or piece of flotsam in the water and snapped his spinal cord. Just a few days ago I joined 400 of my community members at the Calvary Catholic Church just around the corner from where I live in Miami, where members of the community and Dave's family and friends gathered to speak about his contribution to our community. In the face of adversity, Dave Zemek wrung the life out of what he had left. He was a man of great positivity. He played tennis almost up until the end. However, he did suffer 2 strokes, which slowed him down significantly. But what a privilege it was to sit in the church and remember him with so many from the surf living fraternity, from Mermaid Beach Surf Club, which of course is my own surf club where I did my surf bronze, Valet David Alexander Zemek, 2028-54 to 10-7-25.
And I give the call to the member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Since the by-election, I continue to focus on being a strong local voice committed to delivering for Dunkley. And thanks to the Albanese Labor government, since becoming the federal member for Dunkley, I have seen $109 million committed to the electorate, building on the work of Peter Murphy, my predecessor, and all that she did over 5 years in office. We've committed to a $50 million investment into the Nepean-Overton Road intersection, $25 million for the Thompsons Road upgrade, $5 million for the Bruce Park redevelopment, $1.7 million to the Frankston Bowls Club and $2.5 million to Len Phelps. After 10 years of negotiating and false starts, the building of the new Frankston District Basketball Association and Bayside Gymnastics commenced just 2 weeks ago. The turning of the sod event was a great moment where all levels of government and representatives from all sides of politics came together to celebrate the process of bringing to life another incredible asset for the Dunkley community. Partnerships work, and that's what we saw. I will continue to develop strong partnerships with all levels of government to ensure Dunkley has the best facilities to meet the growing population, so it is one of the best places in the country to live, work, raise a family and retire.
The member for Page.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to acknowledge the recent winners at the Clarence Valley Business Awards. The Grafton Jacaranda Festival, Dimatia & Co, Bridge Knowledge Proprietary Limited, Elite Brands, Honeybee Hives, the Lions Club of Maclean, Original Sound Lounge, Photocopier Herbal Balms Australia and Your Choice Support Services and Provenance Propagation. Individuals who were recognised were Sharon Ross, who was named the Outstanding Employee of the Year, Natalie Porter and Jack Mooney were both named Outstanding Young Business Leaders, and Bethany Smith was awarded the Apprentice of the Year. The major award of the night was won by the Maclean Medical, who were winning the Business of the Year, Excellence in Innovation and Excellence in Small Business, part of the Maclean community since the 1950s. And I want to congratulate and thank Hayley Hodgkinson, the owner and the director, and her team. Linda Goodwin, Maxine Percival, David Richards, Hamish McPherson, Samuel Schuler, Cassandra Holland, Rachel Bennett, Jessica Blackmore, Rebecca Connolly, Jessica Rooks, Rebecca Marker, Lucy Rogers, Sophie Goodwin, Jenny Bunworth, Jessica Zibbins, Lucy Rogers, Murray McSweeney. Again, congratulations to all the winners. It was a wonderful night from reports that I've heard for all the wonderful small businesses doing great work in the Clarence Valley.
Member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to acknowledge the Dalai Lama's 90th birthday, the celebration and service that was held in my own electorate, and thank the wonderful Atisha Buddhist Centre for inviting me to be involved in this celebration. I was honoured to join the celebration of the 90th birthday of His Holiness the Dalai Lama on Sunday the 6th of July at the wonderful Atisha Buddhist Centre that is at the Great Stupa in my electorate. Although I'm not Buddhist, many in my community are, and I deeply respect their commitment, their involvement, and the commitment that they have to universal values that he upholds. His enduring symbol of love, compassion, and patience is something that many subscribe to of his faith. I recall the kindness of the many of the Buddhists in my community at early voting. The way in which they brought calm over an otherwise quite toxic and hostile environment. When they walk through our community in Bendigo, they do exude this calmness. In times of divide, they, the monks and the nuns, remind all of us of the Dalai Lama's universal commitment towards compassion and peace. Happy birthday, Dalai Lama.
The member for Cowper has the call.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Well, over the past month, I've been inundated with messages from my constituents describing the negative impacts that have recently been announced in relation to the NDIS and what impact it will have on regional allied health practitioners and their patients. While the current NDIS model is unsustainable and plagued with rampant waste, the changes that came into effect this month are not the solution. I've met with members of the Australian Physiotherapy Association as well as passionate allied health providers to discuss what these changes will mean for the outcomes of their patients most in need of regular treatment to manage their condition. In short, these cuts have already begun to negatively impact the industry's ability to assist those high-needs patients, and concerningly, the 50% travel cut has already severely eroded practices' ability to maintain in-house visits for those unable to travel, or in other words, those with the most severe disabilities in electorates such as Cowper. Despite urgent pleas from every National Party MP and Senator, peak industry bodies, allied health providers and thousands of affected NDIS participants calling for a hold on these changes, no official response has been provided by the Minister. I asked the ministerial teams for a reversal of this decision until appropriate consultation has been completed.
And I give the call to the member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I rise to acknowledge the hardship and the efforts that have gone into our region to support our farmers in time of drought. And whilst we welcome the rain that we have received over the last week, it is still not enough to fill the necessary dams and water storages in our region. Unfortunately, as we stand here today, this drought has come on quicker. It has dried a lot quicker and inflows have been much lower than predicted. If we do not get substantial rain over this winter period, it is highly likely that parts of my electorate will be placed on water restrictions, the first since the Millennium Drought back in 2010. This is devastating news for many in our electorate. And whilst we hope to get rain, there is more that we can be doing here in this place to support not just the farmers, but these communities at risk and in need. We need to continue to upgrade and update water infrastructure. And I say that boldly and challenging those opposite. Do not
Do not derail any efforts made to build pipelines to install or improve existing waterways. Some of our water infrastructure in the Bendigo electorate goes back to the gold rush. It is out of date. We need to update and improve our water systems to ensure that we are supporting all our communities, including our farmers.
The member for Wright.
As the 48th Parliament resumes, it gives me great pleasure to advise the House that it's straight back to work. It's straight back to work representing the caravan industry. Both Senator Helen Polly and myself will be reconvening for the second year the Caravan Industry Council, an industry which spends no less than $4 billion in the Australian economy. I want to acknowledge Stuart Lamont, the CEO of the Caravan Industry Council, an amazing Australian, equally supported by Luke Chippendale, and the work that they do in bringing the industry together. $4 billion around manufacturing of caravan, camper trailers, notwithstanding the 4x4 industry accessories, the regional benefit that goes to caravan parks, the regional benefit that goes to the grey nomads of Australia as they're travelling in their retirement years to spend money in these communities. But don't just make the assumption that caravanners are grey nomads. Each year we are seeing more and more younger families on the road as they take the option to go and share with their children the delights of the Australian road. I encourage each of the members in the place, when there's a trade show in your state, to go and support it. And this is a well worthwhile initiative to sign up to, the Caravan Industry Council. There's always room for more.
And I give the call to the member for Swan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. A mother with her 3 children who cannot wait to get 20% off their HECS debt. A university lecturer whose commute will be 20 minutes shorter thanks to the new Manning Road Leach Highway overpass. A Medicare worker who needed the flexibility of working from home because she loved her job but also loved being a mother. These are the people that my team and I met during the federal election campaign in my home of Swan. We met many parents, especially women, who depended on the flexibility of working from home. Families who have no time for out-of-touch politicians who just don't get it. In the 2025 election campaign, we knocked on 31,000 doors and had thousands of conversations. This was a community achievement, thanks to our amazing volunteers and my amazing team. Now, Swan is held on a margin of 14%. I'm honoured to have the support of my community. I look forward to telling this place more about the people of Swan and amplifying their voices and telling their stories. We will work hard delivering real change in the areas that matter to them: health, education, infrastructure, and protecting their rights to work, including their penalty rates, as we continue to build a better future together.
The member for Fadden.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I rise to honour the North Gold Coast RSL sub-branch on the celebration of its 25th anniversary. This incredible milestone reflects a quarter of a century of unwavering service to veterans and their families in our region. It was celebrated with a gala dinner at Club Helensvale, attended by the State RSL President, Major General Stephen Day. From its humble beginnings, the sub-branch has grown into a vital pillar of support, providing camaraderie, welfare advocacy and a sense of belonging to those who have served our nation. I commend President Ken Golden and all members, past and present, for their tireless commitment, and I thank them for upholding the Anzac spirit in our region. Deputy Speaker, last Friday I had the pleasure of attending the annual general meeting of the Labrador Men's Shed, a group that exemplifies mateship and mental well-being. It was heartening to see such a strong turnout, with participating members reaffirming the Shed's role as a place of purpose and connection for local men. I congratulate President Gordon Cowser and Secretary George on their re-election. Both are outstanding community leaders whose dedication has helped the Shed thrive, particularly as they look to the future with their upcoming new premises. These people deserve our recognition and support for what they do for each other and also what they do for our community.
Member for Braddon.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I think most people here will know that Donate Life started yesterday for the week. It's a really important thing where people should register as donors, organ and tissue donors, but the most important thing is to talk to your family about donation. A number of years ago, one of my dear Auntie Gay passed away. She became a donor, which was very humbling for our family. And a few years after she passed away and became a donor, my sister's husband became a recipient. What that means to families is really beyond words. It's really hard to try and put into words what that makes you feel like. And we know that 4 in 5 Australians say that they support organ donation, but you really have to register. And the message is go out and register, because many of the people who support it are not registered. But the other important thing is to have that discussion with your family. Your family needs to know, because at the time when the organ donation is possibly going to happen at a time when you are not in a state to be able to say, it's really important that your family really understand what your wishes are. And I know that after my auntie passed away, we all sat down and talked about it, and our whole family now understand what our wishes are, and that is really important to make sure that that gets to everyone. Thank you.
The member for Riverina has the call.
Labor members will tell you that one of the great legacies of the Gillard government was the National Disability Insurance Scheme, and they'd be right. Not that they put any money towards it, but I can remember when John Della Bosca was going around the countryside seeking support for the NDIS. I was the first New South Wales federal parliamentarian from the coalition side to sign up, because Kurrajong Waratah at Wagga Wagga told me it was the right and proper thing to do. But when it comes to callous cuts, the reductions in pricing that Labor has just introduced would be the cruelest of all. They certainly would. In its annual pricing review, the NDIS, the National Disability Insurance Agency, has taken an axe to the pricing arrangements and price limits for the National Disability Insurance Scheme, cutting the maximum prices that registered providers can charge NDIS participants. Now, that might not affect the larger regional hubs, which have people who don't need to travel out to see Australia's most vulnerable. But when you've got people in an hour from, say, Wagga Wagga, Tumbarumba, Narandra, even Junee, those people are now not going to get serviced. And those people who need podiatry and physiotherapy and speech therapy, they are going to be sacrificed on the altar of the cuts made by Labor. And it's simply not good enough for Australia's most vulnerable NDIS clients to have these cuts, which are going to have such a drastic effect on their lives.
The member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, a couple of months ago I was in Acacia Ridge and I was standing face to face with the bonnet of a car. The person behind the wheel was the Deputy Prime Minister. He had an excited look in his eye, and at that moment he put his foot down on the pedal of that car. The engine screamed and the wheels spun. And you might be wondering how I am here today, given that experience. But the truth is we were at TAFE Queensland Skills Tech in Acacia Ridge. It is a leading trade training centre, the largest in all of the Southern Hemisphere. I'm very proud to have that in our electorate of Moreton. On that occasion, the Deputy Prime Minister was on one of 2 state-of-the-art chassis dynos that's part of making sure that we give automotive skills to those people who are going to enter the industry. In terms of what is important for people who are going into trades, it is all about making sure that tradespeople of the future are given the skills they need. We visited people from carpentry there, and those are the people who are going to build the homes of the future, something incredibly critical. I'm very proud to be part of this Labor government, because this is a Labor government that is not only giving people skills of the future that will allow them to have good jobs, it is also a Labor government that will ensure that they have free TAFE and that they will have the ability to have 20% off their student debt as well.
The member for Forrest. No, we... You've done a switcheroo, so we have the member for...
Are you calling me, ma'am?
Yes, we have the member for Dawson. Sorry, you're not on the list.
Yeah, thank you. Deputy Speaker, I rise today to highlight the decline in basic services across rural and regional Australia, and my electorate of Dawson is not immune. Recently, a key Australian Post shop located in the main shopping centre of Mackay was shut down, even though Australia Post assured locals another branch is nearby. The former location had better access, especially for those with limited mobility, limited transport, the elderly, and the parents with bubs and children. My office has been inundated with emails and phone calls from locals expressing their anger and frustration, and I've written to the Minister for Communications and expressed these concerns, and I'm seeking answers and solutions. I'm yet to receive a reply. Deputy Speaker, these services are not a luxury, they are a necessity. A second closure at Bloomsbury means residents must now travel to the nearby town of Midge Point, with services offered at reduced hours. This is simply not good enough. Communities in regional Australia should be afforded the same services as those who live in the city. These closures are just another slap in the face for our local residents, and the lack of response from the Communications Minister only reinforces what we already know. Labor has no regard for rural and regional Australia.
The member for Tagny.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I joined the WA Police Force in 2006. I was not your typical police officer. I was a migrant. I was 45 years old. I didn't have a network and support in the WA Police Force. Detective Sergeant John Harty changed this for me. He has been my mentor in the police force since 2007, 1 year after I joined the WA Police Force. He guided my police career and encouraged me to apply for the rank of sergeant. My career path in police force was successful because of John. 3 days ago, our police family lost an invaluable member. John was not only a mentor, but he is my very close dear friend. I could call him at any time and he will respond to me. We were born in the same year, in the same month, and only a few days apart. 2 weeks ago, when John texted me when I was flying from Perth to Canberra, he said, "Sam, I'm not well, I wish to see you." I was not expecting to say goodbye to him that soon. As a police officer, we carry a heavy mental burden. Mentor like John not only help with learning our duty, but also in how to manage the stress of police work. Yesterday, I reflected with my police brothers and sisters, with John's wife, Beth. Goodbye, John.
The member for Forest.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Brunswick Junction hosts WA's oldest Red Cross unit and recently celebrated some of its longest-standing members. Judy Talbot, Norma Booth and Emma Papalia were all recognised for their decades of service to the Brunswick Red Cross unit. Shire of Harvey President Michelle Campbell presented the ladies with their medals for long service, remarking on their contributions to a volunteer unit that has been in operation for some 111 years. Emma Papalia received a 20-year bar. Norma Booth received a medal for her service as Secretary and Treasurer over some 48 years as a member. And then we come to the truly incredible service of Judy Talbot, OAM. Judy Talbot joined the Brunswick Red Cross before man walked on the moon. Judy has been the Red Cross President for more than 30 years, co-founded the Rowlands Olive Hill Bushfire Brigade with her husband Fred, before serving as Secretary and Treasurer for 39 years, and also became only the second female Commodore of an Australian sailing club in the year 2000. How truly special that 3 generations of the Talbot family were present to see Judy's latest award, and how lucky indeed is our nation for the contributions of volunteers like these fine Brunswick ladies.
The member for Werriwa.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. 30 years ago, on the 11th of July 1995, 8,372 men and boys were killed. A further 25,000 women, children and old people were displaced. On the 23rd of May 2024, the UN General Assembly adopted a resolution designating the 11th of July as the International Day of Reflection and Commemoration of the 1995 genocide in Srebrenica. Wera was home to many who came to Australia to find peace and safety. It was a privilege to join members of the Bosnia and Herzegovina community and my friend, the member for Chifley, and other members of Parliament for the observation on the 11th of July this year. Many in the audience are survivors of the events in 1995, and they and their families still bear the scars and strains of what happened there. To date, out of the approximately 8,000 people who are missing, 7,017 have been identified, mostly using DNA. Each year on the 11th of July, newly identified victims are laid to rest in the Srebrenica Potkari Memorial Centre. There are still 1,200 who are missing and unidentified. I'm wearing a painstakingly crocheted flower by members of our community, gifted to me by a survivor. Its message is white for innocence, green for hope, and 11 petals for the 11th of July. It's time for the world to learn the lessons of this horror so it doesn't continue to happen. Thank you to the community for sharing the commemoration with me.
Member for Nichols.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. My community has a right to be and is pretty angry about 60 Minutes reporting of the Climate Council of Australia's claims that Shepparton and Mooroopna, in my electorate, will be uninhabitable due to the impact of climate change and that 90% of properties will be uninsurable by 2030. Now, we've had some floods in our region, Deputy Speaker, and Shepparton and Mooroopna were built on where the Goulburn and Broken Rivers meet. We've had major floods 1916, 1917, 1939, 1956, 1958, 1974, 1993, and the recent ones when I was first elected member in 2022. And what we noticed about those floods was that the estates that had been built after 1974 had been built and designed in such a way that whilst there was water all through the parkland and through the roads, the floods actually didn't inundate any of the houses. So I just think it's irresponsible, and when you look through this Climate Council report, to make such a broad sweeping claim, you look for some of the evidence, it looks like very much a desktop study. Climate change is an issue for us to have a serious conversation about. Adaptation, energy transition in whatever that looks like, and it needs to be done with a basis in reality. But scaremongering like this and trying to frighten people in my community about their area being uninhabitable by 2030 is scaremongering, and it's just not on and not in keeping with a sensible and rational debate. Thank you.
The member for Brisbane.
Deputy Speaker, I'm proud to stand here and be a part of the government who is committed to making education affordable and accessible no matter where you live or of your financial circumstances. As I mentioned in my first speech, my mum Luella, who still lives in my electorate, she couldn't fulfil her dreams to become a teacher because her parents couldn't afford it. My twin sister, Chris, and I, we were the first in the family to attend university, and this would not have happened had university not been affordable. As one of 8 kids and Dad working full-time as a Sparky, there was just no way they would ever have been able to afford for us to go to university. And that's why I'm ever so grateful for getting the opportunity to study, and I'm ever so grateful to the Labor government. Brisbane has the 3rd highest concentration of people with student debt at more than 34,000. And while campaigning, I heard from many young people and their parents about how they were so excited about the opportunity that study could bring for them, but also that it was a barrier for them financially. Education has the power to change lives, and as a government, we have a responsibility to make sure education isn't a barrier, though, to living a decent life. Labor stands for a fairer society for all, no matter where you come from, and our commitment to reducing student debt is a real part of that. Thank you.
The member for New England.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Look, I rise to talk further about the scourge, which is intermittent power. The reason that I put forward a bill to repeal is I don't believe there's a binary outcome. I don't think there's a possibility of amending net zero. I certainly don't believe in continuing with net zero. I don't believe in the other myriad of possible outcomes. I just want to get rid of net zero. But I want to take you to a research fellow, and I don't know how much I'll get through this, but just to give you one example of one side of this. In most jurisdictions, talking about the United States, repeal of one of the acts in the United States, In most jurisdictions, including the United States and Australia, there are no binding federal mandates that compel project proponents to remove obsolete wind turbines, solar panels, transmission lines or battery systems. This has resulted in growing cases where infrastructure is abandoned, creating long-term liabilities for landholders, local councils and ultimately taxpayers. Decommissioning bonds, where they exist, are often poorly enforced, underfunded or riddled with loopholes that allow developers to exit responsibly through corporate restructuring or insolvency. Where have you heard that before, Madam Deputy Speaker? That's what we're doing right now. No one in this building is proposing anything but that. And we have these pious looks on our face like, oh, yeah, it's all, we're going to fix it all. You're not. You're not doing anything to fix it. You're just letting them get away with it. You're letting them get away with it because they've got you on this faux virtue thing. If you dare disagree with them, you don't believe in climate change.
The member for Werriwa.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. No act of kindness, no matter how small, is ever wasted. In my electorate, I see the acts of kindness every day. They change people's lives and change our community for the better. They shape the future. They also shape the future. Recently, for the 10th year, I recognised Werriwa volunteers. The recipients represent a wide range of groups. We had, from the Friends of India, we had Shipafa, Rajani, Raghunath and Myandra. From Ladies Like to Lunch, we had Annette Solfaro, and we also had representatives from the Inner Wheel Club, Liverpool Olympic Football Club, Preston's Public School and local JPs. Some of our JPs have more than 50 years of volunteer service for our community and some of our schools as well. It's a great honour to be able to to recognise just some of the people who make such a difference every day in Werriwa. Can I thank all the volunteers for what you do for us every day? Your efforts make a lasting difference and make our community so much better.
The member for Cook.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Nelson Mandela once said, "Sport has the power to unite people in a way that little else does." Well, this was clearly on display last weekend in the Sutherland Shire, where 8,000 of my constituents pounded the pavement in the Sutherland to surf, from Sutherland to beautiful sunny Wanda Beach. The race was won by Aidan Velton, a 19-year-old from just here in Canberra, who edged out the defending champion Thomas DeCanto and Paralympian Michael Roger in one of the closest finishes in the event's history. In the women's field, Daniette Sheehan, originally from Canada, took out first place, completing a remarkable progression. Third place 2 years ago, second place last year, and then coming in first place this year. Our local talent was on display with Jared Hurley and Sienna Bass from the Cronulla Track Club, winning the under-16 category. And I also want to thank the Sutherland to Surf organising committee from Wanda Surf Club, including Kate Spinner as convener, Fiona Sutton as club president, committee members Anne Caddison OAM, Sue Brannick, Rick Smith, Stuart Smith and Gary McNamara. Their tireless work makes this event possible. To everyone who ran, volunteered, donated and cheered, congratulations and thank you for what you do for our beautiful community in Cook.
The member for Banks.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I recently had the privilege of welcoming the Minister for Aged Care and Seniors to the electorate of Banks. Together, we visited Holy Spirit Aged Care Centre in Revesby. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the many residents at Holy Spirit for taking the time to talk to the Minister and I, including Peter, who told us about his time playing rugby league for the mighty Canterbury Bankstown Bulldogs. I would also like to extend my thanks to the staff at Holy Spirit Revesby for their wonderful hospitality and incredibly hard work. Local sporting clubs make a tremendous contribution to our communities, providing an avenue for both athletic participation and personal development for our young people. I would like to recognise the recent milestone at the Connells Point Rovers Football Club, who are celebrating their 60th season. Congratulations to the whole club, particularly club president Lance Condon, for putting together a fantastic evening to celebrate that I was able to attend. I would also like to recognise the Revesby Rovers Football Club, who recently brought the community together to hold a fundraiser in support of the Mark Hughes Foundation. In doing so, they raised over $30,000 to support patients experiencing brain cancer and research into combating it. Congratulations to the Revesby Rovers for their fantastic work, not only in supporting the great work of their foundation, but continuing to promote local sport for the young people in Revesby.
The member for Capricorn.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The world is watching Central Queensland. Right now, Rockhampton and Shellwater Bay are at the heart of the largest Talisman Sabre military exercise in history, with a record 19 nations and over 35,000 defence personnel taking part. What began 2 decades ago as a joint Australia-US operation has grown into a truly global defence collaboration with allies like the United Kingdom, Canada, Germany, France, the Netherlands and Fiji joining forces right here in our own backyard. Shellwater Bay has proven itself time and time again as one of the finest military training areas in the world. This Talisman Sabre exercise will see high-tech missile launches to amphibious landings and air combat drills at this world-class military training ground. And while our forces train for our global security, our local economy gets a major boost. Rockhampton hotels are fully booked, restaurants are bustling and businesses are thriving. The flow-on effect from thousands of boots on the ground is undeniable. It's supporting jobs, hospitality and services across the region. Shellwater Bay isn't just a strategic asset for our nation, it's an economic powerhouse for Central Queensland. It puts Rockhampton on the world map and drives real dollars into our local economy. Shellwater Bay isn't just a strategic asset, it's a driving force behind Rockhampton's growing reputation as a region that delivers. Whether it's for national defence or economic opportunity, Central Queensland is proving that it has the capability, capacity and community to support operations on a global scale.
The member for Newcastle.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Well, this weekend Newcastle will proudly host the NRLW Magic Round at McDonald Jones Stadium, and what a celebration of women's sports it will be. For the first time ever, the NRLW team will take to the field across one action-packed weekend, and there's no better place for it than Newcastle. Our city lives and breathes footy, and we're the beating heart of Australian sports. So when it comes to backing our teams, no one does it quite like Novocastrians. That passion runs deep, and it's just as fierce for our women as it is for our men. It's Newcastle that delivered the record crowd of almost 28,000 for the NRLW State of Origin game, and I know it will be Newcastle that delivers record crowds for the Magic Round this weekend. So if you haven't got your tickets already, you better hurry up before it's sold out. From grassroots leagues to the elite level, our community backs women in sport 100%. We turn out in droves, we cheer just as loud, we know the power of representation, especially for young girls watching their heroes and heroines take the field. This Magic Round is more than just a sporting event, it's a statement, a celebration of equality, talent and determination. I want to wish all the players, teams and supporters a fantastic Magic Round. Let's show the rest of the country how we do it in Newcastle. Go the Knights and go the NRLW.
In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for members' statements has concluded. I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 6, for a motion in relation to artificial intelligence.
And I give the call to the member for Casey.
I move the motion relating to artificial intelligence in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. And that's what I got. This motion is an important one because technology has a core responsibility and opportunity to solve many of the challenges that we face. And in many ways, the private sector is leading when it comes to artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence can solve many of those challenges, including productivity, which is down over 5% since the Albanese Labor government came to power in 2022. And if you want to deliver sustainable economic growth, sustainable wages growth and opportunities, you need to have strong productivity growth within our economy. And business wants to invest, and they are investing. However, I speak to so many in business, in the tech sector and in all business, because AI impacts all through every business, and they need certainty. They want certainty. They are frustrated and they are angry because there is a government, the Albanese Labor government, missing in action. Business is not sure how to invest or where to invest without knowing the rules of engagement. For 3 years, this government has been silent when it comes to AI. They released the Responsible and Safe AI discussion paper. It took 18 months for that release to then become a next step. The next step was more consultation. 3 years in, no certainty. We now have the then Minister for Industry and Science has been knifed by, in his own words, factional assassins, the Deputy Prime Minister, and we have a new Minister for Industry and Science who is now trying to get up to speed. But days and weeks and months cost for our businesses. So we need to have that clear direction. We need to acknowledge that there is risk, but we need to make sure we mitigate that risk with guardrails. We need to understand that we cannot out-regulate, out-legislate technology because of the speed that it moves. Guardrails gives that certainty to business so they can invest. And let's understand some of the opportunities. Let's look at the public sector. At a time where the budget, as the Treasurer's leaked report has shown, has deficits as far as the eye can see, we need to make sure that we spend taxpayer money well. We need to make sure that the public service is delivering really well for our communities. Yeah. And the public service used Microsoft Copilot as a trial for artificial intelligence to see some of the benefits they could gain. And the post-trial survey showed that 69% of those who undertook that trial agreed that it improved the speed to complete tasks. And 61% agreed that it improved work quality. This is just one example of many of how, with a dedicated strategy for our public service, we can deliver better value for the taxpayer and better value, most importantly, for those that rely on those services like Services Australia and NDIS and many other areas. And just last week, a survey of 2,300 people showed AI in the workplace had an 88% increase in ROI on those that were using that platform. 96% saved time and 94% increased productivity within their company. And this is what businesses are doing in Australia today with the government missing in action. Imagine what can be achieved for the Australian economy, for businesses, with a bit of direction from this government. But it's just not about the economic benefits. Annalise AI is an amazing AI company that I've spoken about previously, using artificial intelligence to support radiologists to make sure they can look at scans. There are reports of the AI technology finding tumours in lungs that the human eye cannot see. It also triages thousands and thousands of scans to make sure that the radiologists are spending their time looking at the high-risk patients. Another example of improving outcomes for Australians, ensuring that the people using the AI, not taking people out of the loop, but making sure their valuable skills, their valuable time is delivering better outcomes for the Australian people. There is not a technology that exists today that can solve so many challenges that we face, and we bring this motion because this government is completely missing on AI, except for the Treasurer putting a buzzword in a speech every second day.
Is the motion seconded? I give the call to the member for Cook.
Yes, it is. I second and I reserve my right to speak.
The member, the question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Look, I welcome this motion from the opposition, particularly from my good friend, the member for Casey, although I might not agree with some of his editorial comments, because it's not every day that we get a moment of consensus in this place. But when it comes to artificial intelligence, we all know the stakes are high and that the opportunity is enormous. AI has the potential to transform our economy, to lift productivity and to solve complex national challenges and to make everyday life easier for Australians. Whether it's improving healthcare, boosting productivity, helping small businesses with day-to-day operation or helping individuals navigate complex data, the impact is already being felt right across Australia. In fact, some modelling tells us that AI could contribute up to $200 billion a year to Australia's GDP by 2030 and create an extra 150,000 jobs. But those outcomes don't just happen by default. They require deliberate action, they require investment, they require guardrails, and importantly, they require public trust. And that's exactly what our government is seeking to do, Deputy Speaker. We're taking a clear-eyed, proactive and strategic approach to the opportunities and the risks of artificial intelligence. Our vision for Australia is to be more than just a consumer of AI. We want to be developers, deployers, adapters and trusted users. And we're building that capability from the ground up. That's why we've allocated $1 billion through the National Reconstruction Fund to support critical technologies like AI, backing sovereign capability and helping turn great Australian research into commercial products and services. We've also committed $17 million to set up AI adopt centres across the country so small and medium businesses can access the tools and advice they need to adopt AI safely and effectively. And at the same time, we're investing in the workforce that will power this future, with $47 million going into the Next Generation Graduates Program to train job-ready talent in AI and emerging technologies. And it's through programs like the Industry Growth Program and the R&D tax incentive, which has already supported nearly $500 million in AI-related projects last year. We're also backing startups and researchers to scale their work and push the boundaries to see what's possible. All of this adds up to a serious and sustained commitment, Deputy Speaker, not just to using AI, but to leading in its development and application right here in Australia for the world. But capability without trust gets us nowhere. At last count, 50% of Australians use AI regularly, but only 36% say they trust it. This is a serious gap, and if we don't close it, we risk losing the social licence to use these tools at scale. A huge shout out to Simon Kennedy, no, not the member for Cook who's here, the Simon Kennedy who lives in Lane Cove. He's head of the Australian Association of Voice Actors. Simon is a local comedian and a voice actor. He understands the inevitability of AI in his workplace and our workplace, but not at the expense of his personal intellectual property. AI unchecked can mimic Simon's voice with only 3 seconds of audio. Simon's voice is his and should not be used without his consent. Ethics in AI is so important, which is why we're embedding it into everything we do on AI. Australia is one of the first countries to develop a set of national AI ethics principles. These guide responsible development and ensure that our approach aligns with community standards. We're also making sure that existing laws apply to AI. Privacy protections, consumer laws, anti-discrimination legislation, online safety regulations, the list goes on. These frameworks already provide critical safeguards, and we're ensuring that they keep pace with technology. We're investing in the scientific understanding of AI systems, not just how they work, but how they fail. We want to know where the risks lie and how we can mitigate harm before it happens, and we're engaging globally. We've signed on to the Bletchley Declaration, the Seoul Declaration, the Hiroshima AI process, and we're active participants in an international network of AI safety institutes. So you'll see there, Deputy Speaker, from that list, and I could go on, I'm running out of time, but a very different characterisation of what this government is doing in the AI space, very different to that presented by the member for Casey in moving his motion. I'm sure we'll have a bit of back and forth here, but this is a really crucial piece of public policy that we need to undertake, and it's the Albanese government that will do it.
I give the call to the member for Cook.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Artificial intelligence is going to be as revolutionary to our society and our economy as the internet was.
Yeah.
Generative AI is not just a new technology, it's an entirely new economic frontier. Right now, Australian businesses are already using this every day in their work. 84% of knowledge workers in Australia are already using AI tools in their jobs. This isn't about the future, it's happening now, but it will only accelerate. And the opportunity is enormous. The Tech Council of Australia estimates AI could add up to $115 billion to our GDP by 2030. This is a global race, but unfortunately the sad news is, under the Labor government, we've already fallen behind. Now let's be clear, AI and the AI economy doesn't run on buzzwords, it runs on infrastructure, it runs on skills, and above all, it runs on energy. Eric Schmidt, the former CEO and founder of Google, recently warned the US Congress that the energy demanded by AI could rise from 3% today to 99% of total power demand. Eric estimated that the US would need 67 more gigawatts by 2030, an absolutely staggering figure. McKinsey estimates the demand from generative AI could increase by up to 500% by 2030. Now, other countries are responding. The US, the UK, China are all racing to secure reliable, industrial-strength energy for the next generation of our industries: AI, blockchain, clean manufacturing, nuclear. At COP29, the US, Canada, UK, France, Germany, Korea joined 31 nations committing to triple nuclear capacity by 2050. In the words of Eric Schmidt, who told Congress, "We need energy in all forms and it needs to be there quickly for AI." Now, what is the Labor government doing? Nothing that looks remotely like a plan. The PM Albanese and his energy minister are playing with our energy system like children playing with toys, flicking switches they don't understand and pulling levers with no idea what they control. And while Albo and Bowen play, we pay. We pay higher bills. We pay with lost jobs. We pay when global companies choose not to build here because energy in Australia is too expensive and too unstable. Under Labor, household bills are up by more than 20%. Households in my electorate are paying more than $1,000 a year than they were 3 years ago. Now, once in 2004, Australia was ranked in the top 5 cheapest countries in the OECD for residential power. Today, we're ranked in the top 5 most expensive. Wholesale power prices are twice in Australia, twice what they are in the United States. Now, that's just not bad luck. That's a result of bad government. This is what happens when ideology replaces engineering, when targets become before transmission, and when the energy minister confuses press conferences with power stations. Labor's energy policy isn't setting us up for AI, it's setting us up for our economy to fail. Australia is on track to miss the AI revolution. And this isn't just about tech. This is about whether Australia can remain a serious industrial developed economy. Will we still make things here? Will we host high-performance computing? Will we catch the AI wave of economic growth? Right now, the answer under Labor is no. This is a government that can't talk about Australia's future because they're torching the energy grid that it must be built on. Australia doesn't need more reviews, it needs results. It needs plans that match ambition with capability in energy, in regulation, in skills, in AI, in tech and execution. Because generative AI is not just a technology shift, it's a shift in global power. And if we want Australia to lead, if we want Australia to keep pace, we need a government that grows up and starts seriously investing in our energy system.
The member for Tangi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At a recent visit to Murdoch University in my electorates of Tangi, I was impressed by how this university is using artificial intelligence. There is a focus on how digital and AI capability can stimulate innovation, entrepreneurship, and commercialization of Murdoch research. There are opportunities to positively impact students, to transform research, and to build a more inclusive and connected community. Our Labor government wants to use the opportunity that comes with AI to help improve life for all working Australians. We want AI to help grow the economy and improve productivity while keeping Australians safe. AI can help to solve some of the biggest challenges of the coming decades. Challenges like reducing carbon emission, challenges like improving health care. And with incredible health and research campuses located right by Murdoch University, I'm especially excited what healthcare challenges we might be able to solve right here in Tangney. AI can contribute up to $200 billion a year to Australian GDP by 2030. It can create an additional 150,000 jobs. AI can increase annual labour productivity growth by over 3% by 2030. We need to build AI capability so that we can ensure that Australia benefit from AI as developer, deployer, adapters and user. This means having the right infrastructure, increasing AI skill and literacy, and supporting industry innovation. Australia can leverage our strengths in research and also as an incubator for innovation. Expertise in agriculture, financial and health sectors. And we have many talented experts, people like Tangney owns Hamid Laga from Murdoch University School of Information Technology. Professor Laga's work in AI saw him awarded a prestigious Future Fellowship from the Australian Research Council. Professor Laga will develop targeted mathematical tools and new machine learning algorithms. Benefit from this research will be seen in field of computer vision and graphic biology and health. This benefit will be felt across Australia and internationally. Australia is also an attractive destination for data centers. Investment in data center will drive innovation in AI and economic growth, ensuring we remain competitive on the global stage. Sustainable data center investment is important. Madam Speaker, as the uptake in AI and data-intensive application increases, so too does demand for energy and water. We need to minimize the impact on our natural resources, support the transition to net zero, and ensure the benefits are shared across the community. The government is also supporting the growth of AI companies. These include a $70 million network of government-funded AI Adopt Centre to help small to medium Australian enterprises responsibly adopt AI tools. The $47 million Next Generation Graduate Programme to train job-ready graduates in skills needed by our AI emerging technology industries. And the $15 billion National Reconstruction Fund providing targeted investment to diversify and transform Australian industry. This includes $1 billion for critical technologies, including AI. AI is vital to Australia's future economic resilience, competitiveness, and productivity. And Labor government, we are doing it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member for Fadden.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to support this motion from the member for Casey because artificial intelligence is no longer coming. It's already here. It's in our homes, our schools, our workplaces, and yes, even in the way our kids are doing their homework. AI is developing fast, and if we don't get serious about it, really serious, then Australia risks being left well behind. The opportunities in front of us are massive. This technology can lift productivity, streamline services, and spark new industries. And across electorates like mine, the Northern Gold Coast, we know what it means to adapt, to innovate, and to get on with the job when change arrives. Our part of the world doesn't sit back and wait for government to catch up. But, Deputy Speaker, that's exactly the problem. While Australians and their communities are moving ahead, this Labor government is stuck at the lights looking in the rear vision mirror. We've had talkfests, we've had discussion papers, but what we haven't had is a real plan and real action. While other nations are investing in digital infrastructure, AI education and industry partnerships, Labor is still forming committees. Let's be honest, when the Prime Minister was asked about ChatGPT, he looked like he thought it was a breakfast cereal. And you cannot lead a country through a digital revolution. It's actually pretty good. when you don't understand the tools that are at the centre of it. Deputy Speaker, Labor says it wants to deliver efficiencies through AI. Well, how about starting with the basics, like getting Centrelink to pick up the phone, or stopping the delays in Medicare processing that are frustrating Australians right across the country. Yeah. They talk a big game on innovation, but what have they actually done? Raised energy costs, floated new taxes, throttled business confidence. You can't run a modern economy, let alone an AI economy, on uncertainty and ideology. You need reliability, affordability, and a government that backs people to have a go. Under Labor, we've seen the opposite. Energy bills are up, red tape is up, and confidence is down. Yep. And a digital agenda that moves slower than a buffering live stream. Deputy Speaker, I support this motion because I support technology that works for people, not the other way around. We on this side believe that AI should be used to make life easier, not more bureaucratic. We believe government should use these tools to serve Australians better, not create another excuse for inaction. And we believe in backing Australians with the skills and infrastructure to compete, not just here, but on the global stage. That means building a workforce that's ready. It means making sure that the next generation of Australians can work with AI, not be replaced by it. And it means writing laws that protect our privacy and values without strangling the innovation that drives opportunity. Deputy Speaker, Australia is full of smart, capable and forward-looking people who run small businesses, raise families, employ apprentices and back themselves. They know how to work hard. They know how to adapt. But what they need, what they deserve, is a government that will back them to succeed in an ever-changing world. And right now, they're not getting that. Because instead of leading from the front, this Labor government is doing what it always does: try to wrap everything up in red tape and then hope that someone else figures it out. Well, the AI revolution won't wait for Labor to catch up. It's already here. I want to see an Australia where AI helps reduce pressure on teachers, where it improves diagnosis in our health system, where it lets small businesses focus on growth, not red tape. Yeah. I want to see public services become more efficient, not more robotic. And I want to see an Australia as a leader in ethical, practical and locally driven AI. But we won't get there with a government that's stuck in the past. So I commend this motion moved by my good friend, the member for Casey, and I say to the government, stop dithering, stop delaying and start delivering. The future won't wait and neither will Australians.
The member for Chisholm.
Look, thank you so much. I know they say that comedy is subjective, but I probably would have engaged ChatGPT to write some better jokes. I'm really pleased to be speaking on this motion today brought to the House by the member for Casey on the topic of AI. And I trust that the member for Casey is paying close attention to the things that are said in this chamber today on this topic. The Albanese Labor government is on the record as stating that we want to seize the opportunities of AI and in a way that improves life for working Australians. And indeed, in the last Parliament, I sat on committees that looked very carefully and seriously at the question of artificial intelligence in a range of settings, and I was really pleased by the bipartisan cooperation that we were able to enjoy in those committees, and I would invite the opposition to cooperate with the government once again. Our approach to AI is consistent with our guiding principles: no one held back, no one left behind. We know that AI and emerging technologies are creating new opportunities to increase our national competitive advantage. AI is vital to Australia's future economic resilience, competitiveness and productivity. We know this. AI can help solve some of the biggest challenges of the coming decades, including reducing carbon emissions, enhancing healthcare and improving citizens' interactions with one another and government. In terms of the opportunity, we know that AI has the potential to contribute up to $200 billion a year to Australia's GDP and create an additional 150,000 jobs. Indeed, in my own electorate of Chisholm, we have some of the country's brightest minds working in this space at universities and within our business community. Deakin University in my electorate is home to the Applied Artificial Intelligence Initiative. This initiative has a focus on the translation of fundamental research into tangible outcomes and products that affect the wider community, covering a range of projects from trauma support and aged care to advanced manufacturing and security. And this demonstrates quite clearly the breadth of opportunity that educational institutions like Deakin University are investing in and helping to facilitate when it comes to the practical application of AI. Our brightest minds are leveraging AI to work on projects that involve deep learning and machine learning, on projects like early cerebral palsy screening and assistive technology and autism research. These are researchers working on projects such as the virtual dementia experience, which is an immersive, emotive and interactive experience that aims to capture and simulate the experience of living with dementia. The Applied Artificial Intelligence Initiative enables Australian industries to leverage state-of-the-art breakthroughs within research settings and provides organisations the opportunity to explore otherwise unavailable solutions. I've taken ministers out to visit this facility and I, of course, look forward to more visits to this outstanding university and to talk about this initiative over the course of the 48th Parliament. We know that building AI capability is critical to capturing the opportunity of AI. We know that Australia is an attractive place to invest because of its strategic location. And we also know that Australia needs a regulatory environment that facilitates innovation while mitigating harms. And these are concerns. Harms are concerns the community does have. So it is our role as government to make sure that we do what we can to mitigate those concerns. We have a range of laws that regulate AI, including economy-wide laws on privacy, administrative law, online safety, corporations law, intellectual property, competition and consumer protection, and anti-discrimination. And we will continue to collaborate on the science of AI safety through the International Network of AI Safety Institutes. This is very important. When it comes to government initiatives concerning AI, we of course have established the $15 billion National Reconstruction Fund, providing targeted investments to diversify and transform Australian industry. And forgive me, Deputy Speaker, for not taking seriously the free advice issued by the opposition today in light of the fact that they have absolutely decimated industry and sovereign capability in this country. We're going to invest $1 billion for critical technologies, including AI. There are lots of other programs that I'm afraid my time is too brief to run through today. But there should be no question in anybody's mind in this place or in this country that our government takes very seriously the opportunities presented to us as a nation through artificial intelligence. Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker.
The member for Fowler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for Casey for bringing this motion forward and highlighting the growing importance of generative AI in our economy. In Fowler, our Western Sydney University is co-designing AI research and ethical curriculum frameworks across its campuses, as well as having our Ingham Institute home to the new Centre for Robotics and Health Technologies, leading work in AI, digital health, telehealth, robotics and diagnostic innovation. So there's some great innovative AI work that's happening in Fowler in Western Sydney. Generative AI has the power to unlock extraordinary growth. By 2030, it could contribute up to $115 billion annually to Australia's economy through better productivity and entirely new industries. Businesses across Australia are already riding that wave. From Telstra to NAB and Bunnings, companies are using AI tools to streamline operations and free up staff to focus on high-value work. CEOs say this is unlocking efficiencies and supporting innovation. Salesforce found that 53% of Australian professionals are already using or experimenting with generative AI at work, and 79% report productivity improvements. But with great change comes great responsibility. As we embrace the opportunities of AI, we must ensure consumer protections, workforce support and public trust. Otherwise, economic gains can mask deepening inequality, and communities like mine in Fowler could be left behind. Industry analysts warn that over 25% of Australia's economy, almost $600 billion in activity, faces disruption from generative AI. And OpenAI's CEO has predicted that up to 50% of entry-level white-collar jobs could vanish in just 5 years. Even Australian firms like WiseTech are cutting jobs to drive AI-based efficiency. A reminder that disruption is real and workplaces are changing fast. We can't simply follow trend. We need leadership, we need a plan, and we need safeguards to keep people at the centre of change. So I ask the government, how are you protecting workers, consumers and small businesses, especially in multicultural communities like Fowler, from being left behind? What frameworks are being put in place to, 1, ensure AI systems are transparent, unbiased and secure, particularly in sensitive sectors like finance and health? 2, support vocational educators, industry trainers and entrepreneurs to lead the AI skills innovation, not just rely on centralised institutions. 3, fund real retraining pathways for workers whose jobs are at risk of automation. And 4th, help migrant-run small businesses adopt AI responsibly and competitively. We know that 75% of Australian workers are worried about losing their jobs to AI, and many feel overwhelmed by the speed of change. But we also know that when managed well, generative AI can elevate jobs, improve outcomes and boost national resilience. Mandela Partners projects that nearly half of Australia's workforce, over 7 million people, will be impacted by generative AI, many positively. And studies have shown that lower skilled workers see the greatest productivity boost when supported by these tools. So, Deputy Speaker, this is not just about technology, it's about trust. It's about ensuring that people are not passive bystanders in this transformation, but active, empowered participants. Let Australia lead, not just in adoption, but in ethical innovation, in inclusive growth, and ensuring that no community, including Fowler, is left behind. Let us ensure that AI works with people, not instead of them, and that we build a future where innovation is balanced with fairness and foresight. And Deputy Speaker, in the spirit of transparency, I won't say exactly how much generative AI helped write speech, but just let's say it did have a hand in it. Thank you.
Thank you. The member for Cunningham.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and congratulations on your election to the Speaker's panel. I'm very pleased for you. Australia is standing at the edge of an extraordinary technological revolution, one that is already changing the way we live, the way we work and the way we interact with each other. Artificial intelligence is no longer a concept for the future. It is here, it is integrated in our workplaces, it's in the services that we use, and increasingly in the decisions that shape our daily lives. It is driving advances in healthcare, helping reduce carbon emissions, and transforming industries from manufacturing to agriculture. If we get this right, the benefits for Australia are immense. AI could contribute up to $200 billion a year to our GDP and create 150,000 additional jobs by 2030. It could increase annual labour productivity growth by more than 3% over the same period. It is vital for our future that we embrace AI in a regulatory environment that facilitates innovation and also mitigates the harm that it could do. And it is absolutely critical to get the balance right. We want an Australia where technology creates opportunity, not inequality, and where workers, businesses and communities all share in the benefits. One of the biggest risks for Australia is falling behind in capability. We want to see investment in building our capabilities right here in Australia and not moving offshore. We need governments, unions, businesses, all working together to get the best outcomes. And we need to secure the Australian advantage. And that means leveraging the opportunities AI presents for improved efficiencies, better productivity, and ultimately better competitiveness. We can already see businesses in Australia using artificial intelligence to power their operations and enhance their productivity. The latest AI adoption tracker shows 41% of small and medium enterprises are currently using AI, a figure that keeps increasing. And this is leading to improved decision-making and better productivity, which is really great to see. The Albanese Labor government is working to improve our comparative advantages and grow the AI industry through our National AI Capability Plan. We want to upskill small and medium enterprises and train our future workers. And just one example is the micro-skill course, Introduction to Artificial Intelligence, delivered by TAFE. And I'm so proud that this is a free online course, thanks to the Albanese Labor government. And this is helping workers to find real work applications of AI. And we've got the $47 million Next Generation Graduates programs, which are training job-ready graduates in skills needed by our AI and emerging technology industries. And I'm also really proud of the role that the Illawarra is playing in this transition. The University of Wollongong's Centre for Artificial Intelligence is focusing on pioneering research to develop innovative theories and techniques of AI. The centre works to support the transfer of that knowledge into industry, community and science. And as a community with a strong manufacturing base, innovating new and improved manufacturing processes, the Illawarra is perfectly placed to take advantages of the opportunities that AI can provide. And at the same time, we need to make sure that this isn't at the price of workers. Our focus needs to remain on delivering good, secure, well-paid jobs. And I have been very pleased to hear our new Minister for Industry and Innovation, Senator Tim Ayres, talk about strengthening worker voice and agency as technology is diffused into workplaces. This is really important, and I'm really proud to be a part of a government that is prioritising this. We are working across government to ensure there is clarity, consistency and certainty for the tech sector in delivering these improvements for our national interest. The National AI Centre supports and accelerates our AI industry, aiming to help Australia become a global leader in developing and adopting trusted and secure and responsible AI. We're investing in the sector through our AI adoption centres and the National Reconstruction Fund, which targets critical technologies like AI. Importantly, Australia is collaborating on the science of AI safety through the International Network of AI Safety Institutes. This network is ensuring international cooperation on AI safety, and that is a top priority, helping government and communities understand the risks posed by AI and working towards solutions to minimise harm. I thank the House.
There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting.
Notice number 7, private members' business, men's health.
I move the motion relating to men's health in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. Thank you. Speaker, health is an issue impacting men across this country. It's no secret that men face significant health challenges, but we don't talk about men's health as much as what we should. We need to do better at looking after our health, and that starts by men actually having conversations about it. Whether it's heart health, prostate, testicles, erectile dysfunction, mental health, or even the common cold, men often don't take our health seriously. This means that men are dying when they don't need to. One of the easiest ways for men to get on top of their health is to book a regular checkup with their GP. Whenever I'm speaking to a room full of men, I say put your hand up if you've seen your GP in the last 12 months. Usually, not many hands go up at all, Speaker. So we need to make a habit of getting a regular checkup. Book it in every year on your birthday. See the doctor when your car goes in for a pink slip. If your car needs a regular checkups, we do too. And when something doesn't feel right, even if you saw your doc last month, make another appointment. If we have an issue with a car, we take it straight to the mechanic. But when we're sick or something doesn't feel right, we wait until an arm is about to fall off before we book an appointment with our GP. It doesn't make sense, Speaker. Our health is so important. Going to a doctor could save our life. An important part of my role is debunking some of the big myths in men's health. For example, you no longer need a finger up the bum to see if you have prostate cancer. It can now be done by a simple blood test. One of the biggest deterrents for men getting checked for prostate cancer, one of our biggest killers of men, is now no longer necessary. We also need to look after our mental health. Now, I know talking about our feelings isn't something that comes naturally to everybody, especially men, but we need to normalise opening up and lightening the load that is weighing us down. 70% of suicides in Australia are men. Something isn't right. If you're struggling, talk to somebody. There's always somebody that will listen. There's always a light at the end of the tunnel, even if there are times when you don't see it. Check in on your mates. Give them a call, catch up for a beer or a coffee, or even just send them a text message. Small things can make a big difference in so many people's lives. As a government, we are starting a conversation about men's health. We will improve health outcomes for men through a strong focus on these issues. I'm so proud to be holding the new position of Special Envoy for Men's Health. This is the first time a government has appointed a Special Envoy for Men's Health. It shows how seriously the Albanese Labor government is taking men's health. Through this position, I hope to bring attention to the topic and help find solutions to the health issues leading to men dying far too young. We're kicking it off with $32 million to support men's health. This includes $11.3 million for Movember to provide men's healthcare training to primary healthcare workers to encourage men to see their GPs. There's $20.7 million for grassroots initiatives to support men's mental health and wellbeing, like the Men's Shed Initiative, National Shed Development Program, which provides grants of up to $10,000 to individual men's sheds, and the Movember Ahead of the Game program delivered in partnership with the AFL that develops emotional resilience in boys and young men through sporting environments and teaches them to seek help when they needed it. Funding will also go to Healthy Male to support the delivery of the Plus Parental Initiative, a program to help men prepare for fatherhood, because we know it's a massive change in a bloke's life when we're bringing new people into this world. And there's also funding for the Black Dog Institute to research men's mental health and suicide prevention. So to all the blokes out there, I honestly call on you all and ask you all to go and book an appointment with your GP. Go and get blood tests done, because we can talk in this place about mental health, we could talk about physical health, we could talk about all the health issues in the world, right? But until we're actually going to go and take that first step and going to see our GP and have that conversation with them that there's maybe something wrong with us, or there may not be something wrong as well, but we need to go get a blood test every 12 months to get that checked. If we can please go out there and do that, our families, we owe it to our families, we owe it to our kids, we owe it to our partners, we owe it to our loved ones, we owe it to our mates, to make sure we're looking after ourselves so that we can be the best dads, the best mates, the best friends that can be out there. Thank you very much, Speaker, and thank you to all the men out there.
Is there a seconder for the motion?
I second the motion.
Cool.
Right to speak.
Thank you. Awesome.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Sorry?
The member for Dawson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I commend the member for Hunter for bringing forward this bill and for placing mental health, especially men's mental health, on the parliamentary agenda. I agree when he says there are way too many Australian men struggling with mental health, often suffering in silence. And I agree that the suicide rates among men remain too high. Mental health isn't a political issue, it's a human issue. Suicide prevention is something close to my heart. I'm the proud patron of the Whitsunday Suicide Prevention Network, and I witnessed firsthand the incredible work this grassroots group does to support our community. It's volunteers helping neighbours, it's local champions offering a hand, a phone call or a safe space for a conversation. It's about local knowledge, cultural understanding and being there in the moments that count. The Suicide Prevention Network runs community training events, school talks and early intervention sessions, all tailored to the region's unique needs. I just want to share some sobering facts. Suicide is now the 15th leading cause of death overall in Australia. Men are 3 times more likely to die from suicide. And here's what really hits home. There were 500 more male suicides in 2022 than 10 years earlier. That's an additional 10 men every week. And while I don't have the most recent data, sadly, I suspect that these numbers have gone up. And that's why I thank the member for Hunter. Your bill is a step in the right direction. However, more can be done, and this bill can be further strengthened. If we are truly serious about turning the tide, then we need to make the system easier, fairer, and more accessible. We know that many men, particularly in rural and regional areas, struggle to ask for help. Whether it's a farmer in the middle of a drought, a FIFO worker battling isolation, or a veteran facing trauma from years of service, the journey to seek mental health is often too complex, too expensive, and too slow. Everyone's mental health journey is different. What works for one may not work for another. Having affordable and accessible help across all modes is vital. It's one thing to build up the courage to ask for help, but what happens when someone puts that courage into action and tries to get help? A trip to the psychologist can be daunting and costly. Many cannot afford it. To get a Medicare rebate, they must first need to see a GP and devise a mental health plan. By the way, there is a cost to visit this GP because waiving a green Medicare card is not the only plastic you need to see a GP in my electorate. Then once the therapy starts, it can take several sessions just to open up. And by the time real progress is made, the 10 Medicare rebated sessions, what then? They're left in limbo, forced to wait until the next calendar year, or worse, they need to stop seeing help altogether. That's why I call for this bill to be amended. This bill should be amended to restore the mental health sessions accessible via Medicare from the current 10 sessions per calendar year under the Labor government to the 20 sessions per calendar year as it was under the previous coalition government. I further seek that additions are made to the bill. So these mental health plans are 100% bulk billed and that these plans can cover up to 2 calendar years, thereby allowing 40 appointments over 2 years before a return visit to the GP. This would help patients ease pressure on the GPs, reduce admin and give people the time and space to heal. And I seek that the amounts in 2A and B be further increased to also include funding to the suicide prevention networks like Life Force Training, run by Wesley Mission, so that the greater emphasis can be placed on local training for everyday people. The more people trained to recognise and respond appropriately to need, the better. Suicide and attempted suicide are a behaviour, a final act when someone feels they've exhausted every option. The evidence is clear. Access to timely and affordable support positively changes the outcomes. We must remove every barrier that stands in the way. Let's do more than talk. Let's put a plan into action and save lives. I commend the bill.
The question is the motion be agreed to. The member for Mercury.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I do rise to support this motion. It's not a bill, it's a motion. The member for Hunter and speak on an issue that is of national importance, men's health, and particularly the mental health and well-being of men and boys. I speak today not just as a member of Parliament, but as a father, grandfather, uncle, brother and mate, and someone who, like many of us here, has known the pain of losing someone far too soon and dealing with the ongoing consequences of that. Every day across this country, too many men are struggling in silence. They show up to work, they'll pick up the kids, they'll crack a joke at the pub, but behind all that, they're hurting. They carry burdens that no one sees, and the saddest part is, often they're told, suck it up, and they have to carry it alone. Too many are battling with mental and physical health behind closed doors, often feeling unable to speak up or seek help. Outdated stereotypes about masculinity continue to cast a long shadow, stopping men from reaching out when they need it the most. The silence can be deadly. Suicide remains the leading cause of death for Australian men 18 to 44. That is a heartbreaking reality, and it's a national emergency that we must face with urgency and compassion. And I'm proud to be part of a government, the Albanese Labor government, that is taking action. not just with slogans, but with serious targeted investment in men's health. We are strengthening Medicare and delivering $32 million in dedicated initiatives focused on supporting men and boys, including the $11.3 million for November to train 60,000 primary healthcare workers across the country and encourage men to take the first step: visit your doctor. $20.7 million for grassroots mental health programs, supports where it's needed most, including the funding of men's sheds for the Ahead of the Game initiative, for Healthy Male, and for the Danny Frawley Centre, all of which are doing life-changing and life-saving work in our communities today. As chair of the Parliamentary Friends of Men's Shed, something I hold very, very dearly, I have seen firsthand the impacts of invaluable places of connection play in supporting men's mental health and fighting isolation. Men's Shed play a huge part in improving the health and wellbeing of men in our community, and are the perfect place to get the message out that men's health is a priority for the Albanese Labor government. Men's Shed are more than just building things. They're about connection, community and better health outcomes for blokes. For too long, many men have put off seeing a doctor or talking to someone when they're struggling. We need to change that. Men's Shed provide a safe and familiar space where men can open up, check with each other and access the information and support they need. The funding is about backing the incredible work that's already happening and making sure every man, no matter where they live, has a place to belong and someone looking out for them. Support at grassroots level is critical. In McEwen, the work of Romsey local Jack Bamford is a prime example. Jack is the founder of Fishing for Mental Health, an event held at Lauriston Reservoir. These events blend angling, nature and community to support men's health and wellbeing. Proud to report that I've taken part in these events, not that the fishing's been much chop, but I've seen the impacts that it has. They offer a chance for blokes to get together, step away from stress, get out in nature and connect with others over a simple activity. Fishing is calming, promotes being in the moment and a sense of reflection. Small wins that build confidence. We worked with Fisheries Victoria to ensure stocked fishing. With growing participation, these events model how simple activities can have a meaningful impact. Group settings like this foster mateship, conversation and peer support, key factors that are so important in mental health. Jack's work in this space is making a real difference for men in our community. And then there's Peter Patterson at CTI. Peter developed on his own property a little cabin and a lake. Again, thanks to Fisheries Victoria, we stock some fish in there, where he takes veterans and first responders to meet, sit by the campfire, just relax away from the world and sit there and talk with professionals and get the support and the help they need. This is an amazing thing that he's done, and it's something that just shows that we can look at things outside the box and see where the opportunities are to actually bring the best results. A culture where speaking up is a sign of strength, not a sign of weakness, where men and boys are told not to tough it out, but where they know that they're not alone. Help is available and someone listens. This government's investment in mental health is more than about services. It's about a future where no man suffers in the silence and no family is left to grieve alone.
The member for Indi.
I thank the member for Hunter for this motion and I congratulate him on his new role as Special Envoy for Men's Health. Can't think of a better person to do it. Like the member for Hunter, and I'm sure all the speakers here today, and I think I'm the only woman, so please forgive me. But like you, I want to see the Australian government and the Australian society generally do much better when it comes to recognising the health challenges men face, particularly when it comes to mental health. In my life before coming to this place, I worked as a midwife, a nurse and a public health researcher. And the mental health of new fathers in particular is something I've paid close attention to and I'm going to focus on today. The health of Australian men often lags behind that of women. This is a problem not just for men. When a man becomes a father, his physical and emotional health directly impacts his children's health, especially in the early years. Yet despite an established system of prenatal care for expectant women, fathers are not included in any systemic health surveillance during the prenatal or early parenting period. And this is a missed opportunity for men and their families. Pregnancy is a major stressor on the mental health of expectant fathers. It's well known that around 14 to 16% of new mothers will experience postnatal depression, But it's less well known that between 5 and 10% of fathers will too. And research has shown that the pregnancy period can be more stressful for men than the period after a child is born. Much like women, the impending birth of a child forces a man to adjust to a change in his perception of himself, the perception of others, and the real or perceived pressures of supporting a new family. This unaddressed mental health strain on men affects their partners too, and disturbingly, pregnancy is the most likely period for a woman to experience domestic violence for the very first time, and for it to escalate for women who've already experienced violence. Yet we do very little as a society to support men's health during their partners' pregnancies. Men are far less likely than women to access health care in general, and even if they do, they're more likely than women to focus on physical problems and less likely to disclose mental and emotional distress. The pregnancy period, with its many health checkups and pre-birth classes, rightly focuses on women. However, it presents an excellent opportunity to engage men about their own health, as well as that of their expectant partners. But we're missing this opportunity. In my former life as a rural health researcher, I conducted a large population study in Sweden and found that men with feelings of fear about the forthcoming birth of their children had barely engaged with prenatal services, and when they did, they received scant recognition from the health system. Now, when I replicated this research in regional Victoria, I found the same thing. Most men were never asked about their health when attending an antenatal health checkup with their partner, nor did they consider reporting their psychological concerns to their usual GP. These men were exposed vicariously to health professionals on many occasions, but the opportunity to engage with them was missed. And this is largely because the pregnancy period in Australia is still seen as just women's business. These days, we talk about fatherhood as if it were a partnership, a sort of joint experience with the mother during pregnancy, birth and parenting, but this is not the experience of most people. Instead, when men encounter the healthcare system during pregnancy, they overwhelmingly report feeling peripheral at best or marginalised and excluded at worst. And this is despite data showing men generally want to be more involved during the pregnancy process. The sidelining of men during pregnancy not only misses a chance at early mental health intervention, but exacerbates the gendered nature of parenthood once kids arrive. Everybody loses. I'm really pleased to hear about the plus paternal funding that the member just discussed. But I'd like to say that a father-inclusive model of antenatal care could start with one key policy intervention. Our first step should be the introduction of Medicare-listed mental health checkups for expectant fathers. This could be done without delay. In fact, the UK introduced a similar model all the way back in 2018. Improving men's health, and therefore the health of their relationships and the prospects of their children, will not be solved by a single intervention. The mental health system is woefully under-resourced as it is, and allocating resources to early mental health interventions is a broader goal. And this is particularly the case in rural and regional Australia. So I thank the member and I implore the government to get on with this and to look at this particular intervention as a really positive step forward.
The member for Leichhardt.
Thank you, Speaker. I stand to speak on the motion moved by my friend, the member for Hunter. And I thank the member for Indi. We need to have female voices in this space as well. And can I say how important it is that the Albanese Labor government has appointed a special envoy for men's health, bringing these issues to the forefront so that we're no longer afraid to speak about it. Too often men's health is swept under the rug. Blokes are told to man up, stay tough. You don't need to talk about that. You don't need to talk about your health. Self-medication is a problem. Guys drown their sorrows or seek for answers at the bottom of a bottle of bourbon. I've had friends who've taken this route. I know where it goes. I've had a look at it myself. It's scary. It's isolating. And it needs to change. More and more boys and men are feeling socially isolated like never before. And we're seeing this play out with real-world impacts as more men and boys give in to sadness and the anger that comes with their social isolation. This is making men's health figures worse, not better. quick stats from Suicide Australia is that, as the member pointed out, in 2023, men accounted for 70% of deaths by suicide. This is a statistic as scary as it is shocking. It is not just men whose lives are ruined by that, but everybody whose lives that they touched. This is even more stark when you consider that for some groups of men and boys, the statistics are even worse. In 2023, suicide was the second leading cause of death for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander men. Many don't know, but in culture, if a body is not interned, immediately it calls out. So you can end up with suicide groups within a single community. These are devastating and can lead to months and months of sorry business. In 2022, suicide has overtaken land transport accidents as the leading cause of child death. This shows that the age-old approach of "she'll be right, mate" is not working for many boys and men across the country. It's not just suicide though. Men's health is failing behind in all measures. I can guarantee that if you stop to think about it, you know one bloke who thinks they can just tough it out. You might be the bloke who thinks you can just tough it out. They won't see a doctor about the pain. They won't go to get stitched up. They don't talk about being lonely. They won't do proactive testing for things like prostate cancer. One of my friends is currently going through cancer treatment. He found out because he saw his GP. They got it early. I get to keep my friend now. If he'd have taken that old school route, they catch it when the symptoms arrive, it's too late. So there is no more space for stigma, keeping men away from the healthcare they need, especially when getting healthcare when you need it can be tough in regional places, remote at the best of times. We need men to step up, like the member for Hunter has, and to break down the stigma men have about opening up about their health. We need to have that conversation with men, other men, respect. The Albanese Labor government is serious about building a stronger, fairer and healthier Australia for everyone, and men's mental health is a big part of that. Since coming to government, we have been delivering real support to men and boys by strengthening Medicare and investing $32 million in targeted men's health initiatives. This includes $11.3 million for November. Not everyone likes the mustaches, but it has a good cause. It trains 60,000 primary health workers and encouraged men to visit the doctor, as well as $20.7 million for grassroots mental health support, including expanded funding for men's sheds, Ahead of the Game, Healthy Male and the Danny Frawley Centre. Let's not forget Labor's investments of the $8.5 billion to strengthen Medicare and $1 billion for mental health, including more headspace centres and more trained mental health professionals. Locally, that has translated already to an operational Medicare urgent care clinic centre in the south of Cairns. Soon one in the northern suburbs will be open as well. And a Headspace Plus, so young men can get the help that they need before they head too far down this very, very dark road. I congratulate the member for the bill. I thank everyone who's speaking on here today. I cede the floor.
The member for Nichols.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I'd too like to thank the member for Hunter, not only for bringing this motion forward, but also for his friendship, and it's an honour to co-chair Parliamentary Friends of Mental Health. It's a place, I will say, that I think all of us recognise can be a difficult environment to work in, and these relationships that we have across the aisle are important, so we look after our own mental health in this place. Doesn't mean I'm not going to disagree with some of the Labor policies that the member for Hunter, but you know, the contest of ideas and that being done in a friendly way is an important part of what we do here. As has been said by previous speakers, you know, 3,000 lives tragically lost every year to suicide, approximately 75% of men. And that's touched us all. It's touched me in my electorate of Nichols. Some very notable people who took that option, and the sadness that's left behind and the impact on the community can't be understated. I think we've seen an increase in challenges around men's health since the COVID pandemic, and I get that it's easy to look at this stuff with hindsight, but I do think we need to look at the way some states, particularly my state of Victoria, approached that particular issue in terms of lockdowns and perhaps the mental health issues that were not being addressed when a more physical issue such as the COVID pandemic was being addressed. And the Morrison government did put forward funding for 20 mental health, Medicare subsidised mental health sessions, and that's been reduced to 10. I think that's a regrettable step, and I've had professionals tell me that they think that that should be reinstated to 20 Medicare-funded mental health sessions. In terms of what I see in my community, what does positive mental health, particularly for men, look like? For me, there are three aspects of it. It's physical health, it's mental health, and also it's, if I could put it, financial and purposeful health. Physical health, many people might know, I've been on the mission to train with every football netball club. 44 clubs I've trained with, half netball, half football, and but you can see people's mood lift as the endorphins are released and people do this exercise together. They have a great impact on mental health because of the togetherness, and I think particularly if we could look at Victoria, the way that the netball and the football comes together, it means that the whole community comes together, and issues such as domestic violence can be addressed, and I've seen that very positively, particularly in a community called Yarrawonga that's had this approach towards ending domestic violence with both the men and the women of their community, the netball players, the football players in the room together. The mental health is lifted, in my view, Deputy Speaker, as you may know, by the arts. And so, you know, music and whatever your form of art is, it's an uplifting experience, and it's very important for our mental health. And if young men have a purpose, meaningful work, ability to support themselves and their families, and a contribution to a business, to a community, then that helps. So the reason I mention those sort of things is I think if we can enable physical health through supporting community sport and community sport infrastructure wherever we can, if we can support mental health through the arts by supporting not just the arts that might be a bit more elitist, not that there's not a place for that, but community arts, where community members, whatever their level of talent, can become involved and express themselves that way, but also focusing on that strong economy, competitive in the world, so that we've got businesses like agriculture and food manufacturing in my electorate that give not only young men but young women that sense of purpose and that sense of hope that there's a future for them, and the earning potential, the camaraderie with work colleagues, and all of the positive mental health outcomes that brings. So again, I thank the member for Hunter. Look forward to working with you through this term, Parliamentary Friends of Men's Health. I'm sure we'll have a lot of fun doing it and hopefully spread a very good message. Thank you.
The member for Spence.
Well, thank you, Speaker. Today, I speak on an issue that has historically gone unspoken in this place, in homes, workplaces, footy fields and pubs across our nation. That issue is men's health, and it gives me great pleasure to be in the chamber with my very good friend, the member for Hunter, and the very aptly appointed Special Envoy for Men's Health. You're doing a fantastic job, mate. Now, we've made great strides in medical research, in expanding services and in breaking down barriers. There is still painful truth that we must confront. Too many Australian men are struggling with their health in silence. Too many are fighting battles, physical, mental, emotional, without support, without understanding and without the tools they need to seek help. And tragically, far too many are dying because of it. We know that men are more likely to delay going to the doctor, more likely to downplay symptoms, and more likely to believe they just need to tough it out or to man up. But being strong does not mean being silent. It's okay to be not okay. And in Australia today, silence is costing lives as suicide remains the leading cause of death of Australian men aged 15 to 44. Every day we lose around 7 men to suicide. That's 7 families torn apart, 7 communities left grieving, and 7 more reasons to act with urgency and compassion. That's why this government is taking action to change the conversation around men's health and to change the outcomes for men and boys across Australia. We're doing that by investing in early intervention, building safe and accessible services, and dismantling the outdated stereotypes that stop too many men from reaching out. This year, we've committed $32 million to targeting men's health initiatives. That includes $11.3 million for Movember, maybe not my strong suit, but definitely the member for Hunter, an organisation that has transformed awareness and action on men's health for more than 2 decades. This funding will help train 60,000 primary healthcare workers so that when men do walk through the door of a GP, they are met with the professionals who understand their needs and how best to support them. As well as this, $20.7 million in grassroots mental health programs, because we know the most effective support often happens outside traditional settings. We're expanding funding for trusted community organisations like Men's Shed, Ahead of the Game, Healthy Male and the Danny Frawley Centre, which work with men where they live, work and play, from local sports clubs to regional towns. These investments are not a one-off. They're part of a broader health and mental health agenda that this government is delivering. We're investing $8.5 billion to strengthen Medicare, including cheaper medicines, more bulk billing and better access to GPs. As well as this, $11.6 million specifically for men's health was allocated in the 24-25 budget. And over $1 billion for mental health services, including expanding headspaces centres for young Australians, especially in my electorate of Spence in Gawler, and growing our mental health workforce so people don't have to wait or go without help. We are helping men who might never have spoken to a psychologist get help at their local footy club. We're helping fathers open up to their sons, mates look out for mates, and blokes in small towns take that first vital step by saying 3 powerful words: I need help. And we're doing it while making the system more affordable and more accessible for all Australians, because you shouldn't have to be wealthy or live in a major city to get the quality health care you need. Breaking down this stigma isn't just a campaign, it's a commitment. It's a promise to men and boys across the country that we see them, that we value them, and that help is just around the corner. It's about shifting the cultural landscape so that talking about your health is a sign of strength, not weakness. It's about building a country where no man feels like he must suffer in silence. Speaker, when we support men's health, we strengthen families, we strengthen communities, and we strengthen our nation. Because this isn't just a men's issue, it's an issue for our society. Whether it's the dad struggling after a job loss, a teenager facing anxiety at school, the veteran coping with trauma, or the retired tradesman navigating illness, every Aussie bloke deserves support, dignity, and the chance to live a full and healthy life. I welcome this government's leadership in delivering that support. I commend all organisations, health workers, community volunteers and families who are walking alongside our men every single day. By investing in better health outcomes for our men and boys, we are building something bigger, a stronger, fairer and healthier Australia.
And I thank the member for Spence for his contribution. The question before the Federation Chamber is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Cowper.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Hunter for bringing forward this motion on men's health and men's mental health. Last year, I had the privilege of being at the launch of Movember's annual report into men's mental health, changing the face of men's health. It is a report that is very well worth reading, and I commend the work on that Movember have been doing for a very long period of time, and the inroads more recently that they have made into men's health and men's mental health. The report, though, is confronting, and we stood in that room and Mark Butler gave a very impassioned speech. I followed him with a similar speech about men's health and men's mental health, and how we all agree in this place that we need to do more in relation to both of those, and how we should work together, and how good, healthy men become part of a good, healthy society. And I spoke about domestic violence as well, that healthy men mentally are in healthy relationships, and it makes a difference. But despite all agreeing in a bipartisan fashion that this should occur, governments on all sides have failed over a long period of time in relation to the funding for men's mental health. In this year's budget, and I commend Labor for doing this, in this year's budget there was an additional $550 million for women's health, which takes the contribution in this budget to nearly $900 million for the National Plan for Women's Health 2020 to 2030, but for this year alone. Men's health is $70 million. It is a fraction of the contribution or the funding for women's health. There is something significantly wrong there. And we need to look at that as a government and not point fingers but say, what are we going to do to improve that outcome and the outcomes of men's health going forward? And let's face it, we're probably got ourselves to blame in some circumstances. We live hard sometimes. We don't look after ourselves. When something does go wrong, we say, well, it'll go away, and if it doesn't go away, I'll get to the doctors sooner or later. We take that old adage, you know, toughen up, have a cup of concrete, etc. We need to change that way of thinking. But more importantly, and I do want to talk about the suicide rates in this country. 3 out of 4 suicides are men, nearly 3,000 a year. I'll get through this. I got it. After the last election, I met up with a mate, had a beer, known him for 25 years, had a laugh. The week later, he took his life. Didn't see it. Didn't see it coming. We need to be able to identify these things and be able to talk to each other as men. He was a great bloke, ex-copper, lawyer, had everything going for him. Kids. Everybody loved him. He was the first one to offer his hand. He was the quintessential Aussie larrikin, but as a lawyer, he was a consummate professional. That's the problem. We won't talk to each other. I sat with him a week before, and all he talked about was me winning the election. I wish he talked about he was struggling, because we could have made a difference. So we have to look after each other. We have to do more. And I commend the member for Hunter for bringing this on. Thank you.
And I thank the member for Cowper on behalf of all honourable members for that very powerful contribution. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting, and I call the clerk.
Notice number 8, private members' business, local government.
And I thank the clerk, and I give the call to the member for Mallee.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to local government in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper.
The member for Mallee has to call.
Deputy Speaker, in my first contribution in this place as the Shadow Minister for Local Government, I was already well familiar, as are my colleagues in the Nationals, with the challenges that shires and councils face, because unlike those opposite, we have multiple councils, if not a dozen or more, in cases like Mallee, in our electorates. Ours are small rural councils with large geographical areas and small rate bases. Financial sustainability is not a whisper in regional Australia. It is the ongoing number of one agenda item for every council meeting. The President of the Australian Local Government Association, Matt Burnett, agrees, saying this is the biggest challenge facing the sector, with many councils at breaking point. Their viability is at stake. Rural and regional councils with small populations dispersed over vast distances, such as West Wimmera and Yarriambiack Shires in my electorate. They have limited income, but many hundreds of kilometres of roads to maintain. Victorian Council's sustainability challenges are exacerbated by the Victorian Government's rate capping, which for the 25-26 financial year limits increases in total rate revenue to 3% per annum in Victoria. Many councils, especially those in the regions, often pick up the bill when failed markets and centralisation means essential services like aged care, childcare or healthcare are failing. West Wimmera Shire Council in the south-west of Mallee includes Kaniva, Goroke and Edenhope and has been providing local people with childcare and aged care services over many years. Yarriambiack Shire Council also provides early learning services, and Northern Grampians delivers aged care services, just to name a few. In other parts of the country, rural councils run primary healthcare services, demonstrating the cost shifting from other levels of government, putting strain on council finances. 14 months ago, Local Government Minister Catherine King referred the question of local government sustainability as an inquiry to the Standing Committee on Regional Development, Infrastructure and Transport, because local government faced pressing issues and that the inquiry was long overdue. Fellow Minister Kristy McBain said the inquiry built upon feedback received in the preceding 18 months. Yet the Labor-dominated inquiry only delivered an interim report 11 months after it started and was then prorogued for the election. The inquiry's interim report made no recommendations. Not only did the interim report identify that councils had limited means to generate revenue, yet had an expanded role due to cost shifting from other levels of government as emerging themes, a significant number of submitters called for a review of the financial assistance grants program. Submitters also called out the reliance on competitive grants processes that require significant co-contributions, which are very difficult for small rural councils to comply with. Worse still, state governments like the Allen Victorian Labor government have cut funding programs that supported regional shires with co-contributions, like the Regional Jobs and Infrastructure Fund. The Financial Assistance Grant Scheme is a critical funding source for local government. These grants, which councils and shires can use to address local priorities, are paid and distributed via state and the Northern Territory governments. General purpose funding is supposed to be distributed according to horizontal equalisation so that similar services can be provided in councils around the country for similar investment or effort. But the federal FA grant distribution principles are not enforced nor enforceable. States and territories have unfettered power to distribute according to their own priorities. Inquiry submitters called for a review of various components of the program. Local governments are in dire straits, especially in regional Australia. I call on Minister King to refer the matter to the committee afresh to continue the unfinished inquiry and let it deliver a final report for the sake of the 537 councils and shires around the country.
And I thank the member for Mallee. Is the motion seconded?
I second the motion, Deputy Speaker, and will reserve my right to speak.
And I thank the member for Bowman. The question before the Federation Chamber is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Barton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on this particular motion tonight and thank the member for Mallee for bringing this matter forward. As a newly elected member for the seat of Barton, I appreciate the opportunity to make contributions to this debate, particularly given my own experience in local government. Before entering Parliament, I proudly served as a councillor at Georges River Council, which covers a portion of my electorate. I recently resigned from that position due to my new role here in this place to ensure that this role gets the attention and focus it deserves, and the community of the ward that I was representing at Georges River Council will have a councillor that can focus on the needs and issues that arise there. And my time in local government has given me a deep understanding of the challenges councils face on the ground, from road maintenance, waste collection, community services to strategic planning. And while I understand this motion specifically highlights issues facing in our regions, I want to emphasise that local governments, regional, rural and metropolitan, are the closest level of government to our communities, and that proximity is absolutely vital. And having worked closely with some of my regional councillor colleagues and communities, I recognise the unique shared challenges across all jurisdictions, particularly around constraint with funding, growing service expectations and ageing infrastructure. And that's why the Albanese Labor government is committed to supporting a robust and also sustainable local government sector. One of the first acts in the last parliament, is my understanding, was to refer the matter of local government financial sustainability to the House Standing Committee on Regional Development, Infrastructure and Transport. This was the first inquiry of its kind, in my understanding, over 20 years, very much long overdue. And the interim report that my colleague has mentioned here tonight was released in early this year, in February 25, reflecting the depth of concern and engagement across the sector. And my understanding, there was over 280 written submissions and 16 public hearings. And the findings from this particular report is very clear. The role of local government has grown dramatically, and the funding model needs to evolve accordingly. As members will know, the inquiry was put on hold due to the federal election, in line with the parliamentary practice. The previous committee lapsed, and we have committed to re-establishing it. And my understanding as well, consultation is currently underway to determine some sort of timing once the committees resumes. And the government will be re-referring this inquiry to ensure the vital work it continues. And because we understand what's at stake, we've reinstated the Australian Council of Local Government to put local priorities back on the national stage. We've backed that commitment with investment into $3.3 billion in financial assistance grants this year alone. We're doubling the Roads to Recovery program to $1 billion annually over 5 years, and we've boosted the Black Spot program to $150 million a year and merged several infrastructure programs into a $200 million Safer Local Roads and Infrastructure program, and plenty more. This isn't just talk, it's real money. It is about targeting real solutions for our local needs. I need to also just highlight that, in contrast with those opposite, the Coalition was in government. They froze the indexation of financial assistance grants, ripping nearly $1 billion away from councils. They abolished the Australian Council of Local Government and ignored local voices for a decade. And they claimed to support regional Australia, but delivered pork-barreled press releases instead of actual infrastructure. And the last time I checked, Deputy Speaker, we can't build roads with press releases. We've invested $33 billion in housing investment initiatives, including support for social and affordable housing and expanding the Help to Buy scheme. We're making TAFE free and expanding university access throughout the regional hubs. We're backing apprentices with a $10,000 incentive. We've strengthened Medicare and delivered 87 urgent care clinics, 31 in regional Australia, and much, much more, which my colleague can speak on tonight. Deputy Speaker, Labor governs for all Australians, whether they live in our inner cities and outer suburbs or the far-flung regions of regional towns, because postcodes should never limit potential. We're building a future where local government is not just heard but supported, where the regions are not just remembered but respected, and where communities are not just thriving but not just surviving but thriving.
Time has expired. And I thank the member for Barton. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Bowman.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for Malley for bringing forward this excellent motion. I think it is an important opportunity for us at the start of a new parliamentary term to send a strong message to the government that This is a pressing issue, as the Minister stated at the start of this process 14 months ago, and it is long overdue that we have a proper look at this. And it was very good that the committee undertook this report or this inquiry into local government's financial sustainability last term. And it's unfortunate that, given the short nature of our parliamentary terms, this wasn't completed satisfactorily. But I thought in my comments today I might underscore those points and also use the opportunity to explain what this is actually meaning for the people out there, and particularly the people in my electorate of Bowman. Unfortunately, for a lot of Queensland local governments, and we've just gone through the season of budget setting, we've seen a lot of rate rises throughout local governments in Queensland, including in Redland City Council in my electorate of Bowman. Redland City Council handed down its latest budget in June, and for my local residents, it's certainly hitting hard. We've seen a minimum general rate increase of 7.89% and an 11% increase in fees and charges. And that's on top, of course, of all the other increases that people are facing at the supermarket, at the Bowser, and facing household bills of every variety. And it's easy, of course, for local residents to blame council and to point the finger at their local council and say, you're upping my rates, this is terrible, take better care of our money. But when you look at the scale of the cost shifting that's happened in local government across this country, it's not just in regional communities, as the member for Mallee represents, but it's in every community in this country where we are seeing federal government in rapid retreat from financial support for local governments. And of course, ultimately, it's the ratepayer, it's the end user that's paying the cost for it. So we need to be entirely honest about why this is happening, and I think an inquiry, or reheating this inquiry and getting to the bottom of it and having some actual recommendations would certainly be worthwhile. The question has to be asked, why are councils having to take these steps? And particularly in Queensland, we've seen huge rate increases. Unfortunately, this inquiry in the course of the last term only achieved an interim report. It offered no recommendations, and unfortunately, we need to really send a strong message that we want to have this committee look into this again and come up with some serious answers and recommendations. And I've got quite an interesting, quite a unique situation, I think, in this parliament. I think I do, Member for Groom. In fact, you might be fairly similar, but I think you're just on the outside of it. But I represent an electorate that has one local government area. No overlap, no leftovers. Three, and I know I'd hate to think how many some of my colleagues have, but I have one local government area, perfectly aligns. And unfortunately, I think we may have a redistribution in Queensland the next election, and I may have to gain or lose a little bit, who knows. But hopefully I can keep it exactly the way it is. But it means that I've got a very strong relationship with my council, and I'm very closely in contact with my local councillors and find out the impact of all these cuts. And unfortunately, what we've seen in the life of the first term of this government, we've seen a lot cut from Redland City Council's bottom line. I'm just using this as an example of, I'm sure, similar stories across the country. The federal government cut $13 million from Local Roads and Community Infrastructure Fund, which was going to the Redlands, and this money was earmarked for upgrading local streets, footpaths and community spaces, and now it's gone. And of course, we've had mention already about the impact of the financial assistance grants and how they're not keeping in line with the total. The member may recall that I perhaps wasn't here in the early stages of the previous government, but he may be mistaking his memory. But and particularly an unfair note for my local government is the cutting of the native title respondent funding scheme. We've got 3,500 council-owned lots in my electorate which are subject to a native title claim, and it's a significant cost on our council budget to have to respond to that claim, and we've got a hearing coming up in September. And unfortunately, that cost we were hoping to get some federal government support on, and unfortunately that was cut. And it's another area of this endless retreat from funding local government that we're seeing from the current federal government. So I strongly support the motion, and I hope that the committee will undertake that action.
The time has expired, and I thank the member for Bowman. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I rise to speak in relation to this motion. And I have to say I'm a little bit disappointed that the member for Mallee has not been a little bit stronger in her motion here, calling for reviews, looking at where's the demand? Where's the demand to do more for regional councils? As a member who represents a regional electorate, and I have 5 local government areas, not all, like I've got the City of Greater Bendigo, the whole of the Mount Alexander Shire, I've got a little bit of Mitchell, a little bit of Campaspe and a little bit of the Macedon Ranges. But what they all have in common, these regional shires, is that they are struggling. They are struggling to meet the cost of delivering the services that our community requires. And that struggle in regards to financial assistance grants goes all the way back to a former Prime Minister, Tony Abbott, and what he did to financial assistance grants and his disastrous budget of 2014. Tony Abbott and Joe Hockey, in their first budget, froze financial assistance grants indexation. That compounding impact is why we're in the mess we are today when it comes to financial assistance grants. And whilst I appreciate the energy in which the Australian Council of Local Governments have just said to us, lift them back to 1%. I appreciate that, but I say to the Local Governments Association, it cannot just be a straight blanket increase to the current formula. The current formula is not achieving its objectives. Its objectives, it's about financial assistance grants. And let's be blunt, there are some council areas in Australia who do not need financial assistance. The City of Melbourne comes to mind, as well as a number of other inner city councils that can make more money through parking meters in an hour than what some of our shires in Australia can make collecting rates. This is why we do need to review how the financial assistance grants are rolled out, and it needs to be done urgently. So I say to the member for Mallee, be bolder, be a bit stronger, stand up a bit more for your regional councils and argue what should be in that formula. Because right now we have a local government area, a local government association who are just saying increase, but are not offering where that extra funding should go. In my opinion, the financial assistance grants need to be reprioritised and focused on regional councils, where they have smaller rate bases, larger geographical areas and challenges that some of the metro partners do not have. In our regions, local government are quite often responsible for delivering aged care services, like in my shire of Mount Alexander, or in the City of Bendigo, early childhood education services. And whilst they are not the lone provider of early childhood education services, they do provide a benchmark, good quality early childhood education that the for-profit sector is forced to compete with, and they have a wait list. I would like to see them expand their early childhood education offerings, and maybe if we can get the financial assistance grants correct, they can. Another shire of mine, the Mount Alexander Shire, has more bridges than any other shire in the state of Victoria, and they are constantly looking for ways to upgrade and update their bridges. And I was very proud to join them last year to stand with them when they allocated some of their federal funding to fixing one of these many bridges, connecting the community so that they didn't have to literally drive through Old McDonald's farm to get to town. These are the daily challenges that local governments face. And quite often in regional areas, local government are the largest employer. They are the good, secure jobs that support so many in their community. Not only are they the deliverer of important services, but they are also the good jobs. The other things that our local governments do is partner with us to deliver funding. And I have to say that in the last term of government, our government, the councils in my electorate received more funding in one term than they did from the previous entire 9 years of the Coalition. Alexander Shire received over $12 million for the redevelopment of one of their precincts. Local governments received funding to restore waterways, roads to recovery, building vital community infrastructure projects, female change rooms, just to name a few. Do not believe the rhetoric and the nonsense of those opposite, because that's all it is.
And I thank the member for Bendigo. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Groom.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I think this is a very important topic to be talking about. I'm not sure what Tony Abbott did 14 years ago matters a pinch to any single mayor. No, you've had three years, member for Blair. If it mattered so much, you could have dealt with it, and that's the truth. I'm not going to go down this pathway. I think you're absolutely in the wrong place if that's the argument we're going to put on the table. Speaker, well, you know what, I'll start on the Tony Abbott theme. 2013, Tony Abbott, I think, went off to a very good start when he talked about having a look at the federation model and how all three levels of government work together. I think it's a really good topic for us to explore, because at the heart of this problem is how do we get councils like those underneath the footprint for the member of Blair, like Toowoomba Regional Council, like Kooyong, and how do we find ways to make sure that they have the adequate funding to deliver the services that Australians expect? And I think what we've seen, Speaker, and we went back 14 years, I'll go back a little bit further, 1942, when we took over responsibility for income tax at the federal level from the states. Ever since then, we've seen a lot of different approaches to how we get that funding down to the local communities who need them. And I would argue, Speaker, where we stand today is a situation where we have multiple overlapping responsibilities. We have all three levels of government competing for different ways to raise revenue. And what are they doing it for? Not for themselves, to provide services to Australian citizens. And I think that's important that we go back to that fundamental question. How do we ensure that every level of government is adequately funded to do what it's supposed to do? So I will take up the Tony Abbott point, and I think that conversation on how the federation model works today and after all the changes it's been through is right, and I think our councillors want to hear that conversation. Speaker, my local council, and much like the member for Bowman, I have one, it's just given a 9.5% rate rise. And it is struggling, and it's very open about it, how it continues to raise revenue in ways that are appropriate for a regional council. And it points out to me regularly when we talk, there are so many different challenges that regional councils face. And it's not something special because they're regional, it's simple mathematics. If you have 4-acre blocks, there's a lot more road from doorstop to doorstop. And when you start building that out further into the regional communities, I'm thinking about the feedlots out near Nangui, large farms, and yet you still have to, as a council, it still has to find ways to fund the maintenance of those roads. And after the most recent round of floods, I can assure you, Speaker, there's a lot of work to be done in our area that our council simply does not have the funding to do. In 2021-22, financial assistance grants to Toowoomba Regional Council were $19 million. This year, they're $5.5 million. Now, I'm not going to throw this over two sides here. That determination is made by the state government. And I am expecting the Queensland state government and LNP government to review that process to make sure that councils like mine get an appropriate share of that funding. At the moment, my argument is that they do not. To drop from $19 million to 5.5 and expect a council to maintain the same standard of service that's provided to the members of the Toowoomba region, people of Toowoomba region, I think that's too much to ask. And I would point out, amongst the many costs, and it was raised earlier that costs have been increased across the country, my council has seen a $1.9 million increase in electricity costs in that time period. So not only have we've lost from 19 to 5.5, we've had to pay an extra $1.9 million in electricity costs. Councils are struggling. Speaker, and I can't help but raise the issue. My council's asked me to raise it many, many times. I think it's relevant for this. They're not responsible for upgrading a dam wall at Crestbrook Dam. This is a $275 million piece of work that a local council is supposed to fund. The changes required for that were put in place by state government quite some time ago. The impact the impact of having to maintain that piece of infrastructure on this council has the ability to absolutely drive them bankrupt. That's the scary situation we're in, and no one wants to see that. Why that situation is in place is a long history of it, but it goes back to my fundamental point. How the federal model works needs to be reviewed, because for a regional council to have to find $275 million to upgrade a dam wall clearly shows we're in the wrong place.
And I thank the member for Groom. Before I give the call to the member for Blair, I'll just remind honourable members that your remarks are directed to the chair, so it's improper to refer to another member and say you, because that would be taken to be me. So just in the spirit of continuous improvement. But I thank the member for Groom, and the question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Blair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The problem, Deputy Speaker, with the motion from the member for Malley, the comments from the member for Bowman, the comments from the member for Groom are these. They want to look at the current situation but ignore the long history of the failure of successive coalition governments in the area of supporting local government. Who can forget the 1,200-page, 3-volume audit by the Auditor-General and the ANAO reports of the former coalition government, that's under John Howard, the discredited regional partnerships program, which found that 1/3 of funding went to just 10 coalition electorates. Now that came out, by the way, in July 2010. And then, of course, we brought in the regional and local community infrastructure program, and we responded to the global financial crisis and our nation-building economic stimulus plan, which those opposite in large part didn't support. And there was a $550 million investment in community infrastructure focusing on local government. And in my area, during that period of time, I was the federal MP, we got much needed support for local government. Upgrades, for example, to the Ipswich Civic Centre, and a whole range of other projects were upgraded, including the Condensary project, the project up in the Somerset region for an art gallery. And there are just so many I could list, but I won't. Coalition gets in 2013, and they don't want to know about this, but Joe Hockey, the member for North Sydney at the time, and Matthias Cormann, the Finance Minister, Tony Abbott's the Prime Minister, they froze the indexation of local government payments for year after year after year. First it was 3 years, then it went up to 2018-19. The Local Government Association railed against it. Nearly $1 billion of funding which would have gone into local government in financial assistance grants, untied, and other programs as well, was stopped. It didn't get there and wasn't delivered. Now, those opposite, including a member for Malley brings this motion, would have you believe that they should not even look at that. But that's the history of 2 coalition governments over 2 long periods, regional partnerships, rorts, and of course the failure on indexation of 3 Prime Ministers Abbott, Turnbull and Morrison. That's egregious failure on local government. So this motion, which talks about reviews and talks about looking at, etc., fails to address the fact that the coalition has a shocking record in this area. Now, we have a Prime Minister who was the Minister for Local Government during that time I referred to, dealing with the global financial crisis. Now, we support a strong and sustainable local government sector. We referred the matter of local government financial sustainability to that House of Representatives Standing Committee on Regional Development Infrastructure Transport for inquiry. The federal election put the inquiry on hold. Now, but the standing committees will be re-established in due course, and I'm assured, as a member of the government, that there are plans to refer the matter of local government sustainability for inquiry, and I support that. I think that's a terrific idea. I think it's really critical. Now, we have provided $3.3 billion in direct investment in local government this year through financial assistance grants to ensure councils could have access to the funds we rely on. Now, we've doubled the roads to recovery funding, and I could show all over my electorate local projects that are being done. And over the next 5 years, $1 billion annually to help local councils in long-term maintenance and upgrades of roads network and everything, potholes, through to turns that are necessary across the area. Now, I'm chair of the Black Spot Consultative Committee in Queensland, and I have seen what projects councils put up And I know how important road safety projects are in my local community across my home state of Queensland. And we are doing not what the Coalition says we're doing. We're streamlining and merging the heavy vehicle safety and productivity program, Bridges Renewal program, into a safer local roads and community infrastructure program for at least $200 million available every year, providing a $50 million boost. Now, those opposite didn't talk about that, increased funding. So they froze indexation, we increased funding. We did it during the global financial crisis when we brought forward the funding and we provided additional funding and brought forward the assistance and financial assistance grants. Those opposite, what did they do? They didn't really support it at all. In fact, they voted against the second tranche in the stimulus package. So, in politics, you look at what people do. You don't just look at what people say, and the Coalition has a shocking record in the last 20 or 30 years on local government.
And I thank the member for Blair. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Indi.
I thank the member for Mallee for this motion. In the 47th Parliament, I was proud to be a member of the Regional Development, Infrastructure and Transport Committee and participate in our inquiry into local government sustainability. In Indi, we have 9 local governments or councils. They look after communities of all shapes and sizes, from forests to farms, big cities, small villages, everything in between. Since being elected as the independent member for Indi, I've worked closely with each of them. And in addition to twice-yearly roundtables I hold with all the mayors and CEOs of Indi's 9 councils and the extensive work my office does with them on the annual Indi budget submission, I'm always on the phone to them or hitting the road to visit their patch. As an MP, I've come to understand that local councils are just not about rates, rubbish and roads. Make no mistake though, these remain important services. But as population shifts, community needs shift, resulting in local council services becoming increasingly diverse and complex. Healthcare, aged care, childcare, enabling infrastructure for houses, climate adaptation and emergency management, to name but a few. Councils are also managing ageing assets that are integral to the wellbeing and general functioning of our communities: bridges, roads, community buildings and more. And what I hear time and time again from mayors, councillors and CEOs is that as the roles and responsibilities of councils have evolved and increased, their budgets have not. More than ever, we are asking councils to do more with less. For regional and rural councils like those in Indi, it's a real challenge to raise revenue through rates and other means. Grants are not always distributed equitably and often require a financial co-contribution that rural councils simply don't have. So, as a member of the previous Parliament's Standing Committee on Regional Development, Infrastructure and Transport, I welcomed this inquiry to examine the financial sustainability and service delivery obligations of local governments. We looked at the changing infrastructure and service delivery role of local councils and the obstacles in delivering this, the trends in attracting and retaining a skilled workforce, and the role of the Australian federal government in addressing these issues. I want to thank my committee colleagues, particularly Committee Chair for the member for Solomon and Deputy Chair the member for Barker, for their engagement, interest and understanding of the issues facing regional communities like mine, and for their hard work in putting together the comprehensive interim report. I also want to take this opportunity to thank the Secretariat for their guidance, hard work and logistical support. This 11-month, 12-month inquiry saw the committee travel across the length and breadth of Australia to hear from local governments. And I want to thank everyone that gave evidence and made written submissions. Indi local councils, including the City of Wodonga, rural city of Wangaratta, Murrindindi Shire, Mansfield Shire and Indigo Shire, made submissions to the inquiry. Wangaratta and Murrindindi councils gave evidence at a hearing in Wallan, which the committee found incredibly compelling, and I thank them for their contribution. The interim report referred to in the member for Mallee's motion includes invaluable comments that I agree should direct this government in its work in this term of Parliament. I will name just 3, but there are many more. First, there should be a review of the Financial Assistance Grants Program, including whether minimum grants should be restored to 1% of Commonwealth taxation revenue. This review should also explore ways to improve the delivery of grants, including the requirement of fixed co-contributions and short delivery timeframes. Second, the allocation of grants should be consistent with horizontal equalisation. Contributors to the inquiry recognise the vital role of horizontal equalisation in providing a level playing field, and most describe the current design as failing to achieve that goal. Third, there should be efforts to address skills shortages by increasing programs to improve labour availability, such as incentivising local council workers to relocate to regional, rural and remote areas. I hope to continue to work collaboratively with the Minister and the Department to see this report acted upon for the benefit of my communities and for the benefit of all rural, regional and remote Australians who rely so heavily on their local councils to truly thrive. Thank you, Speaker.
And I thank the member for Indi. There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting, and I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 9 for a motion in relation to award wages.
I thank the clerk and I give the call to the member for Spence.
I move the motion relating to award wages in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper.
And the member for Spence has the call.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to speak on two of the most fundamental issues for Australian workers, superannuation and wages, because every Australian deserves dignity in retirement and fairness in their back pocket today. The Albanese Labor government has worked steadily and deliberately to restore fairness to our workplace laws and to repair long-neglected systems that support hard-working Australians. We have delivered on our commitment to increase the superannuation guarantee. From 1 July this year, the guarantee rose to 12%, a move that strengthens the retirement of millions of workers across the country. That figure, 12%, might seem like a number on paper, but for a 30-year-old working today, it can mean tens of thousands of dollars more in their back pocket in retirement. It is the difference between anxiety and security in older age. And it is a Labor government that has ensured that commitment, which was first promised over a decade ago, is finally being delivered in full. We've also taken historic action to address one of the biggest drivers of the gender retirement gap by legislating for superannuation to be paid on Commonwealth paid parental leave. From July 2026, parents who take time off to raise their children will not be penalised in their retirement. For the first time in our history, super will be paid on paid parental leave, because we understand that time spent caring is not time spent working less, it's time spent working differently. It's a change that will benefit over 180,000 Australian families every year. This is equity in action. This is what good governments can do when we put working families at the centre of our policy making. In addition to this, we are rolling out payday super, requiring employers to pay super at the same time as salary and wages. This reform, coming into effect from 1 July 2026, will help eliminate the pain of unpaid super, currently costing workers an estimated $3.4 billion each year. Workers shouldn't have to chase what is rightfully theirs. This change will give employees greater visibility over their entitlements and improve compliance for all PCBUs. We're backing it with stronger powers for the Australian Taxation Office, more frequent reporting and new technology to detect non-payment in real time. Speaker, we've also introduced enforceable service standards for super funds, ensuring that they deliver not just reasonable returns, but also fair treatment, clear communication and transparency for their members. Because superannuation is not just about accumulation of returns, it's about giving every Australian the peace of mind that their hard work today will be rewarded tomorrow. And just as we fight for fairness in retirement, we must also deliver fairness now. Turning to wages, I'm proud to say, under the Albanese Labor government, real wages are growing again. In fact, for nearly 3 million workers, they have already gone up since the 1st of July. After a decade of wage stagnation under those on the other side of the chamber, Australian workers are finally getting a fair go on payday. Since May 2022, we have supported successive increases to the minimum wage and the preservation of award wages, delivering meaningful pay rises. In fact, over 2 years, the Fair Work Commission has delivered minimum wage increases of more than 8%, in line with inflation and in recognition of the pressures that everyone is facing right now. Our workplace reforms, including multi-employer bargaining, limits on exploitative labour hire practices and better rights for casual workers have all been designed with one goal: to get wages moving. One of the clearest examples is in aged care. We have fought hard and delivered a 15% wage increase for aged care workers, because valuing care means valuing carers. The same goes for early childhood educators, for retail workers, for cleaners, so many Aussies whose essential work was applauded when needed to keep our country running during the pandemic, but undervalued for too long. Speaker, the Albanese government believes in an economy that works for people, not the other way around. The Labor Party believes that when working people do well, the country does well. Now, I would be lying if I said our job was done. We have more to do, but we are on the right path. We will continue to close the retirement gender gap. We will continue to crack down on unpaid entitlements. And we will continue to ensure that working people share in the benefits of national growth. Because when Labor says we're on the side of working Australians, we mean it. I commend our government's work so far, and I look forward to continuing the work ahead. Thank you.
And I thank the member for Spence. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for...
Oh, I speaks. Motion reserves my right to speak.
And you reserve your right to speak. And I thank the member for Blair. The question before the House now is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, it's a great privilege to be able to speak on this motion, because there is nothing more important to average Australians right now than their capacity to be able to get ahead. There has never been a time in our nation's history where so many families have worked harder, tried to get ahead, but feel like they are going backwards. And while we hear the heroic and stoic rhetoric of the members of this government saying how Australians are doing better under this government, I say with sadness and genuine sadness, it simply doesn't stack up to the economic realities. Since the last election over the past 3 years, real household disposable income per capita has collapsed by 6.3%. If you're going to see real wages improve, people have to be living it. You can't just say it with words. And we know that Australians are not living it because they are seeing real declines in their wages and in their household disposable income. And there's a simple reason for that. Not only are their wages not moving, in addition to that, they are seeing all of their costs for their household increasing. It is, of course, explicit with their energy bills. Everybody knows the reality of when they pick up their electricity bill or their gas bill and how they're having to deal with bill shock. But of course, there has been nothing more explicit than the realities of what Australian households have dealt with persistent and globally high persistent interest rates. While the rest of the world has seen a decline in their interest rates, which has meant that inflation has come under control, Australia has consistently had persistent high interest rates in comparison to OECD countries. And that comes directly off the bottom line of household savings. So as people work harder, they're falling further and further behind. Of course, we see it in the supermarket every time we go and pay for simple groceries. I've never seen a time in the past, you might have seen it in momentary occasions. I remember certainly, Deputy Speaker, where I've gone to the supermarket in the past after cyclones and you picked up a bundle of bananas and they're at a shock of $25 and you have to put them back. You might remember some of those times yourself, Deputy Speaker. But I've never seen time in this nation's history where people have gone to buy food or groceries and they've ended up looking at a trolley and saying, I'm not sure I can afford that, and had to put items back on the shelves, as Australians are feeling right now. What Australians need now more than anything is a sense of hope. And they need a sense of hope that not just their wages are going to increase, but in addition to that, that they're going to see a reduction in the costs that they are living so that they can stabilise their household finances, and also so that they can get ahead. Because that sense of hope about what young Australians and families need right now is so important, not just for what we are living today, but more importantly for the sense of aspiration and hope that Australians will have for the future. Because when Australians lose a sense of hope, they seek to live only for the moment and for today. And then we lose that sense of character about putting our investment and our energy towards a better tomorrow. And when we lose that spirit, That's when we see people no longer doing things like saving to buy their first home or seeking to be able to invest towards being able to go on and do things like form a family. So now is a critical moment. It is whether people see the chance or their aspiration, their dream for a better future for themselves is on the line. And they are not living that. And of course, unfortunately, the Albanese government is not making that any easier in any of the policies that they are seeking to put forward. In fact, what they are doing is jeopardising the future. You just need to look at the family savings tax that nobody voted for at this election and they are now throwing on the table. Where so many small business people, people who back themselves in, they have sacrificed and saved to get themselves ahead. And they are putting a family savings tax on unrealised capital gains, but particularly hits small business and the assets where people have put them into superannuation, where they are now going to attack the very basis in which people have sacrificed to be able to secure their long-term retirement. When you see those sorts of policies under an egregious attempt by the Labor Party of revenue raising, and people know that once it's applied to super, it will be ported over to other asset structures and other investments, people no longer have confidence that they're going to be able to invest in the future of this country and for themselves with confidence. And that's what's at stake, and that's what's on the line. So I understand the government is involved in its little victory lap and they're crowing about their electoral success, but the reality of what Australians are living out there is very different, and it's time they woke up.
And I thank the member for Goldstein. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to member for Hasluck.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This motion goes to the heart of what Labor governments do, making sure Australians earn more and keep more of what they earn. Whether it's tax relief, fair pay increases or strengthening superannuation, this Labor government is delivering for all Australians, it's delivering for all the people of Hasluck. And we know that there are some Australians doing it tough. And it's our job, it's my job, to make life that bit easier and the future that bit more secure. From 1 July, every taxpayer got a tax cut. That's real relief in real time. That's nurses in Midland, better off. That's chippies in Guildford, better off. That's teachers in Bassendean, better off. In fact, all workers in Hasluck and in fact across Australia are better off because it's this government's decision to deliver tax cuts for everyone. This is not just about numbers on a tax table. It's about putting money right back into the pockets of the very people who've worked hard and do the right thing. People who get up early, raising families, running small businesses and contributing so much to our communities. And from the 1st of July, more than 2.6 million people workers on minimum and award wages received a 3.5% increase. That means a real difference for hospitality workers in the Swan Valley, for cleaners in Noranda, for aged care staff in Morley. It's a government backing wage growth, not hoping for it, or as in the case of the Coalition, actively planning against it. This is the 6th consecutive increase under Labor, and it reflects our belief that no one who works full-time in Australia should be struggling to make ends meet. Deputy Speaker, on the very same day this year, 1st of July, the compulsory superannuation guarantee rose to 12%. Because of this, every Australian worker will retire with more, tens of thousands more. The engineers in Ashfield, better off. Pharmacy staff in Ellenbrook, better off. Shop assistants in Bennett Springs, better off. Every worker in Hasluck and across Australia will benefit from this increase because universal superannuation is a Labor legacy and an Australian institution, and it is recognised around the world as part of a gold standard retirement system. It was brought into being by the Hawke and the Keating governments, and it has been defended by every Labor government since. Sadly, the same cannot be said for those opposite. Let's not forget, when the super was introduced in 1991, the Liberals Nationals opposed it. They voted against better retirement incomes for ordinary Australians. And ever since, they've chipped away at it, white-anting it, delaying increases and undermining its universality. I often wonder if the same legislation were introduced today, would the current ragtag coalition even support it? And I really do doubt it. Because let's be honest, every delay, every freeze, every cynical attack on the system has had a cost measured not in headlines, but in the retirement balance of millions of Australians. How many Liberal and National voters realise just how much their side of politics has cost them in retirement? Hundreds, thousands of dollars, maybe more. The Labor government is taking a different path. We're strengthening super, we're defining its purpose, defending it from misuse, and ensuring it is sustainable for generations to come, because every Australian deserves dignity in retirement. They deserve a system they can rely on, and they deserve a government that puts their future first. The Association of Super Funds Australia CEO Mary Delahanty said this is a major milestone in Australia's retirement system. For the first time, they project a 30-year-old on the median wage will be on track to achieve a comfortable retirement thanks to July's superannuation guarantee increase to 12%. Yet the Liberal opposition, they oppose these reforms, not for minimum wage earners or retirees, but to protect the interests of the wealthiest 0.5%. Susan Ley described Labor's proposed tax on super balances over $3 million as a class warfare tactic, an effort to shield the ultra-rich rather than support ordinary retirees. We're delivering instead for a better future. We voted for tax relief that puts people back in people's pockets, wages growth that restores dignity and stability, a superannuation system that safeguards retirement. We have a mandate to lift standards, secure futures and build a fairer nation. I commend the motion.
And I thank the member for Hasluck for their contribution. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Blair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I thank the member for Spence for this excellent motion. I want to acknowledge his strong commitment to working people, not just in this place, but in his previous career as a transport worker, union official. Deputy Speaker, we have set about, when we came to power in May 2022, of lifting people's wages. And the minimum wage has already increased by $143 a week since we came to office, and the median wage has increased by $206 per week since we came to office. So what we did was set about helping 3 million workers across the country, that's cleaners, retail workers, early childhood educators. So after the election, we advocated to the Fair Work Commission that we would do it. Now, we did this during the election, but we continued to support decisions made. So we made a submission just after the election and made a submission to the Fair Work Commission recommending that the Fair Work Commission award an economically sustainable real wage increase to Australian award workers. Now, our plan that we took the election was all about, we said we were going to do this, and we did it after the election. So our plan was about ensuring that Australians earn more. We want to make sure that they can earn more, and by our tax cuts, keep more. So our economic strategy was about getting wages moving. Now, don't forget, Matthias Cormann, the then Finance Minister back in the previous government, Bell the Cat, he said that the deliberate design feature of their policy, their economic policy, their industrial relations policy, was to keep wages low. So our strategy was to get wages moving again, get on top of inflation, maintain the gains in the labour market and build a more productive economy. That was our commitment. So on the 1st of July this year, about 3 million Australian workers, minimum wage and award wage workers across the country received a 3.5% pay increase. Now that's many, many workers in my electorate. And this followed, as I said, our submission to the Fair Work Commission. It's good for workers, good for the economy, and to help with the cost of living relief. And it recognises the substantial progress Australians have made together in the economy. Now we know people are still under pressure, and ongoing cost of living relief is critical. On top of this, the new data shows that a record high number of employees are now covered by federal enterprise bargaining agreements, EBAs, which produce real wage increases for Australian workers, not those stupid AWAs that John Howard brought in with the work choices stuff, which caused so much of a problem, and the suppression of wages under the previous coalition government. Workers covered by EBAs have seen their wages increase by 3.8%, outpacing inflation and economy-wide wage increases, boosting wages, cutting taxes for taxpayers, creating jobs. They're a central part of our effort to help Australians with the cost of living, and that's absolutely vital. Now, we're combining with increasing wages, our tax cuts, cheaper medicine, cuts to student debt, energy bill relief. We're making a difference in easing the cost of living. So from the 1st of July this year, we also celebrate another milestone that, in fact, the member for Spence talks about, and that is the superannuation guarantee finally getting to 12%, up from 11.5%. Now, Labor is the party of superannuation. It took Labor governments, Prime Ministers Hawke and Keating, introduced the superannuation scheme. Julia Gillard, Wayne Swan, the Treasurer, legislated the guarantee, and now our government is actually delivering it. This increase in the superannuation guarantee under our government means that a worker early in their career, earning about $72,000 a year, will have an extra $91,000 at retirement, and a worker at 30 years of age, earning the average full-time income about $103,000, will have an extra $98,000 at retirement. This is very, very significant. Just imagine that, a young person, just imagine looking at that. So that's what we were doing. But those opposite, this could have happened 6 years ago. But like as I said in the local government debate just about a few minutes ago, those opposite blocked it, blocked the increases. They didn't. And in my time in politics, I can't think of a time when the Liberal and National parties have actually supported an increase in the superannuation guarantee. Not once. Not once. So we are delivering more money in retirement, giving people dignity in retirement, more security for their future, and those opposite can't have the grace and humility to accept it.
And I think the member for Blair, there being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting. And I give the call to the member for Blair.
Motion. You said the motion is agreed to?
No? No, the debate is adjourned for the motion, and we're now going to...
Well, I moved that the Federation Chamber and did now adjourn.
Yeah,
I had my colleague sitting beside me, and I was wondering what she was doing.
No. All's well, member for Blair. So the debate's adjourned, so it's not resolved tonight. Yeah. So is the motion seconded?
Motion, Speaker.
And I thank the member for Kooyong. The question before the Federation Chamber now is that the motion be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. I think the ayes have it. The Federation Chamber stands adjourned until 12:30 p.m. tomorrow, Tuesday the 29th of July.